I just want to make sure we're ready. And then I'll put this on the record when we go on the record, but just to let y'all know, we got a handwritten note from juror 29. He was the one with the medical but appointment we're trying to work around. And he says he got to move to Friday. So we're all clear there. Okay. So there you have it.
I am plaintiff. Okay. That's what you're.
Judge, the president counted for you.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. You ready to go on the record? All right. We are back on the record for day 3 of trial in 2023 CV378923. All parties and counsel are present. Ms. Hahn has retaken the stand. Ms. Hahn will remind you that you remain under oath. All our jurors are now present and accounted for. Thank you so much for being on time this morning. We are ready to go. So at this time, Mr. Merritt, you may resume your examination. Oh, and let me note also, for the purposes of the record, I've received a copy of a note from juror 29, which I've marked and will tender as Court's Exhibit 2, noting that the conflict that we thought would be for Thursday morning, he has graciously been able to move to Friday. So thank you so much, sir, for working through that with us. And Mr. Merritt, over to you.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Ms. Hahn.
Good morning.
Just to refresh, when we left off yesterday, I think you had testified, just like your husband had, both back when we took your deposition a long time ago in this case, as well as yesterday when you were both under oath, that you two were both certain that throughout the course of these different companies that you and your husband have owned and created, that you have always maintained separate and distinct finances for these companies and have never commingled or interchangeably exchanged funds or assets from between, not only from between one company to another, but using any company funds for personal expenses. You guys were both clear that that never happens. Do you recall
Yes.
that? Okay. So with that in mind, I'm going to give you what I've labeled as Plaintiff's Exhibit 30.
Sure.
I'm going to represent to you that this is a bank statement showing one of the commercial operating accounts for HYH Consulting LLC. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the bank statement for the period April 1st through April 30th, 2018. You see that at the top?
Yes, I do.
All right. So this would be the month immediately prior to May 2018 when HYH Consulting sold its book of business, correct?
Yes.
All right. And I'm assuming that you recall that you and your husband and your attorney during this case, when there was an exchange of documents, produced multiple months of bank account records for HYH Consulting LLC and Hank Corporation, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that question again?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
So you may recall earlier on in this lawsuit, the parties had a chance to request documents and information from each other. Lawyers call that the discovery phase. And as part of that, you and your husband produced, through your attorneys, several bank records and bank statements from the commercial bank accounts, both operating and trust accounts for HYH Consulting LLC and Hank Corporation, the two corporate defendants in this case. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And this is one of those bank statements, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you'll just turn to the second page of Exhibit 30, and you go down about a third of the way down, there's a transaction there for Nordstrom. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and that's just for $38. But that Nordstrom account is a personal account, correct? That's not a corporate Nordstrom account.
It could be a personal account. It's got a Visa logo on it.
It's got a what logo?
It's got a Visa logo on it, meaning it's not just for Nordstrom's use, but it's used as any other Visa or MasterCard. It could be used at other merchants.
Okay, where do you see the Visa logo?
On the card.
I don't know what you mind if I approach Your Honor?
I think you can just clarify.
Yeah, I don't, all I see, all I see is on
Well,
4/4.
Okay, Mr. Merritt, let me clarify that for you. When you apply for a Nordstrom credit card and they give you a Nordstrom retail card, I mean, I'm not denying the fact that, this looks like a personal card, but Nordstrom cards have a Visa logo on it, allowing you to use it anywhere else than Nordstrom.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to clarify if the jury
Right,
did
and I'm not
understand.
really concerned about where you use the card, to be honest with you. For right now, I just want to confirm that this is a personal card and not a business card.
Yes, that's a personal card.
Okay. And then right below that, you see card member serve web payment, Boyan Han, for $350.
Yes.
All right, and wouldn't that also be a personal account that was paid?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't recognize that account number. It's so long ago. I don't really, it's not a current account, I don't think. So I'm not really sure.
Okay, did you have a corporate credit card for HYH Consulting LLC that had your name on it?
I think we might have had like a line of credit or something, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
You don't
been
remember
so
having a
long.
corporate credit card for HYH Consulting with your name on it?
I think there was one, but I don't remember exactly what card it was. There's so many credit cards.
Sounds like you're not sure.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Okay. If you go down just a few lines below that on 4/5, you see Discover e-payment Han Yong
Yeah.
for $1,903.09.
Yes.
All right, and that's also a personal card, correct?
Yeah, that's a personal card.
Okay. And then right below that, you'll see another Nordstrom payment for $700.
Yes.
And that's that same personal account, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you go down to 4/12, the first charge on 4/12 is an American Express payment for Boyan Han for $3,068.90. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and that's also a personal card, correct?
American Express, I'm not certain. I think I might have had a corporation card. I'm really not sure. Again, it's so long ago.
Okay. Your deposition transcript should be up there in front of you.
Okay.
Why don't we take a look at that and see if that refreshes your memory?
Okay.
If you could turn to page 32.
Is that the June 13th one?
June 13th, yes.
Okay.
I believe that's the only deposition transcript for you that's up there.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't really.
No, that's okay. If it's not, then I might be confused. Tell me when you get to page 32.
32.
Actually, why don't we look at page 29 first?
Okay, sure.
Are you there?
29, you said, right?
Page 29?
Yes.
All right, if you look down on line 20, I had handed you this exact document at your deposition. So you see
Yes.
on line 20, this is a Wells Fargo operating account statement for HYH Consulting LLC for the period of April 2018. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So we spent the next 2 or 3 pages talking about this exact document at your deposition. So now let's go to page 32,
Okay.
all right? And I asked you about this exact transaction at your deposition,
Okay.
line 13. Do you see that?
Line 13. Yes.
All right. So the question was, and then down you'll see Boyan Han, American Express, ACH payment for just over $3,068. Is that your personal American Express credit card? What was your answer?
Oh, I guess I had answered yes.
That's correct. So going back to this exhibit, exhibit 30, 2 lines below that on April 13th, you'll see an online transfer from HYH Consulting to LLC
Yes.
for $2,000, right? And that's from your tax company, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that transfer for?
Again, this is a long time ago, so I don't have the exact answer for you, but I would assume that this is probably a shared expense situation where we were operating from the same Suite 350, and there was probably something that I had to pay back to this account.
Okay. But as we say here today, you don't remember what that was for.
I'm not going to be able to recall something from 2018.
Okay. What type of expenses would your tax company and your husband's insurance company have shared?
For example, I mean, of course, there was rent that we had to pay together, and of course, utilities, internet, some office supplies. I think at one time, well, I mean, if you go to buy supplies, right, you're gonna wear different. You can't like go to Costco for HYH purpose and then go to Costco for HYH2 purpose. You buy things in bulk and you kind of share that expense. I meticulously recorded everything. So I probably thought at the time that $2,000 need to be transferred over to HYH to share that expense with them.
So you've testified, and the evidence has shown that you have maintained from day one that HYH Consulting 2, your company, was not a tenant in this space, did not sign the lease, is not obligated to pay any rent, right? That's what you told my client when they demanded the rent. You said you have no obligation to pay rent, you have no lease, you're not the tenant. So why would rent and utilities for a space that you're not leasing be a shared expense with your husband's company?
Well, when you run a business together with your husband, I'm not a perfect person. I mean, I understand the contract was like that, but we initially signed up as a tax and insurance company. I mean, when we initially signed the lease, if you look back at the lease agreement, we were signed in as tax and insurance. If you look at the state of Georgia record as well, we were initially just HYH Consulting LLC. We were doing both tax and insurance services at the time. But in 2014, I wanted to separate out my tax business, and I had created HYH Consulting 2 LLC, which is 2014.
Yeah, and I understand that. But at that point in time, the 2012 lease had been signed. Your company was not on that lease. And in 2018, isn't it true that your husband's company only offered insurance products and your company only offered tax and accounting services, correct?
That's true.
Yeah, you didn't sell any insurance products, right?
No, I mean, I helped them, and I was an employee of HYH Consulting
I
as
understand,
well.
but I'm not talking about you as an employee. I'm talking about the corporations that you and your husband were running. They were separate companies. One was tax and one was insurance, correct?
Yes.
In 2018? Okay. And you talked about like when you run a business together with your husband, and you did run HYH Consulting together with your husband, but you run your company by yourself. Your husband's not an owner of your company or an employee, correct?
Right.
Okay. So I don't know that you've answered my question. In 2018, if your company didn't offer insurance services, wasn't on the lease, wasn't a tenant, and by your own admission had no obligation to pay any rent, why would rent for an office that your company doesn't occupy Why would that be a shared expense with your husband's company?
But that doesn't mean that I can't share expenses with my husband's company. It's our company and we're husband and wife.
Well, I think if you're doing what you said you
Mhm.
did and completely segregating expenses, I think that's what that
I
does
did
mean.
have it segregated. We had separate bank accounts. We had a separate QuickBooks account maintaining each transaction. I recorded everything meticulously. If there was something that had to be shared, it had to be shared.
Right. If you could turn to the next page of this exhibit.
Sure.
The second transaction down on April 19th is a Home Depot online payment for $500. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. And that was also a personal account, correct?
Home Depot is a personal credit card. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And what about a couple of lines below that? You see Discover e-payment for $276 also on 419,
Yes.
right? And wasn't that also a personal card?
I would assume so because we were like we were joint accounts for Discover.
Okay.
I was probably like an authorized user or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but
Right. I'm going to give you what I've labeled as Plaintiff's Exhibit 27.
sure.
Obviously, I'm not going to go through all of the bank statements that you produce because there's just no need and we'd be here for months. But I just picked a few of these out. And the one that I just handed you that's labeled Exhibit 27, that is the Wells Fargo business.
Asked for that last statement. It wasn't a question, but it asked for that to be stricken from the record because it kind of implies we have all these bank statements and we could be going here through months. It implies as if there's some sort of inappropriate transactions that would take us months to go through. And it was kind of snuck in as a.
All right, I understand the objection, Mr. Devon. So, just generally, Mr. Merritt, I would direct you to make sure the questions or comments are confined to the form of a question. And members of the jury, I just again remind you the comments of counsel during the evidence aren't evidence. They have. Mr. Merritt, you can proceed.
Understood, Judge. So what I've just given you labeled Exhibit 27. Do you recognize that?
The statement?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So that is, I'll represent to you that is the Wells Fargo business operating account for Hank Corporation for the period of October of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we turn to the second page? And looking at the very first transaction on October 1st, online transfer from Bo Yun Han Agency, $3,000. Do you see that?
Yes.
So why would wasn't that the company that was created to like do the farmers products?
Yes.
Okay. What would that transfer have been for?
Again, 2018, it's very hard to recall. It could have been something, again, it's the same thing. Possibly a shared expense that I had to pay back to this company.
Right underneath that, that's for $3,000. You see that?
Okay.
Now that's a
Yes.
deposit. So
I understand.
yeah, so Bo Yun
Yeah.
Han Agency was putting $3,000 into Hank Corporation's account, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you see right underneath that, it says business checking rent October. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Was that to pay the rent payment to American Capital Properties for Suite 350 North?
When was this? 2018.
You guys were still paying rent through January of 2019. And I believe that was about the amount of rent.
I honestly don't remember,
Okay.
Mr. Merritt.
Okay.
I can't really recall.
Was there any other commercial office space that Bo Yun Han Agency was renting in October of 2018?
No.
Okay. Was there any other commercial office space that Hank Corporation was renting in October of 2018?
No, not at that time.
What about any of your other companies? Were you renting any other commercial office space in 2018 outside of 350 North at the Crescent Building?
No.
So why would you be unsure about that then?
I'm trying to think if this was something that, yeah, honestly, I don't remember. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, that's fine, but
I wish I could pinpoint something out for you, but sorry, I don't remember.
that's okay. I'm honestly just wondering why two different companies who aren't on the lease and technically aren't a tenant would be paying rent to American Capital Properties.
Well, for one thing, we discussed that Boyan Han Agency Inc. was for farmers business. This could be, I don't know the timeline as to when American Capital took over the building, but we had a back door to HYH Consulting, and they actually gave us a permission to operate as farmers insurance.
Who gave you permission?
ACP, because they're the ones who gave us the door sign and everything. They installed it for us.
For
So-
Boyan Han Agency?
Yes.
Okay, so we read earlier where the lease requires that any other company that's going to be using this space.
I understand that, but they're the ones who
Let
generated
me
the
finish my
sign and put
question.
it on.
Let me finish my question.
For both of y'all, please, we're going to not interrupt each other, so let him finish the question, and Mr. Merritt, let her finish her answer.
Okay. You recall that we read in the lease that before any other company could use the space, you were required to get the written consent of the landlord first, right? You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I haven't seen anything in writing. Did you ever receive anything in writing from American Capital Properties giving Boyan Han Agency the right to use the space for HYH Consulting?
Well, isn't it obvious that I did request the permission? How do I change the sign? That signs are identical for each of the suites. Only the management company can make those signs. I don't have any vendors to make those signs. American Capital or whoever was the landlord, they obviously gave us permission because they are the ones who made the sign and put it on our door.
Okay. I appreciate that, but with respect, this is a yes or no question. Do you or do you not have something in writing from American Capital Properties expressly giving Boyan Han Agency permission to use this space?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Your Honor, it wasn't
Overruled,
answered.
overruled, you can answer. Answer
want
the
me to
question if
answer?
you can.
Yes.
I may be able to, do you want me to search my email or, I mean,
No,
I don't know.
The time to request documents is
All right,
long
just-
been
you
over.
can just-
Exactly.
Okay.
So I don't have it, sorry.
All right, let's look down a few lines down on October the 3rd, the first transaction. Online transfer from HYH Consulting LLC for $4,374. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is in October. This is now 5 months after HYH Consulting sold its business. And yet the account for HYH Consulting is putting over $4,000 into Hank Corporation's account. What would that be for?
Well, it says right there also highlighted as wrong deposit. I mean, I'm an accountant, but I still make mistakes. I mean, sometimes I go to the bank and I could deposit into the incorrect account. Sometimes I may have made like a mobile deposit. And when you have multiple accounts in one bank, I'm like selecting the wrong account number and I make a wrong deposit into a different account. So sometimes we have to kind of zero that out.
Why don't we go down to 10-4, a few lines down, you'll see Macy's online payment for $486.03. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and that's your personal Macy's account, right?
Yes, again, the Macy's account is like an American Express. It's got American Express logo on it.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just wanting
Yes,
to know
it
whether
is
or not
a
that was your
pers-
personal account.
yes.
All right, and right, two lines below that, there's a transfer for $3,000 to Han Y Everyday Checking. Do you see that?
Yes,
All right, and that was you or your husband's personal checking account, correct?
yes, it is.
Okay. And then going down to 10-11, City Auto Pay Payment, HYH Consulting LLC, $56. See that?
Yes,
So that was, I guess, a payment, maybe a minimum payment or something made by Hank Corporation to HYH Consulting's credit card, correct?
yes,
Okay. Then on 10-15, the second transaction there, another transfer to you or your husband's personal checking account for $1,500. Do you see that?
yes.
Okay. All right, if you could go down to 10-19, The first two transactions are payments to a Home Depot account, one for $27 and one for $500. Do you see those?
Yes,
All right, and again, that was a personal credit account, correct?
correct.
All right. And then you'll see on 1022, and then at the very bottom of the page on 1029, two other transfers to your personal checking account for $1,000 each.
Yes.
See those? Okay. All right, if you could turn two more pages. Now I'm looking at the statement for Hank Corporation's business operating account for November of 2018. You see that?
Yes.
All right, so the very first transaction there on November 1st is a payment from Hank Corporation's commercial account to your personal Macy's card for $431.78, correct?
I'm sorry. I think I lost that page.
That's okay. It is the third page from the end of this exhibit. The first transaction is for November 1st.
Got it.
All right. So you would agree that that is a payment of $431.78 from Hank Corporation's commercial account to your personal Macy's card, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, two lines below that, there's an e-deposit for $32,158. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Would that $32,000 have been part of the money that was received from the sale of HYH Consulting's business?
That's a larger deposit, but I mean, again, long time ago, I can't really remember, but that doesn't look like a transfer. It looks like a check was deposited.
And
So
So let her
Oh,
finish.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm thinking if it's a check that was deposited, I have my ways of doing things, and I pretty much keep it consistent to be able to recall some things like when something like this comes up. But if it was like a e-deposit, for example, like a mobile deposit or something, it's most likely a commission that was received.
Okay, but this actually says in branch or store, right?
Okay, well, in branch and store tells you that it was a physical check, which means it's probably a check from an insurance carrier. I wouldn't write a check from HYH to Hank, for example. If I wanted to transfer the money, I would do it. It'll say transfer from HYH to Hank. It won't be a check.
Okay, so this is from November of 2018.
Okay?
This is Hank Corporation's account, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and your husband's already testified, that's his company, and he didn't have any clients or even try to do business for Hank Corporation until the middle of 2019, right? So this
Okay.
wouldn't be for any of Hank Corporation's clients because it didn't have any clients, correct?
Possibly. Again, I don't remember the content of this check. What I'm trying to tell you was that this is a paper check.
I understand, but I'm not asking about the check right now. Right
Okay.
now, I'm asking you to confirm, you heard your husband testify that until the middle of 2019, Hank Corporation had no clients. It was not doing any business and it was not making any money. So $32,000 couldn't be for any clients of Hank Corporation,
Well,
right?
keep in mind, he may have started off like beginning of 2019, but this was an in-between time when we had just created Hank Corporation and we were hoping that his claims adjustment business was going to flourish. So I don't know what this check is. It could be for anything, but it's
Yeah, let her finish.
but it's not a transfer for sure, because if it was a transfer, then it'll say transfer from HYH to Hank or HYH to Hank. I mean, these bank statements are pretty consistent on what they're noting here. If it says e-deposit branch, then that tells me it's a physical check where I had to go to the bank and make a deposit.
Right. I never said it was a transfer. I'm not
Okay.
really sure why you were talking about that.
Okay.
You're the one that said that you thought it might be from an insurance company or something, and I'm simply pointing out there was no insurance companies doing business with Hank Corporation in November of 2018. Hank Corporation had 0 clients. He didn't even attempt to start that business until the middle of the following year.
I
So-
understand.
Okay, so you would agree with me then that that would not be from any clients or any business dealings from Hank Corporation, even though this is their account?
No, I don't agree with that. It could be for anything. I don't know what the content of this check is. I
Okay.
don't have it in front of me. It could be for his claims adjustment business. It could be for something else. I don't remember, but it's definitely not a transfer, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay. what I'm asking you is, and I agree, it probably was a check, right, in the branch. But you and your husband both testified to two things. Number one, that when the assets of HYH were sold, all of that money, you guys transferred that into your personal accounts, correct?
Correct.
All right, and your husband also testified that some or a lot of that money was used to capitalize and fund Hank Corporation. You remember when he said that yesterday under oath?
I'm sorry, repeat that again. I was
Sure.
thinking about something else.
When I
Sorry.
asked your husband whether or not he used some of the money from the sale of HYH Consulting's book of business to fund Hank Corporation, to capitalize it, he said yes. He testified to that yesterday. Do you remember that?
Well, not entirely, but we may have used some because Hank Corporation was a zero company.
Okay, but do you remember your husband testifying to that yesterday?
I do remember
That was
that.
my
Everyone
question.
heard.
All right.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, for a corporation who has a checking account that seems pretty busy for a company that's never had a client and never actually started operating a business yet, where $32,000 would come from, even assuming that it's one of your checks? That's why I assumed that probably was.
Let her answer the question.
Sure, go ahead.
Without commentary.
Well, again, I don't remember the content of the check because I don't have it in front of me. But like my husband testified yesterday, this was an in-between time for us. He really worked hard. He had to do a lot of things in between the time that we sold the book of business and we were trying to move on. We're doing our best to move on to our property management business, which didn't work out. And we were trying to also move into claims adjustment business. We have 3 kids. We've been working hard, from college to, building up a family. We didn't have any support from anyone. We built it up ourselves. We're always working hard. We're trying to do something to make money somewhere. Again, I don't know the content of this check, but at the time, he probably made money somewhere and brought me the check to deposit.
All right, let's skip on down to November 13th. About 4 or 5 lines down, there's an online transfer to your personal checking account for $3,000. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm guessing you don't recall what that was for.
Well, we just sat down and I don't want to bore the jury with tax lessons, but I see where you're getting at, Mr. Merritt. Could I explain a little bit about these personal transfers and why I don't believe that these are what you're looking for?
Well, first, I'd like an answer to my question.
Okay.
Do you or do you not recall what that was for as we sit here today?
It's a shareholder distribution.
And how can you be sure of that when you haven't been sure about any of these other transactions I've asked you about?
Because it's a personal transfer, whether it was transferred to our credit card to pay our credit card, or whether it was transferred to my personal account, it's probably a shareholder distribution.
So again, how could it be a shareholder distribution? You're talking about profit distribution, correct?
As corporation shareholder, yes.
Right, okay. So how could there be a profit distribution of $3,000 for a corporation that has no clients and isn't doing business? Because your husband testified again yesterday, he didn't even try to make money with this company until the middle of 2019. So how is it?
I don't believe that properly states the testimony from yesterday from Mr. Hahn.
All right, and again, let's try to leave out commentary or characterization and just stick to a question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
You can rephrase.
Okay. Why don't I move on? 2 lines below that, still on November 13th, there is a payment for Amex, Boyan Han, $44.95. Do you see that?
Yes,
All right, and that was a personal card, right?
I would assume so.
Okay. And 2 lines below that, also on November 13th, there's a payment from Hank Corporation's commercial account to your personal Old Navy account. Do you see that for $154?
Yes,
All right, and that is your personal account, correct?
yes.
Okay. Hank Corporation didn't open up any Macy's or Old Navy or Nordstrom cards, did it?
No.
Okay. All right, if you could flip with me to the last page of this exhibit. This is now the statement for Hank Corporation's commercial account for December of 2018, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you see the first transaction there on December 4th. There's a payment from Hank Corporation's commercial account to your personal Nordstrom card again for $38, right?
yes,
All right. And then 2 lines below that, there's a transfer from Hank Corporation's account to the account for Bo Yun Han Agency in the amount of $513.33.
yes,
All right. 3 lines below that on December 13th, another payment to your personal Old Navy card for $67.24, correct?
yes,
All right. And then going down to December 19th, you'll see 2 more payments to your personal Home Depot card in the amounts of $40 and $500. You see that?
yes,
All right. And that's again, that's the same account we were talking about earlier. That's your personal account.
yes.
All right. Now I'm going to give you what I have labeled Plaintiff's Exhibit 28.
Okay.
All right, if you could look at the second page of this exhibit, this would be chronologically, this would be the following statement for Hank Corporation's business operating account for January of 2019, correct?
Yes,
All right. So, all right, if you could go down, well, the first transaction of the new year in 2019, January the 2nd, there's an online transfer from Bo Yun Han Agency, again, in the amount of $3,000. You see that?
yes,
Okay. Just based on the amount, I'm guessing that again was maybe like a shared expense like rent, because that's what you had said earlier for that same amount. Or
Well,
you know,
I don't know if it's rent, but it could have been a shared expense that I recorded somewhere that I had to be paid back.
and then if you could go down to the second and third transactions on January the 7th. You see, there's a couple more payments to your personal Macy's card in the amounts of $27 and another one for $155.05. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. And then right below that, there's a couple of credit card payments to 2 city card accounts. One with your name and one with your husband's name, right?
yes. I'm thinking that city cards may be like Costco credit cards, which I think I have like a corporate card. I'm not sure,
Okay.
but I don't know where these went, to my personal or company.
Okay, gotcha. So if you could go down to January 11th, 2019, there is a deposit from Hank Investments LLC. Do you see that in the amount of $3,000?
Yes,
Right. Now, Hank Investments LLC, I think you testified yesterday, was created for the sole purpose of holding the commercial office space that you and your company operate your businesses out of now, right?
yes,
Okay. But at the time of this transaction, at the time of this transfer, Hank Investments had not yet purchased any commercial property, correct? In January, at the beginning of January 2019?
I'm trying to recall when, I think you're right.
Yeah. I believe you or your husband yesterday said it was actually closer to around like March or April of that year that you guys bought the office building where you're at now.
Yes,
I think it's in Alpharetta.
yes.
Okay. So for a company that was created for a purpose, it was not yet fulfilling. I'm curious, like, what was that deposit for?
Again, long time ago, I don't remember exactly. But it could be like opening deposits. We were probably actively looking at the time. If you remember yesterday, through all the testimonies, we were ready to move out. It was the unit was unoccupiable. We were ready to move out. We served them with a letter in September. By, I think, the first time I reached out to a realtor to actually look around is sometime in October of 2018. We saw some buildings. We incorporated to strictly own whatever building we're going to purchase. And I remember started to look, at the end of 2018. Obviously, it takes time for us to decide on where we're going to go and do we need to do any improvements before we move? There was a lot of moving parts at the time.
What-
So
When you say I'm sorry, when you say improvements, what are you referring to?
for the building that we buy, possible improvements.
Oh, yeah, no, okay, so then that makes sense. But I thought you just told me, I believe you or your husband did yesterday, that in January of 2019, you didn't own any of that commercial office space. That wasn't until a few months later.
Yes, that's true. But this was an in-between time where we had to make accounts, make sure we have enough funds to do transactions.
Like planning ahead.
Planning ahead, yeah. I mean, I don't remember exactly what those are for, but if you were to point those out, it's probably for that purpose because we were getting ready to do a transaction,
Okay,
basically.
so is it fair to say then, based on what you just testified, that this was from, where are we at here? This is from the January 11th of 2019?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that at the time HYH Consulting paid its rent payment to my client for January of 2019, this month, you and your husband were already planning to obtain a commercial office space for Hank Investments to move your companies into?
Yes, I just told the jury that we started looking in October 2018 because it's going to take time for us to look around and make decisions.
Okay. And then if you could go down, the last transaction for January 11th is another payment made by Hank Corporation to HYH Consulting LLC's city credit card account. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this has now been 6-7 months since HYH Consulting had sold its book of business. And Hank Corporation, I guess, is paying off the last part of the balance for HYH Consulting's credit card. Is that correct?
Could be. I'm really not sure.
A couple of transactions below that on January 15th, there's a transfer from Hank Corporation's account to your personal checking account for just over $818. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And also on January 15th, a couple of lines below that, there's a payment from Hank Corporation's commercial account to your personal Home Depot account for $500, right?
Yes.
All right. And then 2 lines below that on January 22nd, there's 2 in a row, one payment from Hank Corporation to your personal Discover card. And then right below that, another payment by Hank Corporation to your personal Home Depot account. Do you see those?
Yes.
Okay. And again, those are both the personal accounts we've been talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If you could turn 2 more pages in Exhibit 28, you'll see this statement for Hank Corporation's commercial operating account for February of 2019,
Yes.
right? Okay. First transaction of the month on February the 4th, another payment by Hank Corporation to your personal Nordstrom card. Do you see that for $38?
Yes.
Okay. And then the very next day, 2 lines down, a payment by Hank Corporation to your personal Macy's account. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Same day, very next transaction, a payment by Hank Corporation to your personal Nordstrom account for $400.
Yes.
See that? Okay. The very next day, February the 6th, 3 lines down, there's a payment by Hank Corporation to your personal Old Navy credit card for $90.67, correct?
Yes.
All right. Right below that, on the same day, February 6, 2019, Hank Corporation made a payment from its commercial operating account to your personal Macy's card for $250, right?
Yes.
All right. And then this one I'm curious about. If we could go down to the 3rd transaction from February the 11th, there's an online transfer from Hank Corporation into the commercial checking account for HYH Consulting LLC, right?
Which one is that?
So this is on February the 11th for $733.96. Online transfer to HYH Consulting LLC business checking.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I do see it.
Okay. So this is February of 2019. HYH Consulting sold its book of business in May 2018. And the last rent payment that HYH Consulting made, we now know, was the month prior to this, January 2019.
Okay.
So what possible purpose could there be for Hank Corporation to transfer $733 into HYH Consulting's account at this point in time,
Wait a minute.
when HYH Consulting was no longer paying rent and no longer doing business?
This is a Hank Corporation account.
Right, putting money into HYH Consulting's account.
Okay. Yeah, again, it's been a while. I don't remember $733.96, but it could be, I want to answer it correctly, Mr. Merritt, but I'm going to do my best. It could be something like, keep in mind that Mr. Santiago still had a balance to pay us. And it could be one of those things where his check came to me and it was wrongfully deposited here, and I probably transferred it back to HYH. I'm just taking the greatest guess I can. But it could be, I mean, keep in mind, among all the things, all the transactions that we're going through, there are withdrawals, but there are deposits too. So there are some deposits that we could make from our personal account to the business account because maybe the balance is low and I need to make a deposit. And sometimes we need to get that money back as well. So,
Right, but when I asked you and your husband
mhm,
multiple times in this lawsuit, both from your deposition, which we've seen,
mhm.
and today and yesterday at this trial, whether or not there was ever times that money was transferred or exchanged, either between your companies or between any of your companies and your personal expenses. You and your husband didn't say, yes, but we kept good records and we always paid it back, or yes, for shared expenses. You unequivocally testified under oath both times. No, never. We didn't do it.
That's correct. I'm going to stick to no because we never commingled. You're looking for commingling. We did not commingle. We made sure, if you look at all of these transactions, there was always in and there was always out. Also, if there was more out, it would be shareholder distribution. I don't want to bore the jury with, tax lesson, but as an S corporation owner, you're entitled to that. And if you own businesses, I don't know how many of you own businesses, but as a tax accountant, I get this question all the time from my clients. Can I move my business, some funds from my business account to my personal account? And it depends. If they have enough basis in the corporation that they own, then they're entitled to a shareholder distribution. If they establish a basis is established by your initial contribution to the S corporation, when you have profits, your basis will go up and you're entitled to that distribution. Now, if your company's not doing so well and you don't have profits and you try to take money out of the bank account, then that's not appropriate. But the IRS allows you to withdraw money if you have enough profits. And as you can see, our companies were not at a minus. We're a pretty profitable company. My husband worked hard. We had enough
Your Honor, I don't think any of
distribution.
this is responsive. I mean, I don't know how long this is going to go on, but none of this is
All right.
responsive to my question.
But it makes
Well,
sense.
Ms. Hahn,
Yes.
you're dealing with something now, so hold up. Mr. Merritt, you can ask your question and we will
Okay.
continue that way.
I want to ask you this. You and your husband, we know you and your husband have personal checking accounts because we've already gone through multiple transactions where you change money between your personal accounts and your corporate accounts. Why would you use a corporate checking account to pay your Nordstrom and Macy's and Home Depot and Discover and American Express cards rather than your personal checking account? Wouldn't that just create extra paperwork?
Well, that's why I had mentioned before that some of these like Nordstrom or Old Navy or Macy's card also have a different logo on them because some of these would be truly a business expense. Like I would go somewhere and purchase something for business and it would be for business, then it would have to be paid back from the business account. There were definitely cases like that. There were some cases where these were considered actual shareholder distribution because I kept meticulous records. I would know by the end of the month, as I reconcile, I would know exactly how much we're entitled for distribution other than our officer payroll. We would have, as an S Corp shareholder, we would have to have an officer payroll going, which we did. After we deduct, we have profit, we deduct all of our expenses, including our office payroll. We have a profit left to take. And we are entitled to take the shareholder distribution.
Right.
And so I paid some of my credit cards with the funds that are left to me for me to take as distribution.
Okay, so your husband, again, your husband testified that until the middle of 2019, Hank Corporation had 0 clients. So is it your testimony today, under oath, that in January and February of 2019, Hank Corporation was issuing profit distributions or paying for legitimate business expenses through your personal Macy's, Nordstrom, Home Depot, and Old Navy cards? What would Hank Corporation, a business with no clients, need for its business from Old Navy?
Objection. Mr. Barrett is continually restate the testimony incorrectly. There was no testimony that there was 0 clients. There was testimony about 0 insurance clients, but no testimony about 0 clients.
All right.
We can have the record read back. I mean, he testified pretty clearly. The jury heard it.
I understand. And the jury will recall the evidence. And Mr. Merritt, I would say instead of just to ask the question instead of
Okay.
having so much preliminary commentary.
Let me ask the question. In February of 2019, this is just a few months after Hank Corporation was created for the first time, what legitimate business expenses would Hank Corporation have needed to purchase from Old Navy or Macy's?
Again, I'm going to go back to my testimony. It may not necessarily have been Old Navy.
You're just guessing.
I am taking a guess because this is 6 years ago. I don't recall.
Okay. What we do know is there were expenses from the commercial account of Hank Corporation to Old Navy. We do know that.
Well, to pay the credit card, yes.
Okay. And yeah, your personal card. And you said those could be for business expenses. And I'm genuinely curious, what business expenses could Hank Corporation have had in February of 2019 at Old Navy?
I don't know. It could be business supplies. It could be many things. I
Business
can't
supplies
recall.
From Old Navy?
Like I said, I'm going to do it again.
Okay.
It could not be Old Navy. It could possibly be at some other retailer.
Okay.
Old Navy cards are not just for Old Navy.
I don't think,
Old Navy cards have a Visa logo on it where you can be spending it at Costco or Kroger or Publix or Office Depot. You can use an Old Navy card everywhere if it's got a Visa logo on it. I think that's common to everybody.
okay. Going down to the bottom of this page on February 19th, see a couple of more expenditures to your personal Home Depot account for $540.56, another one for $33. You see those?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you could just flip 2 more pages. I'm looking at March of 2019. Tell me when you're there.
Sorry, these letters are so small.
I know, I had no control over the size of the font, and I'm sorry for that. So if you could look the second line down, another payment to your personal Nordstrom card for $38. You see that?
Which page are we on?
March of 2019.
Page 2.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, page 2 of March of 2019. We're still in Hank Corporation's commercial operating account, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you'll see the second line down. There's a payment to your personal Nordstrom card for $38. Right below that, a payment to your personal Macy's card for $27. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the line right below that, it says WOFC SET auto loan, Bo Yun Han, for $1,124.08. You see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that was for? Looks like a car payment.
Yeah, it looks like a car payment.
Okay. Was that for your personal vehicle?
I don't remember what car this was for. Was
Did
it
Hank,
for-
did Hank Corporation have any vehicles titled in its company name in March of 2019?
I'm trying to think because we do have a car right now, so I don't want to get confused. Um, think this was under our personal name at the time.
Okay. And if you could look down on March 11th, the second transaction, there's an
Okay.
online transfer from Hank Investments for 2,500. You see that?
Uh-huh. Yes.
It says architects. Was that, I'm guessing that was related to this, to a building that you were looking at, maybe building or acquiring?
Yes, this is March 31st, 2019. Yes,
Okay.
it says architects.
I mean, if that's the case, that
Mhm.
would make sense to me if
Mhm.
this was a payment from Hank Corporation to Hank Investments, because Hank Investments was created to be the landlord for your companies, right? To hold and own the commercial office building that you guys now rent
Yes.
from yourself. So it would make sense if it went the other way. I'm a little confused why Hank Investments, which at this time, as we've established, didn't own any property yet, why would Hank Investments be paying Hank Corporation $2,500 in March of 2011?
Honestly, until I look at all of the bank transactions, I couldn't tell you, Mr. Barrett.
Okay,
I don't remember.
all right. And then just a couple of lines down, still on March 11th, another payment from this commercial account to your personal Macy's card for $150. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go down on March 12th, the second transaction, there's another payment by Hank Corporation to HYH Consulting's City card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so with HYH Consulting having sold its book of business in May of 2018, and we've already seen that HYH Consulting just the following month after this, in April of 2019, filed its notice of dissolution with the Secretary of State. You recall seeing that corporate document?
Yes.
How long was it after you guys had moved out of the Crescent building and HYH Consulting had sold its book of business? Did HYH Consulting continue maintaining financial accounts in its own name?
I don't remember. Probably, I want to say a couple months after we sold or after we, yeah, I think I would say a couple months.
Okay, well, obviously not after you sold, because that was in May, that was almost a
No,
year
it's not
before this.
after. Sorry.
Yeah, after you like moved out? Or stopped paying rent, I guess?
After I moved out and maybe after I terminated the corporation, I may have left the account open for a little bit for like some existing withdrawals that may happen from, some transactions are left. Obviously, just because you close if you sold a company, you don't just close down the bank account because you might have some other transactions that come in and out, so.
I'm curious if HYH Consulting dissolved in April of 2019, and it had already sold its book of business. What money would be expected to come in outside of maybe like a GIA payment on that promissory note? Would that have been it?
Exactly. GIA, they defaulted on us. They stopped paying. And we probably at the time left the HYH Consulting open, hoping that we would be able to collect on this person. But by this time, between 2018 and 19, there was a lot of things happening, obviously, like you heard. And because he stopped paying, by this time, I didn't really feel the need to have HYH Consulting open because there was nothing to, there was no ins and outs anymore, no transactions to go after.
Okay, and so you were mentioning that you had left some of the bank accounts open for HYH for a little while, just in case there were any like residual transactions that needed to go through that, I guess?
Possibly.
Okay, so the one we just looked at was another payment made by Hank Corporation to HYH Consulting's credit card, right? So I guess same question for you, like how long did HYH Consulting have outstanding credit card debt?
I don't know exactly, but you have to remember credit cards are, even if it's under a business name, just because you sell the business or close the business, I mean, Citibank is not gonna call me and say, "Hey, your company is now closed." So, I mean, they're not gonna do that. I may not have been that perfect person calling Citibank and telling them, "Hey, I'm gonna close this account." In fact, I may have actually called Citibank, the Costco card, telling them to change my business name from from this, or I remember going to Costco to discuss this, change the HYH to my personal name, something like that. But obviously, as we can see on the bank statement, by March 2019, maybe that was not done yet.
Okay. So let's go down to March the 15th. There are 2 transactions back to back on that day, each of them transferring $2,000 into this account for Hank Corporation. One of those $2,000 deposits came from Hank Investments LLC. The other $2,000 came from HYH Consulting LLC. Do you see those?
Yes,
And it just says shared expense, I guess.
yes.
Shared EXP, I'm guessing that's expense.
Mhm.
Any idea what the $4,000 would be for a shared expense between HYH Consulting LLC, Hank Investments LLC, and Hank Corporation LLC? And the reason why I'm asking that is at this time in March of 2019,
Mhm.
Hank Corporation didn't have any insurance clients and wasn't really making a profit. Hank Investments didn't yet own any office buildings. And so I don't know what they would have had to share an expense with HYH Consulting 2 for.
Again, 2019, very hard to recall why I pressed the button to do the transfers. But just like it says, it could be a shared expense. Possibly, I'm just thinking off of my head, to maintain the balance of this account and thinking of the expenses that we had for these other companies that Hank had to pay for. I'm probably paying that back.
Okay, so you think it possibly could be that the other 2 companies put money into this company's commercial account so that it would have enough money to pay obligations or?
This company?
Yeah,
What's
Hank
this
Corporation.
company?
That's this is Hank Corporation's account, right?
Okay.
And so you just said, unless I misunderstood you, it could have been that these 2 companies put money into Hank Corporation's account so that Hank Corporation's account would have enough money in it for upcoming transactions or something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
Possibly upcoming transactions, like you said. It could possibly also be certain expenses that Hank Corporation paid on behalf of the expenses that were going on at the time for Hank Investment and HYH Consulting second. But again, I want to clarify to the jury that I have separate bank accounts, I have separate QuickBooks accounts, managing all of this and keeping track of what kind of expenses were for Hank Investment, what kind of expenses were for HYH Consulting 2, and what expenses for Hank Corporation. So these happened for a specific reason. It says shared expenses on it. That's probably what it is.
Okay, so we've gone over some testimony already where you were already asked at your deposition back in June of 2024 about a lot of these same transactions, looking at these same documents, right?
You mean the
These bank
deposition?
statements. Yes.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, and you were asked about a lot of these, and even back then,
Mm.
a lot of your responses were that you couldn't recall why the money
Ah.
was coming back and forth between the companies or between the companies and you and your husband's personal expenses.
Mhm.
Is there a reason why, since you had already been questioned about a lot of this stuff
Mhm.
previously in this case,
Mhm.
and we had requested all documents related to these transactions, if you had kept meticulous records explaining these expenses and showing that they were all proper and they weren't commingling,
Mhm.
why would you have produced those?
Produce what?
these documents, these records that you claim to have kept showing the propriety of all of these transfers and expenses?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
Sure, so
Mhm.
I'm sorry, let me just explain.
Okay,
Like I said a moment ago, a lot of the questions I'm asking you today, and we can go over the record if you want, but we've already gone over a couple. I've asked you a lot of these same questions back at your deposition.
Mhm.
And even back then, you couldn't recall the details of these. It was a lot of guesswork, like I
Mhm.
think there's been today. But you consistently state that you have maintained meticulous records and nothing improper was done, right?
Yes,
So the deposition transcript that we've looked at, you were deposed twice in this case. The one that we've looked at is from June of 2024.
Mhm.
All right, it's been a long time since that took place. Is there a reason why, since we've requested all documents related to these transactions in this case, and you kept meticulous records, why wouldn't you have produced those records to us?
I gave you all the records. What did I not produce? I'm not understanding that part.
So what you didn't produce was any records showing what these transactions were for and why they were proper and whether or not they were repaid to the party that received or transferred them.
You know, I felt like I was getting audited by the IRS, even worse. You guys asked for so much document. I mean, we're here to tell the jury how
You know, this,
unoccupiable that
responsive at all
space
to
was,
my-
but it became a worse than IRS audit. You guys asked for everything. I produced everything that I can. I did not withhold any information from you. And it's your job to discover
We'll
whatever
stop
you
there.
could discover.
Tom,
Yes.
we'll stop there.
Okay.
You ask open-ended questions, you get open-ended answers, Mr. Merritt.
All right, let's go down to March 11th still. All right, there's another payment kind of in the middle of all these March 11th transactions. There's another payment to your personal Macy's card for $150. Do you see that?
March 11th,
Mhm.
I do.
Okay. And then go down to March 19th. Again, two payments on the same day to your personal Home Depot account for $28 and $472. You see that?
I do.
All right. And then a couple below that, there's a payment for $259 to your personal Discover card, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to come back to this, but why don't we turn All right, why don't we turn near the back of this exhibit and look at the statement for November of 2019. It's 3 pages from the very end.
Okay.
Tell me when you're there.
Okay.
Right, and you should still also have Plaintiff's Exhibit 24 up there somewhere. I don't know if they're in order or not. If you could just check and see if you could find that as well.
$24. Yes.
Okay.
Got it.
So I think it's undisputed at this point that you and your husband together at different times have created, dissolved, owned, and operated various companies and different types of companies, LLCs, S corps. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And doing tax and accounting work, you have generally managed the books, and so you're familiar with the records that need to be kept and maintained when you create, operate, and eventually dissolve a company. Fair?
Yes.
All right. So I assume that you're familiar with the process when you wind down and dissolve a company and you have to file your notice of dissolution with the Secretary of State, that you have to include in that notice a sworn statement that at the time of dissolution, under oath, that corporation or company that's being dissolved has no outstanding debts or liabilities or obligations that you're aware of, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see your husband testified to this on Exhibit 24 when HYH Consulting LLC filed its notice of termination with the Secretary of State on April 16th, 2019. It contained that statement under oath that all known debts, liabilities, and obligations of this limited liability company have been paid, discharged, or barred. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Did I read that correctly?
I believe so.
Okay. So my question is, why would you and your husband make that statement under oath about HYH Consulting when, as you can see on this page, in November, 6 months, 7 months after this, Hank Corporation is still making payments on HYH Consulting's credit card account? You can see down on November 12th, the fourth transaction down, yet another payment to the HYH Consulting LLC Citi card, correct? In the amount of $276.34. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so why would you guys, in April, months before this payment was made, certify under oath to the Secretary of State that HYH Consulting has no outstanding debts whatsoever when months later you're still paying on the company credit card?
Mr. Merritt, I don't have any control over how Wells Fargo lists. This is not something that I list. They list it here. When I make a transaction, they list it on the statement to whatever it used to be or whatever they have on record. I did testify to the jury just a few minutes ago that I went to Costco myself and I tried to change it to my personal name. First of all, it's personally guaranteed. We all know if you have a Costco card, when you actually make the application, it may be under the corporation's name or the LLC's name, but you have to make personal guarantees. So I do remember going to Costco and telling them to transfer it under my personal name. Unfortunately, when I make payments to these accounts, they're not gonna do these things right away. We all know that. It's very common. It's very general that these people, I can't control what Wells Fargo posts here, and I can't control how Costco operates.
That's not what I'm,
So-
none of that is what I'm asking you. And
Mhm.
I try to listen to my question. Are you denying that this card, that this account was in the name of HYH Consulting LLC?
I'm not sure because I don't remember when I went to Costco to actually request them.
You're not sure if you're denying that? My question is, are you denying that this account was in the name of HYH Consulting LLC?
I'm not sure at this time you're pointing at sometime in November of 2019. I'm not sure that Costco had already changed it to my personal name and they're still listed in here as HYH Consulting. I have absolutely no control over that.
Okay. Gotcha. But is it fair to say that in April, you had reason to believe that the name of the account was still in HYH Consulting LLC?
In April,
Mhm.
I'm not sure. I may have gone before or after April, but there was no debt at the time
Even though
to
payments,
Citibank.
even though payments were being made on the HYH Consulting card every month during 2019?
I don't know if it was every month or how often it was, but when we terminated the HYH Consulting LLC, I did not believe we had any balance owed to anyone.
Okay. Do you believe that you had an obligation to confirm that that change had been made, that the company in fact had no outstanding debt before you certified under oath to the Secretary of State that the company had no outstanding debt?
Maybe, but I could have gone before 2019 April to make those changes to Citibank, and they may have already done it at the time. I don't remember the time I went to request that. But I probably believed as I'm terminating that I don't owe any money to anyone.
All right. Why don't we look up on the same page, let's stay on the same page and go up to the fifth transaction down on November 4th, 2019.
Okay.
It says recurring transfer to HYH Consulting LLC business checking, $100. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I hate to sound like a broken record, but again, this is now months after over a year after HYH Consulting sold its business, months after HYH Consulting officially dissolved, and yet you still have a recurring transfer from Hank Corporation into HYH Consulting's operating account. Why would that be?
I think the $100 was to have the HYH Consulting checking account stay afloat. I mean, it's a small amount. Again, I'm just taking a guess. But when you have an account that you're planning to close, and if you have like no balance in there, and you just never know if, you just never know if there's going to be a transaction. So I may have made a transfer. I'm not sure.
How could there be a transaction for a company that hasn't existed in half a year?
I don't have control over other vendors. It could be anything. I mean, I've been in business with HYH Consulting. Obviously we signed a lease with you guys with American Capital back in 2012. From 2012 to 2019, I mean, that's a pretty long time. We probably have a lot of vendor relationships. I just never know. And I wanted to, have the account open. Obviously, that's probably why I made that little transfer of $100.
In November of 2019, HYH didn't exist. Did it have any vendors at that time?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you go down a little bit more, 3-4 lines, still on November, the last transaction on November 4th, excuse me, there is a withdrawal for $200 that is a Venmo to your personal Venmo account. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was that for?
Again, 2019, I'm not sure. Could be a shareholder distribution. Venmo is probably, Venmo had probably been, I mean, everybody knows what a Venmo is, probably been introduced at the time. I'm really not sure, Mr. Merritt.
Okay. And if you go down a couple lines down on the second transaction on May 5th, there's another payment to your personal Macy's card. You see that, $27?
Yes.
Okay. If you go down the last transaction on November 12th, there's a payment to your personal American Express for $1,000. You see that?
Yes.
All right. And then again, November 19th, a few lines down, there's another payment to your personal Home Depot account. Again, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go 2 pages past this. December of 2019 for Hank Corporation's operating account.
Okay.
All right. So if you go about halfway down the transactions from December 3rd, you see another payment to your personal Nordstrom account for $54.15, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right below that, another payment, $251 to your personal Amex.
Yes.
All right. And the same exact amount, another payment to your personal Amex right below that, $251.14.
Yes.
Okay. 2 days later, December the 5th, 2 more payments to your personal Macy's card, $124.78 and $27, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go down the third from the last transaction on December the 6th, the next day. another transfer into HYH Consulting LLC business checking for $500. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea why we're still putting hundreds of dollars into a checking account for a business that doesn't exist? No idea?
I don't remember that particular transaction. Again, it could be, I mean, keep in mind HYH Consulting LLC's checking account was still open at the time. So it could be something that we're paying back to them. I don't know.
Okay, let's go down to December 11th, second transaction. Another payment to HYH Consulting City credit card, $287.65. You see that?
Yes,
So it looks like they still haven't changed the name by December.
I don't know.
Okay. The last transaction on the page, $62.46 with the Old Navy Visa. That's your personal Old Navy account, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Think that was probably a business expense?
I'm thinking yes.
Oh. And what would lead you to think that?
It's a small amount, number one. It could be an office supply that I use my Old Navy Visa for. I'm just taking a guess. Again, very long time ago.
Okay. Give you what I've marked as plaintiff's exhibit 29.
Okay.
Right, so now we're in 2020. Still, we're in Hank Corporation's commercial operating account, but now we've gone into the year 2020, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if you could just turn to page 2 of this exhibit. We're in January of 2020 for Hank Corporation's commercial operating account, correct?
Yes.
All right. Once again, second day of the year, January 2nd, there's a payment to your personal Venmo for $200. Any idea what that was for?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. January the 3rd, 2020. The next to the last transaction, another recurring payment of $100 to HYH Consulting LLC business checking for a shared expense. Any idea what expense Hank Corporation could be sharing with a company that hasn't existed in a year at this point?
Again, same thing. Probably transfer that money to just never know, to have the account stay afloat.
Okay.
It's the same thing that I cannot recall. I'm sorry.
Right. Going down to January the 13th. Another payment, $278.83 on HYH Consulting LLC's Citi card. See that?
Yes.
Okay, so as of January of 2020, it looks like HYH Consulting still has a credit card account open in its name. Is that fair to say?
Well, that's not fair to say because I had just told the jury that I don't have control over how they print things out.
Right, but at least according to the bank records, it appears to still be in
Well-
HYH Consulting's name. You'd agree with that?
Wells Fargo chose to put HYH Consulting, and that's fine. Costco Citi card, they decided to keep HYH on there. I don't have control over that.
Okay. You understand though, like Wells Fargo doesn't choose what these descriptions are. It goes off of the vendor that it transacts these businesses.
Well, I don't know. Well, I'm not Wells Fargo, so I don't know, but they decided to print that. I don't have control over what they print.
Okay.
I think the jury knows that.
Do you think Wells Fargo decided to put HYH Consulting's name on there? Was that a decision that Wells Fargo made?
Well, when we first opened the account probably had HYH Consulting in it, and Wells Fargo never maybe changed it. I don't know. Again, I don't know their process. I don't know their operations.
Okay. If you could turn to the next page, third line down, actually the first line, there. That's a payment, $500. I almost missed that, to your personal Home Depot card for $500, right?
Where is that one at?
The very next page,
Okay,
page
next
3 of
page.
4, Hank Corporation's making another payment to your personal Home Depot account, right?
Yes.
$500?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then 2 lines below that, Hank Corporation's making a payment on your personal Discover card for $1,000, correct?
Yes, and if I may explain the Home Depot around this time, I can, tell you for sure that these were probably, you know, because this is January 2020. So there was a lot of things going on in our building because we had just moved in and, I'm sure it was something like that because Home Depot had like a special going on with no interest and things like that. I probably made a larger purchase beginning of 2019. And Hand Corporation probably had to do some, repairs and, whatever whatever their business needs were, they were doing some things. And Home Depot card was used at Home Depot, and I think those are one of the payments. It kind of reminded me because of the amount. But I'm just trying to do my best to answer
Yeah,
your
that's
question.
fine. You kept saying, I can say for sure, but it
Yeah.
sounds like you're guessing. You can't be
Yeah.
100% certain what that's for, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at timeline. I'm just trying to give you the best answer I can because of the timeline, because I think during this time is when we were trying to settle in and we probably had a lot of purchases at Home Depot. And I feel like we were probably on that no interest plan and we were just paying the $500 or whatever dollar we specified.
I'm not going to go through all these transactions, but why don't we just look at one more page?
All right,
All
sure.
right, let's keep turning the pages until you get to the statement for Hank Corporation's commercial operating account for July of 2020. Tell me when you're there, page 2 of 4.
Okay.
All right. So go down on July 2nd, like the 4th, 5th line down, a payment to your personal Home Depot card in the amount of $4,800.05. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And look at this, July 3rd, another recurring transfer to HYH Consulting LLC's business checking account. Again, HYH Consulting has not existed at this point for a couple of years. It was dissolved in April of 2019, sold its business in May of 2018. Any idea why in the summer of 2020, you're still putting money into a commercial bank account for a company that hasn't existed in any form in months? Years, actually?
I'm going to give you the same reason. HYH Consulting's checking account was probably still open. Maybe I was hoping that Santiago would pay. I don't know. It was still open. It's a small amount of $100, probably deposited in there just in case. I didn't want to get the account to a minus status.
Are you aware that a couple of the, I believe most of the payments that were being made, well, first, strike that.
Mhm.
I know you guys had to sue GIA because they didn't pay on the note, right? I don't want to get too much into that, but I think you and your husband did say that they did make a couple of payments before they eventually defaulted, right?
They did.
Okay. I know that going through these bank records, I noticed that some of the payments that were made by GIA directly into Hank Corporation's operating account, right?
I don't recall
You don't recall any of that?
specifically. No.
Okay. So even if let's just assume that you were keeping HYH Consulting's commercial account open just in the event that GIA was going to make another payment on their promissory note.
Okay.
Okay. That still doesn't explain to me why Hank Corporation continues depositing $100 into that account. You can keep an account open without Hank Corporation spending its money to fund that account.
Yeah, I mean, obviously HYH Consulting account is closed by now.
Well,
So
it's not because you're still putting money into it.
no, I'm talking about now,
Oh,
like
now- oh, right
present
now, okay.
time, present time. So I'm not going to be able to go into my Wells Fargo account and look up everything. You know, honestly, I really can't recall why the $100 was there. It's, I honestly think it was just to deposit to make it stay afloat. That's the only best answer I could give you, because I just didn't want the account to go minus. I mean, it's not thousands of dollars, it's $100. At some point you realize, oh, this bank account had bank fees or something that, you know, that debited, and I want to just put some money in there to have it stay afloat. I mean, that's my honest answer to you, Mr. Merritt. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. If you could go down to the first transaction on July 8th, 2020.
Are we still on the, okay, July?
July of 2020, Hank Corporation Commercial Operating Account. I'm looking at the first transaction listed on the statement for July 8th.
July 8th, okay.
All right. So there's an online transfer in the amount of $2,000 to your personal checking account. Do you see that?
Yes,
All right. And it says borrow in the memo field. You see that?
yes.
Okay. Assuming that that's what this is for, and I don't know, but assuming that this was money that you that Hank Corporation was lending to you or your husband personally, would there have been a promissory note or some sort of contract or a document that was signed to memorialize that obligation?
I mean, I can't tell you, you know, the reason why I use the word borrow. But it is definitely a transfer from this account to our personal account. At some point, it could be actually reversed. It's money that we let the company use, and now we're getting it back. There could be many situations. I couldn't tell you exactly. And it could also be something that we're entitled to, like we discussed. It could be a distribution that I wanted to take. I couldn't tell you. Again, it's a very long time ago. And if it was a borrowed money, like you were saying, no, I don't have like a instrument that says I'm borrowing this from this corporation.
Okay.
But we probably paid it back at some point.
Probably.
Mhm.
If this was a profit distribution, is there any reason why you would have put borrow in the memo field?
Well, that's what I'm not sure. Again, it's been a while. You know, I really couldn't tell you honestly. But let's just say it's not distribution and it's borrow, like it says. Then it would have been either paid back or it could be something that we're returning reversely. So it could be, I'm just taking a wild guess here.
Okay. All right, this time I'd like to move to tender plaintiffs' exhibits 27, 28, 29, and 30 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Okay.
How much longer, Mr. Merritt?
I'm actually done. I'm no further questions at this time.
All right. Any examination on your part, Mr. Devon? All right. How much, any rough estimate of time? I just want to give the jury an option to break if they need to.
That would be great.
Any estimate on time though?
5 minutes or whatever the jury needs.
We want to take, but you'd be done after 5?
Oh, no. My estimate about a time that would probably have questions for would be, I'd say 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. Let's take 5. Members of the jury, let us know when you're ready to proceed. All right. We're off the record. Ms. Han, you can step down if you need to briefly.
Sorry, Your Honor. I thought you were asking how long for a bathroom break.
No, that I can take a stab at a guesstimation. But let's try to keep it close to 5 and we'll see and resume when the jury wants us to. Madam Court Reporter, I'll give you Court's Exhibit 2 to hang on to. And when that light's on, I'll bring them back in.
Like for
Some of them
your,
might
for your
be very
defense?
Short, like, yeah, they make like 30 minutes.
You can do whatever you want. No, yeah, it's your show.
I don't know. You're gonna have a redirect probably.
I may have one or two, I may not, but I'm gonna rest when I'm done with it, when,
Yeah, I told one witness to be down here about 10:30, so we're pretty close to being on time.
okay. Did you look at the verdict form from the court?
I haven't.
I've got a couple of issues with it just because, and I think you might too, because it's kind of confusing.
I haven't looked at it yet.
Okay. I had like hundreds and more transactions, but I mean, it's something. Yeah, it's like a snooze fest. I didn't want to go a little overboard just to cement. There's no explaining. Mhm. And I didn't, and I don't want to look like a bully.
Wants to, the girl me.
Mhm.
Yeah, we got 20 buildings. Business.
Oh, I know.
She doesn't remember. Yeah.
I'm gonna point that out.
And nothing's like $500. It's like, listen, it's not $47.17. You bought like, it's like, you're just transferring money. You're right. Pay it all.
Yeah. So the
You're not buying them. You're, you know. I laughed out loud the first time. Buy Kohl's.
FYI,
or Old Navy or something.
streaming.
I'm sorry?
I said FYI, we're still streaming. The mics are hot.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Oh my gosh, this was. Ooh. Too many of those breast strips. I'm gonna have the freshest breath you've ever smelled for the next 15 minutes.
The jury will smell
Oh, for sure. I just accidentally ate like 6 at one time. Good Lord.
it. I can't believe how long it takes to get out.
Yes. Do you go up to Gwinnett?
Now I'm in Marietta. I live in like East Cal Roswell area.
Oh, and you work in Duluth?
Yeah.
Ugh,
I know.
it sounds terrible.
This is a nightmare.
I mean, I had to be in Beaufort to watch my daughter cheer right after I left.
Yeah.
And it took me an hour and 40 minutes to get home from here to Beaufort. Normally from here it'd be like an hour.
Yeah.
Awful. I'm so sick of Atlanta traffic.
Oh, I know. At least I'm using like 285 or back roads to get to Duluth, but. Yeah.
I got it. I don't think they gotta realize sometimes when I'm upset, I'm just like the little thing was when he's suing the GIA, so he's suing them because they signed a contract, they didn't honor that contract promise, right? You know, enforce it. And I'm gonna tell them, you know, they didn't do a problem. Hiring attorneys, you know, courts, whatever they want to enforce their rights. So they came after my client to make sure that they got fairly compensated for his medical bills or whatever. When they didn't get paid the money they wrote, they didn't hesitate to file a lawsuit and get a judgment. And they went after their fees. Yeah.
Same attorney, right?
No, different attorney, but still. I mean, I could be wrong. But I wasn't like looking at the jury. And I didn't want to start getting too sarcastic, but I was getting frustrated with how evasive she was.
Yeah.
Okay. Did the jury were they not liking my tone?
I didn't.
Could you tell? Or were they just bored to tears? They're probably like, oh my God.
There was a few of them that were bored to tears, but I think overall, they were taking notes. I mean,
Yeah, good.
there was gonna be rolling their eyes. And just kind of.
Yeah. Nobody was smirking?
Not really, no.
Okay.
A few times they looked over at me, didn't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I did laugh. Said something with
Yeah, at Old Navy, that's a business expense, $6, $7 at Old Navy, yeah. You guys buying your tax and tax and accounting supplies at Macy's and Nordstrom? Yeah. No, you're. Yeah, do it.
Every single thing we have here. I want to.
I just had judge for now, how we can't, they don't have as many resources as us, ask for cheat sheets for adoptions. Other than,
If I go with the experience, what's the domestic ones?
let's see.
I know for Ames was just 900.
Why did I end up saying that? Oh, because in the afternoon I was speaking at a thing at the state bar. I mean, how many defaults are we talking? Are we talking about condo defaults?
Yeah, I just wondering now, but I can see the emails.
Sure, Miguel.
So Cheryl, how about this? Let's ask.
That's a criminal.
It is. It is. Oh, well, let's do this then. Let's just do lunch. That's just the defaults, 29th over lunch hour.
Right. Oh, you said 29.
29th, yeah. 29th, 12 o'clock, something like that, or 12:30. Okay, here they are. You can bring them in, Deputy Scott. Mr. DeBon, I'm just looking forward and planning for the afternoon. I just wanted to inquire, is the lay witness or non-party witness you're planning to call, would that be Representative Park? State Rep Sam Park?
No.
Okay.
Just happens to be.
Somebody else, okay. Just knew we'd have to be dealing with session issues if that was the case. And this seems like a Gwinnett County case anyway, so. I would ask, we ready? All right, we're back on the record. All parties and counsel are present. Ms. Hahn, if you could retake the stand, and we'll bring in the jury.
Your Honor, at this time, since there's a fact witness here, I'd like to invoke the rule of sequestration.
All right. Mr. Bond, is this someone you intend to call?
Yes. Last week, Jared.
If you could ask him to step out then.
I didn't see week party, but you're in the right spot, that place. Sounds good.
All right, we'll consider the rule invoked under Rule 615. All right, thank you. Please be seated. We're back on the record. Mr. DeBon, your witness.
Denise, do you believe that you've complied with all discovery requests from the plaintiff in this case?
More than enough.
Did they ever request any QuickBook records from you?
No.
And do you rely on bank statements in order to answer the questions that Mr. Merritt was asking you, or would you typically be referring to your QuickBook records?
It's hard to answer questions from the bank statement. I would definitely have to look back at my QuickBooks records and the journal entry that I did.
And does the bank allow you to make some notations on your bank statements?
Yes, if any of you guys have a Wells Fargo account and when we make certain transfers, there is a part where you can kind of make a note to yourself.
Is that as extensive as the options of notes that you can use for QuickBooks?
Yes.
Let me
Oh,
rephrase the question.
I'm sorry.
Is the bank system of putting notes as extensive as the system in QuickBooks
Oh.
to making notes?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question correctly. No,
question.
it's not.
And you were asked in regards to Exhibit 27. Do you still have, can you pull that up in front of you? Exhibit 27 was a bank statement from Wells Fargo for October of 2018.
Got it.
And if you could turn third page in, November, page 2. Mr. Mayor asked you about a transaction on November 5th in the amount of $32,158 being deposited into the Hank bank account. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you also see that on November 13th, there is a transfer out of Hank Corporation in the amount of $31,158 with a notation checking Mark Tech flood premium? You see
Yes.
that?
I do.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to what that transaction was all about?
Yes, it does. That is a check from client that he wrote to us for his flood premium for $32,158. And we had to pay that same amount to the carrier to pay their flood premium.
And Mr. Merritt was asking that whether or not Hank transacted zero business and had zero clients when it first started operating. Is that accurate?
I don't think that's accurate because now we know that Rick had collected a flood premium of 32,000 from a client.
And you've been present when your husband testified previously
Yes.
earlier in this case, right?
Yes.
Did your husband ever maintain any type of claims business activity?
Yes. During this time, I believe he had some.
So is the claims business activity separate from the insurance sales that was sold to Gwinnett Insurance Associates?
Completely separate. That's not part of the sale.
And did that portion of the business continue even though HYH sold its book of insurance business?
Yes, it did. The claims adjusting, yes.
And did your husband engage in any other types of business activities after the insurance book of business was sold to Gwinnett Insurance?
Yes, like I mentioned, the claims adjusting business, and obviously the TMS business, which is a property management business.
Tell me a little bit more about the TMS property management business. What was the plan for that?
Well, two other partners were involved. They were obviously friends, like we testified. And the three of them wanted to, just like American Capital Properties, we wanted to manage properties. There's a lot of, in the Duluth area, in Gwinnett County, there are many building owners, and property management does the title says. We basically manage property for owners of buildings. We collect rent. We take care of the building's maintenance. We also pay their expenses. There's a lot of bookkeeping also can be involved. Some real estate, rental. We put some buildings out for rental and collect commission from there. I mean, there's a lot of activities that we wanted to do. We planned it. But, from the beginning, these things happened in the building, from the ceiling collapsing and just not being able to meet in the office, especially the conference room was very severe, and we could not hold meetings in there. All the other rooms are smaller rooms, which is like geared for one person. And when you have all this smell going on, when you have HVAC problems, it's just very hard to get together. Everybody, I mean, some of you, I believe, are real estate agents, and you're always kind of out in the field. Sean probably didn't even want to come in sometimes. And Rachel also, she was a certified public accountant, and she took care of most of our accounting side of the property management business. But there was a lot of times that she didn't want to come in, and she just wanted to work out of home or meet clients outside of the suites.
Why didn't they want to come in?
Because it was unbearable. I mean, they could not work in their offices.
Why could they not
Because-
work in their offices?
Because of all the smells, all the damages that were going on in their suites. I mean, especially the conference room. I mean, it's
What
always
damages were going on in their suites?
sorry,
What damages were going on in their suites?
water leaks. There was smell. Carpet was wet. When you smell something bad, you suspect mold. They did not feel safe. It's irritating. There's noise. There is a particular ticking noise, some kind of a ticking noise on the TMS side as well. And they, at some point, I think closer to the time that they stopped, they didn't want to pay rent anymore. That ticking sound was so bad on that side. They kind of felt like, is this ceiling going to come down at some point? And they were just afraid to be there. Because it happened before, and it's going to happen again. It felt like it's going to happen again.
When you say the ceiling is going to come down again, what do you mean?
Because the ceiling had come down due to water leaks from the roof. there were many incidents happened already. So they were they never know which ceiling is going to come down at one time.
Did TMS ever fully move into their space even?
They did move in, but a lot of their stuff was damaged by the time that they wanted to get out, I guess.
You were asked by Mr. Merritt about furniture being left in the space. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you describe to us when you rented the space, did you rent it empty or was it something different?
When we first occupied the TMS side, again, it was an extension to what we had already occupied. When we opened up that space, there was stuff there already that the prior tenants had left. I don't remember the name of the company, but it's like Click something, but they probably rented that whole space out and they had left their stuff there as well.
What type of stuff did they leave there?
They left furniture, they left chairs, they left some of their bookcases, they left some equipments.
You were asked also specifically about the reception desk, that you didn't remove the reception desk. Was that your reception desk?
Well, that part was pretty ridiculous because that reception desk is kind of built in. And I'm surprised that Mr. Walker kind of did not know that because that reception desk is actually it's not a movable thing. It was fixed to the suite, which
Was it yours?
No, it was not ours. It was already there when we decided to lease the space.
So the stuff that was left behind, did you leave that behind also because it wasn't your items?
Correct.
You weren't just trying to be a vengeful, vindictive tenant and leaving the landlord with an unkept place full of your stuff.
No, we had absolutely no intention. I mean, if there was one thing, there were stuff that was damaged from all the water damages that we had from the ceiling. We didn't want to take them. And for example, the conference table was terribly damaged. We didn't want to take them. It's a very huge table. It was warping from the center to the side. I mean, it was too big for us to even take it out of the suite. It was damaged because of the landlord. So we wanted to leave it there.
Being marked as Exhibit D 12A. Can you identify what that's a photograph of?
This is the conference table that we just talked about.
And are you familiar with what that looked like at the time that the picture was taken?
Yes.
And was the photo altered or changed in any way?
No.
And what's the purpose of offering that exhibit for the jury to see?
To show the jury how the conference table looked like at the time.
And you mentioned was the conference table usable when it was warped or not usable?
It was not usable.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of D12A.
No objection.
Admitted.
So what ended up ultimately happening with the relationship between TMS and your husband and yourself?
Oh, is that? I'm sorry. I missed
What
that.
ultimately ended up happening with the relationship between TMS and you and your husband?
Well, Sean and Rachel, who were the other two partners, they were pretty upset from the beginning when we moved in. Because we're the ones that introduced this building to them. We're expecting a very high class office space, and we were happy there. So we brought them in to partner up with them and hopefully be able to venture into a new business. But from the start, with all these things happening, they were upset. And things just didn't turn out the way we wanted to. And because we were not meeting as much, because some of these clients were complaining a lot as they're coming in to drop off checks and things like that, the relationship went sour.
And as a result of that relationship going sour, how did that affect your husband's plans of pursuing the property management business?
Well, he's obviously not in the property management business now. So, what we intended to do, our goals, as we're selling the book of business that we owned in the insurance company, as we're moving on to our claims adjustment and real estate property management, to be more specific, didn't turn out successful for him.
And you signed your amendment to extend your lease at the same time that TMS signed their lease, correct?
Yes.
Was that with a specific plan of being able to pursue a property management business?
Well, we obviously wanted to continue. I mean, at the time we extended, I don't know if we were planning on selling our book of business. So we were continuing the insurance business and insurance and tax business, and we were expanding into property management and claims adjustment business. Well, yes.
Did the ending of the relationship with TMS end your husband's pursuit of a property management business?
It didn't work out.
Let me ask it a different way. Did your husband end his pursuit of the property management business because he no longer had the partners he was intending on working with TMS?
You are correct.
You were asked a lot of questions by Mr. Merritt about transactions at Nordstrom or Old Navy, and I believe you testified that these were cards that had the Visa logo on them. Was your intention of trying to explain that that card could be used at stores other than Old Navy and other than Nordstrom?
Yes, exactly.
And in regards to your questions about transfers or payments on a personal matter, did you believe that you were doing anything inappropriate by making personal payments and personal transfers out of the corporate bank account?
Yes, I try to do my best.
Did you believe that that what you did was correct under IRS rules and regulations?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Because I'm a tax accountant, I know how things work. I reconcile every month. I know exactly how much is put in as shareholders and how much income we have to take out from the company. I made the journal entries. I keep meticulous records, like I mentioned. And at the end of the month, we do a review. Every quarter, we do a review. We make sure that we don't take more than what we're entitled to. And this is income that we already pay taxes on. So we're entitled to that distribution.
So what you're calling distributions, you're required to pay income tax on?
Yes, which I did.
And is that why you had answered Mr. Merritt that you didn't believe that there was any inappropriate transfers?
Correct.
And in your experience as an enrolled agent for the IRS, is that something that you believe is permitted under the IRS regulations?
Yes.
I have no other questions for her at this time. I'll just reserve the remainder for my case in chief, Your Honor.
Can you redirect on those points?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can sit down, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further evidence on the part of the plaintiff?
No, Your Honor, the plaintiff rests.
All right, at this time, members of the jury, there's something I need to take up outside of your presence. We're a little early for our lunch break, so I'm thinking.
Brief sidebar with Your Honor.
Sure. No, I mean, that makes, that's preferable. All right, strike that, members of the jury. We're going to maximize your time here before our lunch break. And for the record, Mr. Merritt, to the extent there is a possible procedural issue, you're allowing Mr. DeBon to make any appropriate motions later and after he's begun presenting evidence.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, all right. So with that then, members of the jury, at this time, the plaintiff has rested their case in chief. And so now we turn to the defense to present any evidence if they choose to. And so, Mr. DeBon, you may call your first witness.
I call Sam Park to stand. Show you gotta be done.
I think you need to go get him.
I'm sorry, right by the TV.
You swear from testimony matter in this case you should give. Help you?
Yes, sure.
Speaking, please state your name.
Sure. My full name is Samuel Park, Samuel, last name Park.
Mr. Park, are you familiar with the Crescent Building?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with the Crescent Building?
I first started working there in 2008 at a clinic called GA Internal Medicine. It was on the first floor of the building. And then later on, I started working there at the third floor at the insurance company sometime 2018 into 2019.
And starting with your first job, early 2008 going forward, did you experience any maintenance issues or concerns with the Crescent Building?
Yeah, so I mean, it's been a while, so I'm going to try to recollect as much as possible. But I do remember because I was a practice manager for that clinic on the first floor, and we often had HVAC issues there. There was plumbing issues, things like that would come up that took a little bit longer to address, if I recall correctly.
And when you moved to the third floor, can you tell us about any problems or issues you experienced when you moved to the third floor?
Yeah, so one of the things I clearly remember were our computers, our equipment being covered with plastic. I did hear that there was a leak issue. I didn't hear too much of the details about it, but I do remember our equipment having to be covered. Smell of wet, I'm not sure if it's mold, but just wetness in the air. So I do remember that.
Do you recall whether there was any issues with the carpet being wet?
I don't recall that, not to my recollection.
And do you recall any issues with the HVAC system?
Yes, it was always either too hot or too cold. It was never really a happy medium. It felt like in the winter it was colder, and then in the summers it would be hotter, which you would hope for happy medium.
When you say too hot, can you give us an idea of what you mean for the jury? Did you have to bring in any fans? Did you come in there in your bathing suit? I mean, what extent of too hot?
Not to that extent of having to come in a bathing suit, but definitely need for fans or something like that to help cool off. I'm certainly uncomfortable for an 8-hour work environment. It's kind of the way that I would say it.
Did it ever prevent staff, strike that, did it ever make staff request to leave early or request to not come into work because of the temperature?
I don't quite recall that. I'm sure that I requested it, but I don't remember doing that.
And if you recall, was it primarily that it was too hot or was it too cold?
Mostly, I remember it being too hot. I did work there a lot during the summer months, so that's probably why.
And what, if anything, do you recall with regards to any type of noise issues on the third floor?
That I don't recall too much. I think where my office was, it was kind of in the middle area, so I didn't really hear any outside noise from where I was.
And what, if anything, do you know about Rick and Denise or other staff members not wanting to come in to use the office during the period that you were there?
Yeah, I would certainly remember that being an issue of, just being whether unsafe of tiles being loose or wetness with the equipment. So I do remember, I'm sure there were instances where the staff was not wanting to come in. I just don't remember it strictly on a specific day or anything like that.
And how long a period did you work? Strike that. And when I'm saying you worked on the third floor, you worked on the third floor with HYH Consulting.
Yes, correct. Yes.
And do you recall whether you worked for HYH Consulting or did you work for a different entity?
I worked for the HYH Consulting.
And what type of work was it performing when you were working there?
I was an insurance agent, so we had farmers as a product, and I was the farmer's agent.
Do you recall whether there were other tenants on your floor, the third floor, when you were there?
I believe so. I think there was a legal office, law office on the third floor, but I'm not really sure. It's been a while.
Do you know whether or not any complaints were raised with the management with regards to the issues that you're talking about?
I think it was kind of, at least from my understanding, it was just kind of understood that maintenance was taking a while to take care of needs of other tenants. I think that was just common knowledge among the tenants.
And was that true even when you were working downstairs earlier?
I believe so. That's from my recollection. Again, it could, be just rumors or discussion, but because I couldn't verify myself what the other tenants had, but that's just the discussions that they had.
I'm object to that being hearsay and outside of his personal knowledge.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
So you concede the objection?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, I'll ask you to disregard that comment. It is not admissible evidence. Thank you.
And how do you know the Hans?
Denise is my sister, and obviously Rick is my brother-in-law.
And is your testimony here influenced in any way that you're not telling the truth because she is your sister? And
Absolutely not. So, I mean, obviously, I'm just biased as my family, but I was also an employee at the office, and I do have the recollection of these things that happened while I was working there.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Appreciate it.
Ms. may call the next witness.
With my fact witness, Your Honor, then I think if we wanted to pursue it as we were discussing with the on with the motions issues, I just want to make sure I got him in and out if I could.
Did you have a second though that you were planning to call?
I have him lined up to come at 1 o'clock. So,
Okay. And clear this.
obviously, I could work with Rick or Denise Hahn, but I don't know that that's would go well into our lunch break.
Sure. I'm just wondering if we can get at least a good 30-minute chunk if you think that, I don't know how long you're planning for either of them, or if you could at least get a portion of their testimony.
I'd prefer to try to move to our other issues because what I can do is consolidate during that break because a lot of the questions that have already been covered or partially covered, I can then adjust what I was originally planning on doing on direct. To make it
All right.
If not, I can start now immediately if that's the court's preference.
Well, I'm just trying to make sure we're making the best use of their time. So, members of the jury, I think that, as I mentioned, there are some things I have to take up outside of your presence. Let's break until I know it's an earlier lunch, but let's break until about, I think we'll say 12:30. Let's just make it the hour, 12:30. And I think we'll be trying to take it back up with you right then, if not as close to that as possible. Please don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, or do any research while we're gone. Thank you. All right, Mr. Vaughn, floor is yours.
Sorry, I might have misunderstood you. I thought we were like just about ready to jump into going over like motions before I called my witness, so I thought that's what we would try to do during this break before lunch.
Right. The floor is yours for motions.
Your Honor, I'm moving for a directed verdict in regards to, let's start with Hank Corporation. I believe that the theory under which Hank Corporation has been named as a defendant is in terms of a fraudulent transfer of assets allegation. Don't believe that the testimony or any reasonable deductions that you could make from that testimony supports a fraudulent transfer. There has been actually equal or more testimony saying that HYH transferred money back to Hank. So if the grand scheme here is to defraud the landlord by removing value of the tenant that signed the lease, much of the testimony was about transactions flowing in the opposite direction of money flowing from Hank back into HYH. Whereas you would think the allegations would be the money flew from HYH into Hank. The other issue is, Your Honor, the testimony is pretty unequivocal that the transactions, the way these happened was HYH sold its book of business to Gwinnett Insurance. When that book of business was sold, the proceeds from the sale of that business went to the defendants directly, to Rick and Denise Hahn. Then it went to Rick and Denise Hahn directly. Rick and Denise Hahn are already defendants in this case. So therefore, if they're saying that HYH somehow inappropriately transferred funds, it's not a transfer of funds to Hank, it's a transfer of funds to Rick and Denise, who are already defendants. There is not been testimony that supports there was a transfer then from Rick and Denise Hahn to Hank. There really hasn't been any testimony. We haven't heard as to what amount of money was initially used as a startup for Hank, where that money came from, what its purpose was. There was no testimony regarding undercapitalization. There was some testimony and there was some characterizations by counsel that Hank only had one form of business and one source of clients and one source of income. But the testimony was pretty clear that Hank had multiple sources of income and multiple sources of clients. It had three. It was the insurance book of business, which was sold, but then it also had the remaining life insurance, Medicare, and clients, and it also had property management, and it also had claims adjustment. In fact, there was testimony just a few moments ago that one of the larger checks, one of the few checks that they pointed out to, the $32,000 amount, that was from a claims adjustment amount. So there's no evidence showing that money flowed directly from HYH to Hank. In addition, there was an allegation that somehow HYH transferred clients from HYH to Hank. I don't believe there's been any evidence that supports there was a transfer of clients. In fact, the testimony that has been presented was that Hank created new clients, new customers. There was a handful of customers that were prior HYH customers that became Hank, but all those customers have to renew policies. So there was no existing policy that was transferred from HYH to Hank. Any clients that sought Hank out or sought my clients out from HYH ended up signing new policies. So there's no assets that have been transferred from, or no evidence of any assets or amounts that have been transferred from HYH to Hank. And in addition, the bank records, as I said earlier, any nominal amount that was started to capitalize Hank was actually transferred back from Hank to HYH, because when HYH dissolved and was no longer functioning, it still had some small lingering bills that were being paid or amounts that were being paid from co-expenses and different things. But all those transfers were actually from Hank to HYH. So my first motion is in regards to Hank and claims against Hank. I don't believe that the evidence supports going to the jury on that. I don't see how the jury could find in favor that Hank is liable for some sort of fraudulent conveyance type of a theory. My other issue in motions has to do with regards to the claims. Obviously, I'm not arguing for any directed verdict on the breach of contract claim, because there's clearly evidence on that. But in terms of the fraudulent avoidance claim against Rick and Denise Hahn, I don't believe there's any evidence that established an intent to delay, hinder, or defraud the landlord. Part of the issue for the avoidable transfer, I'm going to make sure I don't mix up the different categories, but there has to be a presentation of information that is being provided by Rick and Denise to the landlord, that the landlord, well, actually, that Rick and Denise should have known that the landlord would allow, and that they shouldn't have provided information. What the landlord actually, the testimony actually was, though, Rick and Denise didn't tell them. The landlord is complaining, hey, you didn't tell us that HYH stopped operating. That's not what the Voidable Transfer Act is talking about. The Voidable Transfer Act is saying that the way the language is phrased is that it's an affirmative step, that the Rick and Denise would have presented information, they would have told them information. And that's why it has that second part with the justifiable reliance and the reasonableness of what Rick and Denise should have told them. They didn't provide any information. I don't see where the statute would apply in the absence that they were supposed to voluntarily tell them, hey, we decided to close down HYH. And that might be a breach of the lease argument, if they had an obligation to disclose that under the breach of the lease, but under the avoidable transfer statute, I believe it requires them to make a positive statement, and it's not silence. That's our position with regards to the avoidable transfer. In terms of the issue of piercing the corporate veil, and I'll kind of argue piercing the corporate veil and alter ego theory together. So I'm piercing the corporate veil. There is no intent to commingle these entities to the point where they are defrauding the landlord or misrepresenting the landlord or using it to their advantage. I don't believe that the evidence or reasonable deductions from the evidence is sufficient to meet that burden. It does talk about a higher standard, higher burden. In particular, Sun America Financial, and it's 202 Georgia App 790. That is a red flag case, but for other reasons, not to do with the issue. But the issue in terms of piercing the corporate veil, alter ego, is not something that the court does lightly. It's something the court does that's a difficult factor for the party asserting that to meet. And my clients have clearly testified that they maintained separate expenses. They had separate bank accounts. They had separate tax returns. They kept records to keep everything separate. And of course, to some extent, the piercing corporate veil can't apply where you have a family that owns multiple companies. And if you run the Costco, you got to go to Costco on Tuesday for company A and Costco on Thursday for company B. Obviously, there may be times when you have to purchase things and then you've got to then try to allocate it. And the question is, did they allocate it out fairly, or did they allocate it out in a way that tried to deceive and make them look as if they're one entity. And I think that's the ultimate purpose is are they disregarding the corporate formalities? And is that disregarding tricking or unfairly confusing the public or their creditors and commingling them? I don't believe that there is a smidgen of evidence where it was presented by the plaintiff to try to cast it in that light. But I would say it's speculation. It was Mr. Walker, he got up on the stand kind of saying, well, they did this because they knew they were going to end up defaulting on their lease. But speculation is not what the court's talking about with a reasonable kind of inference. There has to be something more than just speculation alone. And I believe at this point, the plaintiff's theory in terms of piercing the corporate veil is just speculation. The defendants have testified that paying a distribution as a personal expense is perfectly allowable. There is case law that does discuss that the payment of some personal expenses between entities does not constitute or not justify piercing the corporate veil unless, as I said earlier, it's being done for this purpose of trying to confuse, evade, or avoid obligations for the corporation. And the alter ego theory is a very similar issue in terms of, are they using these entities in order to confuse or cause a harm to the landlord or to the public? And quite clearly, they've got substantial distinction between these entities. I understand the court's probably weighing Mr. Bond, but there's some evidence. There's been some testimony, but most of the testimony has actually been by my clients. The testimony that's been offered by the plaintiff has actually been, I would say, mostly speculation as to what they're extrapolating it to mean and what is the reasonableness of that speculation. I'm saying that our position is that the speculation is very loose and it is not reasonable. And that the testimony that has come from the defendants has actually, I think, thoroughly explained what efforts they've made, how they've kept it separate. There has never been any testimony. There was a confusion by the landlord as to what party was what party, or how they've been supposedly hurt by this issue. I don't think that they've made the case for piercing the corporate veil or the alter ego theory or for the winnable transfer. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I appreciate everything Mr. DeBon said. Mr. DeBon actually, if the court was listening, I heard various cues that he just said as part of his argument that make the flaws in his argument self-evident. I mean, he just said the court's going to say there's some testimony or some evidence. And as Your Honor knows, that's the standard for denying directed verdict. If there is any evidence at all, directed verdict is improper. And
Can you just focus on the first claim and why Hahn Corporation should be considered for the fraudulent transfer?
Sure, Judge. I'll start out with just one thing. When Mr. Hahn was on the stand, he testified that, to begin with, that I think there's evidence that the sale of HYH Consulting's assets rendered it insolvent or likely to become insolvent. It was later subsequently dissolved, all of this during the lease term. And Mr. Hahn testified that some of the money received from the asset sale was used to capitalize and fund Hahn Corporation. That alone should end the court's analysis respectfully. The fact that that money was passed through Mr. and Mrs. Hahn's personal account before it was put into Hank Corp's account does not change the result. At the end of the day, using that technicality to allow Hank Corporation to take the money from the sale of HYH and use that to basically start up the exact same type of business would be a miscarriage of justice for the plaintiff as HYH's creditor.
And remind me of the amount that you contend was transferred to capitalize Hank?
Well, that amount has never been established, but there was testimony both at Mr. Hahn's deposition, which we went over in the transcript, as well as at trial this week, that a portion of that money was used to capitalize and fund Hank Corporation. That alone, Your Honor, is some evidence that renders directed verdict on that claim improper, I would submit. I think that fraudulent transfer claim or voidable transaction claim against Mr. and Mrs. Hahn individually is even stronger. I mean, Mrs. Hahn, both of them, but Mrs. Hahn specifically testified that all of the money from the sale of HYH's assets was initially deposited, transferred out of HYH's account into their direct account. And importantly, Your Honor, that's why, when Mr. DeBond started out, one of the things he said was there is equal or more evidence or testimony that the money went the other way. But saying equal or more suggests that there was evidence that it went both ways. And that's some evidence. But again, Your Honor, Mr. DeBond kept referencing there must be some intent or there must be some sort of fraudulent misrepresentation or something like that. That has nothing to do with the Voidable Transactions Act. There are two types of voidable transactions and they're both codified, thankfully, so we don't need to guess what the standard is. And that's OCGA 18274 and 18275. The only requirements, and intent isn't one of them necessarily, or at least not a false statement. You just have to.
No affirmative misrepresentation.
Yeah. So
All right, understood, Mr. Mayor. I was less curious or really, needing to get further into your response. So
Sure.
I'll take it you oppose them, and I will reserve any definitive ruling on any of these. But I would note that these might create some things that it's worth distinguishing on our verdict form.
Okay.
That we addressed during the charge conference. Anything further on behalf of the defense at this time?
No,
Or the plaintiff, I suppose?
I would just, from the defense, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking.
Well, you're up, so in speaking, we'll start with you. And other than argument, you oppose these motions,
Yeah.
you preserved your opposition, and so anything else, Mr. DeBon, on your end?
The only other thing, Your Honor, is in regards to the statute for dissolution does require, in order for there to be the kind of this, when we talked about this at the bench conference before about it not being automatic, it requires the assumption that there is a insolvent company. And in order for the company to be insolvent, they'd have to owe the lease. And obviously our position has been that they did not believe that their company was insolvent at the time, that they dissolved the corporation. They thought they had resolved any debts and obligations owed to the plaintiff in this case. So I just wanted to make sure I point out that clarity. I don't believe there's been any testimony to show that they knew at the time that they dissolved that they still had an obligation to pay the lease. I think the testimony has been pretty clear from the defendant's intent or from the defendant's knowledge that they didn't believe that they were insolvent because they didn't believe they owed the lease.
All right, and to that, and just as a principle of law, I would say that there's a applicable theory here when it comes to witness testimony that even if a witness says A and doesn't deviate from A, the jury can hear that and decide we don't believe it and we think B is actually what happened. And so as a result, I can't consider that inference simply because they said A. And so that's what makes it a jury question, especially on all issues of intent, which are very much at issue with the transfer claim, as well as several of the timing aspects of the breach of contract. And so, again, I'll just formally for the record reserve a ruling on those, but I'm not inclined to grant either the issues on piercing the veil or on against the claims in their individual capacity. So with that, I think we would reconvene at 12:30. And I don't know, maybe you can get your fact witness here earlier. Otherwise, we would dive into to one of your clients. And again, just to sketch out kind of the game plan for the afternoon. Any idea, once you have consulted your notes and see what needs to be asked and what doesn't, how much time you're predicting for each of your clients?
For Rick Hahn, I would assume probably an hour. For Denise Hahn, I would assume about an hour and a half, a little longer for Denise Hahn.
All right, and then assuming at least an hour or two and cross for them and for the fact witness, I think
There's exhibits that I need to go through. I haven't decided
Right.
which one I'm going to use to go through the exhibits, but I might switch that. So in total, I'm thinking 2.5 hours.
Right.
But I may allocate it differently over the lunch break depending on between the two of them.
Understood. And so just to set everyone's expectations then, it appears, the defense could be resting at some point around 4, if not sometime thereafter. And as the plaintiff at this time anticipate any rebuttal evidence?
Not at this time.
All right. And so I would say, even if it's going to push us past 5, I would want to begin the charge conference so we can tell the jury that we'll be ready to start closings Thursday morning.
I did mention I had that fact witness that I'm trying to get a little earlier.
Right.
I'm anticipating that he's going to be fairly quick.
Right.
They're being under 30 minutes.
All right. But I just wanted to put everyone on notice that we might be pushing it, depending on how long the charge conference goes and when we end past 5, so everyone can plan accordingly. All right. We're off the record. We'll see you back in a bit.
Court will remain open over lunch.
I always leave that to our deputy.
Copies of your exhibits, right?
For you?
Okay. You're probably gonna use some of the ones that I use, but if you figure out which ones you're gonna use, would you mind just letting me look?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I know they're all I would assume they're all from the Dropbox or whatever, Google Drive.
Correct. They're all in the Dropbox, Google Drive.
Back at 12:30?
Yeah.
Right.
I can sit here, can I?
You can if you
I'm
want.
bored out of my mind.
Yeah.
I'll make you a quick pile of one thing. 1 minute. Well,
That's fine.
I'm assuming you want an advanced one, just in hand. Question, you'd like a little sooner.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just, yeah.
There may be a couple that I changed my mind on, so.
Yeah, that's fine too.
If you guys want to grab lunch and then grab a conference room, I can meet you in the conference rooms.
Yeah, we'll be waiting in the conference.
I'm just gonna stack my exhibits in order in case you want to refer back to any of those and leave them up here.
Because I'm taking some of my duplicates out right now.
Okay.
We have those a lot.
Yeah.
Because I connected him and it said open browser and finish, but when I bring up browser, it's just a blank screen.
Happens quite a bit. You might just try reconnecting, disconnecting, reconnecting. Maybe a hotspot to your phone. Deputy Scott, if you want to get a head count, see how we're doing.
Your Honor, I may have been confused on something. We stipulated on the reasonableness, I think, of fees on both sides. I believe, so the jury's not going to be setting the amount. They're just deciding whether or not fees should be awarded, right?
That was my understanding.
Okay, okay, just sure.
Got them all? Okay. Give me 1 second. We ready? Medical reporter?
Instructions. Also, no, yes.
We are back on the record. All parties in council are present. Any reason we can't proceed on behalf of the plaintiff
Judge.
or the defense? And who do you plan to call first?
If I could just check my, my witness responded, asked him about coming early. I will call Denise Hahn back to the stand.
All right, Ms. On, if you go ahead and make your way down.
One question, if the witness arrives, James, do you have any argument to, pause Denise, bring him in and then let him testify, let him get out?
Whatever's easiest for the witness and you, I'm fine with.
I think he's free for the remainder of the afternoon, so.
Just find a good stopping point and we can
Okay. very
do
good.
that.
I appreciate
All
it.
right. Deputy Scott. No, he knows. Yeah, we're good.
Last bit here.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. This time, defense may resume their case and call their next witness.
I call Denise Hahn to the stand. You're still under oath, Ms. Hahn.
Yes.
I'll try my best, Denise, to not ask you duplicative questions. Can you describe first again, the purpose of HYH Consulting was initially as an insurance agency, is that correct?
Yes.
And HYH2 was for what?
Tax.
And you had mentioned earlier, I think on your testimony with Mr. Merritt, that the lease does in fact state that you were authorized to operate an insurance and a tax business at the location.
Correct.
And did you have any reason to believe after the landlord issued you signs for the Bo-Young Han agency that somehow the landlord was disputing you were allowed to be there?
No.
So from your understanding, after receiving the signs, you interpret that as they knew that you were there and they were authorizing you to operate.
Correct.
And why was it necessary for HYH to rent space from the beginning? Why did you guys rent space, not just work out of your home, for example?
HYH Consulting.
Correct.
We needed space to, number one, work, store our files, most importantly, meet our clients, hire employees,
How many,
conduct our business. I'm sorry.
how many staff did HYH have?
I think between the years it varied, but anywhere from 5 to 7.
And did HYH2 have any staff?
Yes.
And how many staff did HYH2 have?
Different times, different numbers, but at least 1 or 2.
So is that a total 5 to 7 for HYH and then an additional 1 to 2 for HYH2? So a total of between 8 to 9?
Yes, I would say so. I think one of the employees was kind of like a manager who kind of oversaw both things.
I don't mean like for an IRS designation, but just in terms of bodies in the space of the office.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And did that number include you, Rick, and you in that
Yes.
number? Okay. Was there ever any times where you had to meet with clients outside of your office?
Yes, quite often.
And was that at the client's request or at your preference? Why did you have to meet with them outside the office?
Well, to your question, I guess both, but we met outside, especially during the time all these things were happening with the leakage, at least sometimes 3 times a week, 4 times a week.
So it wasn't by choice. This was stuff that you wanted to do it in your office, but you couldn't.
Of course, when you're leasing a space and you have nice conference rooms where you can have a private conversation with your client, that's what you prefer. But when you have things like this going on, you have to go somewhere else to do it. We were conveniently located on Satellite Boulevard where there was a nice bakery that was across the street from our building. And I think we met there quite often.
And did you meet there, what we talk about just one occasion, or this happened pretty frequently where you had to meet clients out of the office?
Well, at least the times that the building was struggling with all these issues, it was more often.
And was there a period of time that happened in 2015?
Yes.
And can you describe for us, just so it's clear, how many events there were and over what time period these events happened?
I have somewhat of a timeline written down, but as I know for sure, this happened in September of 2015.
Do you need to reference it to refresh your memory or anything?
I think I'm okay for now. Let me try to recollect from my memory, and then if I need it, then I can ask you for it. For sure, September of 2015 is what I remember because that is when the TMS lease and the HYH Consulting's lease agreement was extended.
And why do you remember, why is it memorable? Strike that. Do you remember it for any other reason beyond just signing the leases? Was that memorable?
Yes, after we signed the lease, obviously the leasing office gave us a key to get in. As soon as we entered the side of the TMS, which was like an extension to where we currently occupied, American Capital mentioned the glass door in between the suites. They installed it. We would have access to those extended suites now. So we would go in there. Our stuff was moved in. Then couple days later, the ceiling had collapsed on all of our equipments and furniture. It was white all over, like it looked like a snowstorm came in. And our carpet was completely wet. So I do remember that incident. Also, a couple weeks later, the management came to clean that up. And then a couple weeks later, it happened again. And the couple weeks later, which is, I believe, around maybe beginning of October. This is when we invited some of our acquaintances and some of our clients, and of course, Rachel and Sean's clients, potential clients. We had like an opening party scheduled, and we had to cancel all of that because it's supposed to be like a marketing event where we tell, our potential clients, hey, we opened this office and we're open to take care of your property and we're open for business. It was kind of like that event that we planned. And I remember that being canceled, and Sean and Rachel were pretty upset about that because they had invited all these people to our office to conduct this party. So I do remember the time pretty clearly.
Were your client, and when I say your clients, if there's a difference between your clients that you service through your tax business versus the clients serviced by the insurance side, try to explain the difference to us if you can, so it's clear. But I was going to ask you, so in what were your clients affected in any other way from the issues with the roof leaks?
Well, clients are generally, they were not happy to walk into a wet situation where you get off the elevator, you come into a really nice office, but when you open the door, you have like open ceiling tiles where you could see the dark opening on top of your ceiling, and there's unpleasant smell, number one. And they don't want to step on wet carpet, obviously.
Did the landlord make any effort to try to dry things out?
Well, yes, but those fans were so loud that it'll affect our business. I mean, it's so loud that some people are walking in and they're like, startled by it. One person even, kind of hit her head, and as soon as she was coming in, and she was screaming. So it was very uncomfortable for our clients to come in.
Is there anything unique about the insurance company's client base? Or can you describe the client base?
Insurance client base?
Yeah,
In terms of the products or client?
clients,
Okay.
the demographics, their age.
Yeah. Obviously we have some some senior citizens because they're, our main language, our primary language, my husband and I, we speak Korean. So we have, and senior citizens like to walk into the office. They don't really like to communicate with, phone or text or email. So they like to come in person. So a lot of people are Korean speaking clients. Young people, we do have young people, but, young people could kind of communicate otherwise. People who are visiting our office mainly would be, do you want me to specify like an age group?
Just generally.
Just generally, I mean, maybe from late 30s to
Doesn't have to be that
60.
specific.
Yeah.
I'll move on.
Okay.
Did any of your clients express a resistance to come to your office because of the problems?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Section, Your Honor, hearsay.
Yeah, Mr. Devon.
I'm not offering for the truth of the matter asserted. It's more the issue in terms of the notice for the tenants and their experience as to their reasoning why they wanted to move, not so much the statement for the client.
All right. So, members of the jury, I will overrule the objection, but I'll provide you with this specific instruction that those tenants being referenced are not here to tell you their beliefs and what exactly they said, whether that was the exact reason. This evidence is being admitted solely for its effect on Ms. Hahn and what she believed as a result of what was told to her, not the truth of it necessarily. All right, Mr. Devon.
Right here, Your Honor. Did the conditions of the building affect your ability to use your office equipment?
Yes.
And how?
Well, these are equipments that store important information. And if you're expecting it to get it wet or they were wet, you can't use them.
What type of equipment did you have in your office?
Obviously, computer equipments, printers, scanners.
After you had the roof events, what, if any, protective measures did you have to take to protect the equipment?
Well, wherever those equipments are located, we certainly didn't want any further damages. So sometimes we had to cover it with some vinyl and plastic, things like that.
Did that prohibit you or kind of restrict the ability to use the equipment by having it covered with plastic?
Yes, of course. Sometimes these would be workstations and, we can't work out of them. So we would have to find alternative ways to get into the computer.
Did the conditions of the building have any effects on your staff?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And what were those effects?
Well, employees were constantly complaining, of course. That particular summer, when it was very extreme, it was very hot that summer and it rained a lot too. I think it was very humid. Sometimes the AC having problems, sometimes it was unbearable to be there. You'd be sitting and looking at computer working. I don't know if any of you have long periods of time when you're sitting in front of a computer. It can be pretty frustrating when you sit there on the third floor on a very hot day. You have no AC. It's very hard to work in that situation. And I know for sure that Sean was complaining a lot on the TMS side. We had employees on the HYH consulting side. We had suites both on this side and this side. And sometimes this side would get super cold. And sometimes this side would get super hot. So we couldn't figure out where to put somebody, where to put what person. So it was very hard for employees to perform their work. They would sometimes, just in the midday, they would say, why don't we just be sent home? Or, it was definitely affecting our employees.
And did you in fact have employees either not come in or send them home at times because of this issue?
Yes, it was frequent.
I'm handing you what's been marked as exhibit D9. Do you recognize what D9 is?
Yes,
Can you describe it for the jury?
it's an email that I personally wrote to Carla Wilkes, American Capital Properties,
What's the date of the email?
August 9th, 2016.
So this is 2016.
Yes,
And you heard Mr. Walker's testimony the other day saying, actually, I believe it was Mr. Merritt's comments that none of this stuff was really taking place or not much evidence has taken place prior to 2018. Do you recall that comment?
I do.
But is this an example of one of the times that you were raising issues with the landlord back in 2016?
Yes,
And you said this is to Carla Wilkes?
yes,
And can you read the email for me, please?
yes. Hi, Carla. This is Denise at HYH and TMS, Suites 350 North and 351 North. As you know, the AC has been down for a few days. It feels terrible in our offices, and we're really unable to keep up with work. You're right next to us, so I'm sure you're aware of that. With the ongoing situation, our refrigerator also broke down, probably due to the heat in here. It's not very expensive. It's not a very expensive one, but I wanted to make you aware that we are suffering in capital letters in here, and things are really beginning to be unpleasant. Can you please update us on the status of the AC repair? We may have to work out of home for a few days. Regards, and my name.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of D9.
No objection.
Submitted.
So this is kind of in support of what you were just testifying to in terms of the extent of the HVAC creating an environment that you could not work in.
Yes,
And in fact, did you end up having to work from home after sending this email?
yes,
Did you continue to experience problems with the HVAC after that email notice in 2016?
Yes,
Did it continue throughout the time you were in the space?
yes, it did.
Were there ever any other issues with regards to the water for the building?
Yes, there was.
And what were those issues?
On the days that we had a lot of rain, well, let me go back to like, just to keep a timeline. 2015, there was that roof collapse. 2016, 17 through 18, there were a few times that the management office told us that there's water problems. There's like a water breakage, water problems. I remember one occasion we were told to evacuate the building because they were having water problems. And plus, there was all these HVAC problems. It was kind of an ongoing thing. And then coming up to 2018, there was another incident where they had to, I don't know if ceilings were out and the hallway and the blower, you heard from the testimony or from the opening statement, correct? So that happened again in 2018. So it was kind of, okay, it's happening to us again. Final straw, my husband also fell in the bathroom, injuring himself by slipping in the bathroom. And I believe I left home earlier that day. He came home limping. He was terribly injured. He was wet. His body was his clothes were all wet. I asked him what happened, and he was injured. I believe he was treated for pain. It was frustrating for me because, I mean, we had to work and make a living, and he had to take all this time off to get all the injury treated. So it was very frustrating for me from starting 2018, the time 18 to 19. It was a very uncomfortable situation for us because of all these things happening. And the last straw, I think, was my husband's fall, because how many people have to fall in this building for us to be in here? What if that happened to one of our employees, or what if something like that happened to one of our clients? I mean, who's going to pay for that liability? I mean, it was horrible. It was terrible. We didn't want to be there anymore.
Were you pleased to hear the landlord didn't care about having to pay for it because the insurance company took care of all of it?
I was pretty upset to hear that
reassure you
testimony.
while you're- But what
'Cause
about you? But great point. What about your staff and your employees if they get hurt? Did the landlord ever offer to compensate them?
I don't know. Hearing his testimony, I'm not sure.
I'm handing you what's been marked as exhibit D10A. You identify what that is?
Yes, it's an email from maintenance@americancapitalpropertiesllc.com, sent to me, Denise Han, at HYHconsult.com.
And what does it advise you of?
Sorry, it's a longer email, so.
I won't ask you to read it.
Well, the title is Water Outage, and it's basically telling us, in case of unexpected delays, temporary restrooms and hand washing stations will be available north and south.
Was there a notification the water was going to be off for the building for a period of time? Or that they were turning the water back on?
Well, it says the exact time has not been confirmed on the
But
first
it's in
paragraph.
regards to lack of availability for the water for the building?
Yes,
Okay. And what year was that?
this is dated August 29th, 2016.
After any of these water intrusion events, did the landlord ever do anything to mediate for mold or mildew with regards to treating the walls, the floor, or anything?
Well, I think obviously put in the effort to dry the carpet, but I'm not sure that they fully restored the situation.
And also, other than shampooing the carpet, did they do anything to replace the carpet, replace the drywall, or check the drywall? Did they tell you they did any moisture readings, anything at all to address your concern about the smells that you had?
No,
And why were the smells a concern to you?
I mean, when you smell something bad, you suspect that there's something bad growing. And it's probably not good for your health.
Did your employees raise any concerns regarding the odors?
Yes, all the time.
Hearsay.
I just asked whether they raised any concerns that may not necessarily have been oral, could have been an expression, it could have been obviously
Still be here.
past explaints.
All right.
It's also not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather to the notice to her with regards to her reasons for leaving.
Okay. And again, members of the jury, we don't have that person here to understand whether that's true or not. The only reason it's relevant is for you to determine, to the extent you even think it does, what Ms. Hahn's intent was during the relevant time periods of this case. You can proceed. Mr. Devon, either just probably re-ask the question to refocus us.
Did your employees ever express any concern over the odors?
Yes, they did.
And were there any other bathrooms on the floor other than the main bathroom? Strike that. Were there any other bathrooms other than the common bathroom on the third floor?
No.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit D10. Can you identify what D10 is, please?
Yes.
And can you identify for the jury what D10 is?
Yes, this is an email from Carla Wilkes at American Capital Properties LLC, addressed to me and CC to my husband, Rick.
And what's the date on the email?
September 19th, 2016.
Can you read the email?
Sure. Hello, Denise. I have followed up with my maintenance team and discussed their thoughts with management in regard to the fridge in your suite. After review, we believe that recent HVAC water issues at the Crescent wouldn't have caused mold to grow in your refrigerator. I have some local junk companies' contact information below that would be able to assist you removing the refrigerator if you choose to dispose of it.
Okay.
Just trash it, it says.
And did you advise them that the food in your refrigerator ended up spoiling?
Yes,
So was it your understanding from that email that they didn't seem to understand that the food created the mold in the refrigerator that caused it to be ruined that you were complaining about?
Objection, speculation.
Mr. Devon, you want to respond to that?
I'm asking for how she understood their email, what the meaning was. I mean, to some extent, it requires,
I would sustain
interpret-
that. You can rephrase if you
okay,
want
I'll
to.
rephrase it. Did you tell the landlord that the food in your refrigerator spoiled?
yes,
And was that the basis as to why you were saying there was mold in the refrigerator?
yes, because it was so hot in there, I suspected that the heat probably broke down the refrigerator as well.
So it wasn't that you were trying to tell the person, Jody, that the heat caused the mold. You were saying the food caused the mold, correct?
Well, can you ask that question again?
Sure. Was your point of the email, you weren't claiming that the heat caused the mold. You were claiming that the spoiled food caused the mold.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I'll move on.
No, well, she put it that way and I was upset
Why were you upset that she put it that way?
because this email itself, I just read it. I'm mad just thinking about it now because she says I spent money to buy the refrigerator. It's broken down because of the AC problem. And she's telling me to just trash it like it's very careless.
Do you think that she really didn't understand what your point was and she was just making an excuse? Or she really didn't understand you were saying the mold came from the food?
All of the above.
Who was your main point of contact for repairs for the building?
I think it was Carla, then it became Jody at some point.
Did you ever interact with Joseph Martinez?
I don't think I interacted with him by email, but he did come by our suite.
Okay. In person or otherwise? And can you
Yes.
describe for me your experience in interacting with Mr. Martinez?
He was polite at first. However, he became very hostile to the situation. I don't think every time I would call him to come to the suite, he seemed kind of upset. And I do remember for certain that he started calling us you people. And that kind of started becoming it kind of bothered me a little bit. I don't know in what way exactly, but when he said you people, I thought that was pretty disrespectful. And the last thing that I do remember about Joseph is as we were having a conversation, he decided to just turn around and leave. And I do remember that because it really upset me because I'm trying to address these issues with him. And I understand he was doing his best, like Mr. Walker testified, but it became frustrating for me to even present these problems to him because he turned around and left. Like he literally walked out the door.
Were you swearing at him?
Was I swearing at him?
Yeah, were you using curse words at him?
No,
Were you yelling at him?
no.
Was there any reason to justify his behavior based on your conduct that he should just walk away?
There's no justification.
Did his presentation and his mannerism encourage you to want to have issues addressed by the management or discourage you to have issues addressed by the management?
It discouraged me.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit D11. Can you identify what D11 is for the court, please?
Sure, it's an email.
What's the date?
It doesn't say to, but it looks like it's from Carla Wilkes at American Capital Properties LLC,
What's the date?
June 23rd, 2017.
And can you read the email, please?
Sure. The Crescent HVAC South Building. ACP has ordered parts of the recent HVAC concerns HVAC concerns this week. Once our contractor is in receipt, we'll update you with the schedule. We request that you please report to us if you are experiencing any HVAC issues. We want to be able to keep a record of all concerns in case this future installation doesn't fix your suite specific issue. If you have any questions or have a maintenance request, please submit it at www.acpse.com. Thank you for your cooperation.
And this is in 2017.
Yes.
So were you in fact still experiencing HVAC problems that you described in 2017?
Most definitely, yes, at this time.
Move for the
Yes.
admission of Exhibit D17.
No objection.
Admitted.
I'm sorry, I think what I just said D17, it should be D11.
D11. All right, admitted.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit D12. Can you please identify for the court what Exhibit D12 is?
Yes, this is also an email. It went from myself, Denise Hahn, to tenant inquiry at American Capital Properties, copy to Jody Campbell at American Capital Properties LLC.
And what's the date?
August 31st, 2018.
And can you just describe to us what you're reporting in the email?
I'm reporting HVAC issue.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of D12.
No objection.
Admitted.
I'm handing you what's been marked Exhibit D13. Can you identify for the court what D13 is, please?
Yes, it's an email from Jody Campbell at American Capital Properties LLC to nmemon84@yahoo.com, and also to myself, Denise Hahn.
That's fine. Are you one of the recipients?
Yes.
Can you read the email?
Yes. Hello. Thank you for submitting your maintenance request to your maintenance email. To help with your concern, we can close the damper some, but this will reduce the air supply and could cause heating issues as the weather gets colder. As a suggestion, it might help to move the desk around from the angle it is in. Please advise if you would like for us to close the damper some. If you have any additional questions or concerns, please feel free to contact. Thank you, Jodian Campbell, Assistant Property Manager.
And this is dated October 12th, 2018.
Yes,
So you were having continuing issues, I'm assuming, based upon this email?
yes, most definitely.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of D13.
No objection.
Admitted.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit D14. Can you please identify what that is for the court?
This is also an email sent from Jody Campbell, American Capital Properties LLC, to Denise Hahn, and copy to Joseph Martinez.
And I'm sorry, what's the date of that?
October 22nd, 2018.
And what's the, can you read to us what Jody's email states?
Yes, hi Denise. I'm emailing you to recap our conversation from this morning regarding your concerns and requests. Per our discussion, you are having high air pressure in one of your offices. We had notified our contractor, C2H, about the matter last week. They have been working on resolving on multiple repairs. Top that system, but will be out this week to address the specific issue in your suite. My maintenance coordinator is waiting on a schedule, and once we have an exact date and time, we will notify you. In addition to the air pressure issue, you reported hearing a humming sound from above your conference room. Being that there is HVAC equipment above that room, we are having C2H look into that as well when they come out. As for the third and fourth items we discussed, getting measurements for your suite and the smell in the conference room, I will notify our office of the request and get back to you, you shortly with a response. If you have additional questions or concerns, please feel free to contact. Thank you, Jody Campbell.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of D14.
No objection.
Admitted.
And did you hear Kent Walker's testimony with regards to you and your husband taking measurements of your office space?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear his testimony that he interpreted that to mean you were taking the space to challenge how much you were paying for rent?
I think he said something like that, yes.
What was the real purpose why you were taking measurements of the space?
Rick had the conversation with the other team, so if I recall correctly, I think it's because in order to perform certain work, certain equipments were required. So we wanted to make sure that the management is using what's the word? Adequate equipment, making sure that the repair or restoration is being done correctly.
When you say equipment and repair restoration, are you referring to the water restoration, like to drying out?
Yes, I'm referring to fans.
So you were attempting to determine whether or not they were using the proper methods to dry out the space.
Correct.
Did you also hear Mr. Walker's testimony with regards to being offered equivalent, actually larger space that was the same price? Do you agree with Mr. Walker's testimony?
No, I was upset to hear that
Why were you upset to hear it?
because that's not what was offered.
What was offered?
The space is not going to be the same, number one. Number two, it was not going to be at the same cost.
Was it going to be less expensive or more expensive?
It's going to be more expensive.
And did you express that concern to ACP that they were offering you an alternative that was only more expensive?
I declined it.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit D15. Can you identify what D15 is for?
Yes, it's also an email. It's coming from me, Denise Han, to Jody Campbell and tenant inquiry. And
Date?
date is October 17th, 2018.
And can you read the email, please?
Yes. Good morning, Jody. I need your attention for our continued maintenance problems. We are still having HVAC issues in our offices. I know you had already sent someone to come by to take a look at one of the rooms for cold air blowing out. That issue has now been fixed. However, another room on the other side now has the same problem. Thank you.
And when you're complaining about HVAC problems and it being too hot, can you give us some sort of a description of what you mean by too hot?
Too hot is unbearable on a third floor on a hot day, especially with hot temperatures being outside. When you're trying to work and you have a humid situation, I think, some of the jury might have had a situation where there's no AC. It's unbearable. It's just hot. It's very, very hot. Our employees are complaining, we're hot.
When, if ever, did you have to bring in fans in order to try to mitigate the problem?
Well, fans were brought in, but as you know, the fans it's very temporary and it also causes noise. It was very uncomfortable. Just overall, just very uncomfortable. It was hot, unbearable.
Yeah, I did move for the admission of D15, right?
No.
No, I don't think you did, but now you
Thank
have,
you.
and it's admitted.
Handing you what's been marked as Exhibit D16A. Describe what that's a photo of, please.
Yes. This is a photo that one of us took in our office when we found out that the ceiling tile had fallen on our computers.
That's why you took the step of having to cover them with the plastic?
Yes,
How long were the computers? Strike that. How long did you have to keep the computers covered with the plastic?
oh gosh, I don't remember the exact time frame. But we weren't sure what's going on and we weren't sure if any more water leaks are gonna happen. So we had it covered for at least, I don't want to promise a certain time, but at least for weeks.
And did that happen on more than one occasion that you had to cover the computers?
Yes,
And what about, do you use your office to maintain confidential paper files?
yes, we do.
And did you have to make any accommodations in order to protect the paper files?
Yes, it either had to be moved around or again, covered with plastic.
And did you have to do that on more than one occasion?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit D17. Can you identify what that photograph is for the court?
Yes, this is one of our conference rooms.
And why are you offering that photo?
Because the ceiling tiles are missing.
I move for the admission of D17.
Objection.
Admitted.
Can you do the D18? Can you identify for the court? Do you see that?
Yes, this is our computer monitor
And why are you offering that photograph for the court?
because it was damaged.
I move for the admission of D18.
No objection.
Admitted.
Handing you what's been marked D20. Identify what D20 is for the court. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. This is our phone system and our filing cabinet.
Why are you offering that picture to the court?
These were also damaged, covered in water.
I move for the admission of D20.
No objection.
Admitted.
Handing you what's been marked as D21. Identify what D21 is for the record, please.
Yes, this is our signature pad, keyboard and mouse.
And why are you offering that to the court?
This was also drenched in water.
All right, move for the admission of D21.
No objection.
Admitted.
And handing you what's been marked as exhibit D22. Can you identify what that is for the court?
Yes, this is the hallway right outside of our entrance door to our suites.
And can you describe what is in the photograph?
Yes, there are some trash cans on the floor and there is a blower fan. And missing ceiling tiles on the ceiling, from the ceiling.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of D22.
No objection.
Admitted.
And Denise, is there anything else, and what, if anything, can you determine from that photograph with regards to water on walls?
If you look at the wall, there's lighting there that kind of shows the water trickling down into the trash can that's right there to catch it.
And do you know what year this photograph is from?
This particular photo is actually from 2018.
And how do you know that?
I know that for sure because if you look at the sign of the door, it's got our suite number on it, 350 North. And it says HYH Consulting LLC, obviously, but right under it, it says TMS Property Management LLC. Well, TMS signed their lease in 2015. If this was 2015, their name would not be there yet. 2018 is for sure because their name is already there.
Did you hear Mr. Walker's testimony with regards to you never being satisfied with their repairs?
I did.
Did you ever complain about noise level?
Well, there were two different noise. Rick was on the end of the TMS side of the suite, and I was on the other end side of the other side of the suite, which is the HYH side. And I had next door neighbor. I don't know at what point in time they moved in, but once they moved in, which I'm suspecting is around 2016, 17, I'm not sure. But I can hear what they're talking about. And I hear exactly what they're talking about. I even know what food they're eating because I'm there sitting, trying to concentrate on my work, and I can hear them.
And did you hear Mr. Walker's characterization of what you heard as being something like in Peanuts where you just hear murmur, 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 and you can't make out what they're saying? Is that an accurate description?
Well, yes and no. To him, it could be like a murmur, and to anybody else, it could be a murmur. But as a Korean speaking person, I can exactly hear what they're saying, understand, and make out what they're saying because it's in the language that I speak and I understand what they're
So
saying.
it was intelligible to you?
Yes.
And why was that a concern that their conversation to you could be heard and understood?
Well, that's super important to me because as an enrolled agent, I'm bound by the IRS's Circular 230, which, any professionals are bound by certain ethics, and Circular 230 specifically covers that. As an enrolled agent, if you know that some confidential information is going to go out, you are forbidden from performing your work that way or saying somebody else's social security number out loud, knowing that somebody can hear it. It's banned from our practice.
Do you know whether it's possible to possibly lose your license in the event that you would engage in releasing confidential information?
Of course.
And do you in fact engage in confidential conversations with your clients?
Most definitely.
And did you have to do so in your office?
Most definitely. I'm always on the phone.
And when HYH first signed that lease, and it was stated on there that there was going to be insurance work and there was going to be tax consulting done in that office, did you expect that you were going to be able to have confidential conversations in your office space?
Yes.
So what did you do to have to strike that? Did the landlord ever solve the problem?
No.
But they attempted. Is that a fair statement? They attempted to?
Yes, they attempted, but it wasn't successful.
Okay. What did you do to have to accommodate for that not being able to be solved?
Well,
If anything, I don't.
yeah, oftentimes, you have to understand, I have 3 kids. Back then, they were very young. They were like 4 years old, 5 years old. If I do come in the office, I would have to really concentrate and dedicate that time to resolving client issues. Because if I'm not in the office, it's harder. Sometimes at home, like maybe it's not the same computer that you work on or the same, phone. So when I come in the office, I have to really concentrate and I really have to get into that conversation with that particular client. And it was very uncomfortable for me. And to your question, I did have to work from home more often.
And is it fair to say that you could not use the Paris baguette at a bakery like your husband had to use or, local other stores around because of the confidential information?
Yes.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. I have no further questions for Ms. Vaughn, Your Honor.
Cross on these points.
Hassan, I think one of the first things you said when your attorney started asking you a question, pretty loud already. I don't need to be louder than I already am. One of the things you first said is I believe you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that a couple of days or a couple of weeks right after you guys and TMS kind of moved into that joint suite with the glass door in the middle, that some ceiling tiles, a bunch of ceiling tiles fell because they had gotten wet, I guess, from water leaking in. Is that what you had said earlier?
Well, I would assume there was water on top of the ceiling tiles and that probably caused the ceiling tiles to fall down.
Okay. And to be fair, I don't remember why you said that, but I just wrote down that you had said that this had happened, like all these ceiling tiles had collapsed just a couple of days after that suite had been prepared for you guys. Is that right?
Yes, it was just a few days after we moved in.
Okay. And just to clarify, that would have been in 2015. I think you guys signed your lease in August of 2015. So that would have been before my client became the landlord and acquired that property. True?
I don't know when American Capital came in exactly, but could be true.
Okay. I mean, I think you've seen the evidence that's been admitted showing that they bought the property in 2016,
Okay.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Sean, you said Sean on the TMS side was complaining a lot, like right after you guys had like moved in.
Yes.
What is Sean's last name? Is it Sean Keenan?
Keenan, uh-huh.
Keenan. Oh, okay. Would it surprise you to find out that Sean Keenan contacted Mr. Walker in 2020 to inquire about leasing Suite 450 North, the exact same suite that HYH used to lease for one of his own clients? Would that surprise you?
Actually,
Uh,
I think we just misstated some testimony. Unless, I think it was an inadvertent error. You said suite 450.
Oh, suite. I'm sorry, I said the wrong suite. The same suite that HYH had leased, the suite at issue in this case. Would it surprise you? I misspoke. Thank you. Would it surprise you to find out that Sean Keenan, formerly of TMS, reached out to Mr. Walker to inquire about leasing that exact same suite in the North Tower that HYH had leased for one of Sean's real estate clients? Would that surprise you?
I would have no opinion.
Okay. But I thought you said that he was so disappointed at how terrible things were here that not only did their business go under, but it even ruined your friendship.
Yes, it did.
Okay. But you can't say that you'd be surprised if he was asking about leasing that exact same office for one of his clients?
Well, number one, I'm not Sean, so I don't know why he would introduce someone to it, but that's on him. I mean, maybe he had a client that was really interested in the building and coming into that building. I
Okay.
mean, it's a very nice building.
I've heard mold mentioned a couple of times. Did you or your husband ever actually have any tests done to test them, to see whether or not there was any toxic mold levels in your suite?
No, we smelled it and we expected the management office to do that.
Okay,
That's
so you
not
can't
our job.
All right, so you can't say for sure, as we're here today under oath, you can't say for sure that there was ever actually the presence of mold.
But you can smell it.
I mean, you're not a mold expert, are you? I know you smelled some funky smells, but you never verified the presence of toxic mold, right?
All I could say is there was very bad smell going on, and in the refrigerator, we actually saw mold.
Okay. And you had looked at Exhibit D10 a moment ago. I'd like to go back and look at that for a moment.
Sure. D10.
So these emails between you and your husband and American Capital Properties, these would have been in the fall of 2016, right?
Let me see if I have the right exhibit first. Is this the September 19th, 2016?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay.
So we're talking about the fall of 2016.
Mhm.
So this has been in right after American Capital Properties bought this building. And if you look at the fourth page of this exhibit, you'll see an email from Carla Wilkes dated August 30th, 2016?
Yes,
All right, and Carla at the time worked for American Capital Properties. Do you see that?
yes,
All right, and she had sent this email out to all residents, it looks like. And it says, an update in regard to the recent HVAC and water concerns. We worked through the night and were finally able to get temporary water connected at the Crescent. Do you see that?
uh-huh,
All right, did I read that correctly?
yep.
All right, and then she goes on the rest of the email. She's giving an update, basically, it looks like, to the tenants about the work that was done and the progress on those repairs, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so I mean, when I look at that, I see, assuming that this is true and people were there through the night working to fix this, does that not show that as soon as American Capital Properties bought this building, discovered there were problems, that they were putting real effort in to make fixes and repairs?
look, I'm not denying the fact that American Capital Properties did what they can, but it didn't solve the problem that we were having. It wasn't restored to a condition where we were able to continue on with our business. And the timeline is from 2015 through 2018, building up to our decision to, hey, this is it. We can't do this anymore, where we served American Capital Properties with an attorney letter telling them, hey, this has been ridiculous. And we've had these issues continuously happening to us. You need to do something about this or give us time to vacate. I think we have done our best to tell you exactly what's going on in our building, exactly the problems that we're having. Every time it happened, they asked us to report it, and we were diligent to report it. You guys try to do your part, but it just didn't turn out to be you didn't restore it to the condition that it's supposed to be in. And we were continuously having this problem for years. And to me, whether NAI Brennan is the manager or ACP is the manager, to me, I'm just a tenant trying to pay rent to my landlord, expecting then that the landlord is a good landlord who is able to maintain the property properly so that I can do my business. But that was not the case.
Right. So let's go to Exhibit D11.
Okay.
You were discussing this with your attorney a moment ago. So you can see at the top, this is the email from American Capital Properties dated June 23rd, 2017, correct?
Correct.
All right. And this is addressed to tenants of the Crescent HVAC South Building. Do you see that
Yes.
at the top? All right. Now, your suite wasn't in the South Building, was it? It was in the North Building,
Yes.
correct? So this wouldn't have anything to do with you, right?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a typo for her, but she obviously sent it to me.
Well, she sent it to all the tenants,
Mhm.
but she specifically said South Building, and that's not where you work, is it?
Well, I don't know American Capital Properties' internal way of sending emails, but she should have had something for the south and something for the north. I obviously received it.
All right, I appreciate that, but we're off in the land of speculation at this point.
Mhm.
This email, I mean, you testified about this email with your attorney. You didn't have any doubts when you answering his questions. All we know is what this email says, right?
Okay, well, Mr. Merritt, are you denying the fact that we had
Listen,
HVAC
I'm
problems?
sorry, this is my turn to ask questions.
okay.
Your job's to testify. The email on its face is addressed to Crescent Building South, right?
Yes,
All right, and you weren't in the South Building, right?
yes.
Okay. So let's look at Exhibit D13. Tell me when you find that.
I got it.
Okay. So this is talking about the temperature, I guess, and some of the vents, right? And you can see if you turn to the second page, there's an email from Jody Campbell, just under the midpoint of that page, dated October 12th, 2018. Do you see that?
Page 2, yes.
Okay, right. And She tells you in this, or not you, but Nabil Memon, and you're copied on it, commenting about the ducts. We have a preventative maintenance contract, which includes cleaning the system and replacing the filters 4 times a year to keep the ducts clean. To help with your concern, we could get a slot diffuser and install it over the vent, but this installation would be billed, I think is what it's supposed to say, to your company. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know what a slot diffuser is?
no idea.
Okay. I'll represent to you that they're like little plastic things that go over a vent, so they divert the airflow to a different part of the room. Was that email, those emails were addressing temperature, right? I think you
Yes,
had
it
said the
looks like
temperature
it.
was uncomfortable.
Mhm.
And was any of that just because the direction of the vents happened to be kind of blowing right on where people were sitting?
That was one of the issues, yes.
Okay. Did you or your husband accept the offer for them to come and install a slot diffuser on the vents?
I honestly don't remember. I don't think so.
Okay. Let's look at D14. Tell me when you're there.
D14.
You there?
So sorry, there are so many of them.
Okay, take your time.
This is 7, 3. All right, here we go, 14.
All right. So the first page of this shows an email to you from Jody Campbell at American Capital Properties on Monday, October 22nd, 2018, correct?
Yes,
And it looks like this is kind of, this email here is memorializing a conversation that you and Jody had earlier that same morning, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So the top of the email says, I am emailing you to recap our conversation from this morning. Do you see
Yes.
that? All right. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No?
Okay. So that was Monday, October the 22nd. If you'll turn to page 2,
Mhm.
the very next morning, the morning of October 23rd, Tuesday, she emailed you to say that the landlord's HVAC vendor would be at the building the following day, October 24th, to make repairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then just a couple of days later, if you can turn to page 3, by the end of the week, she sends you an email, Friday, October 26, 2018. You see that?
Which page is this on?
3 of 5.
Yes.
Okay. She says, hi, Denise. I hope you've been well. I would like to recap the conversation my maintenance coordinator had with your office. All HVAC items have been addressed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the email we actually looked at earlier in the case when it was my client's turn to be putting on evidence. But this is the email where they talked about how they sent a technician up to your office to use that digital temperature gun, and they tested each and every HVAC zone in your office and even provided you with a screenshot of all of those readings, correct?
I don't know where the screenshots are, but
It was admitted into evidence earlier, but you
Okay.
may have seen it. I gave your
Yeah.
attorney a copy, but in any event, all of the zones in your office are listed here in this email, and they confirmed that all readings were within normal ranges, correct?
the email is very long. It'll take me some time to read it, but is that what it says? May I speak?
Sure.
Okay, well, it's noting the zones here. Jody is noting the zones that they checked, but she's also mentioning humming sound above your conference room, which my husband Rick had talked about before, and
I'll
I
get to
talked
that. Right
about.
now, I want to focus on I was asking you about the temperature readings.
Yes, but you asked me to identify the email, so I'm just letting you know, there are zones named here, but there's also still humming sound and
I understand, but-
smell and all that in the same email.
John, I appreciate that. I didn't ask you to identify the email. I asked you to confirm that all of the temperature zone readings were within normal ranges.
Where does it say normal ranges?
So
She
do you
just
see-
named the zones.
Okay, and you see where it says attached, you will find a snip of your suite zone readings. The system is operating properly. Do you see that? At the bottom of the
Oh, right
first full
above the
paragraph.
zones. Yeah,
Yeah,
I do see that.
okay.
Mhm.
And so she had actually attached a screenshot, and I had admitted that into evidence earlier, and it had all the temperature readings.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Right.
I didn't see the readings, but I have to assume so.
Okay, so when I look at this series of emails, it looks like as soon as you reported an issue, you had an in-person conversation, followed up by an email. There were regular updates until by the end of that week, repairs had been made and all zones were testing within normal ranges. So you would agree with me that on at least many occasions, a lot of which have been documented with the evidence, I know that there were repeated issues. No one is denying that, including my client. But you would have to agree with me that on most, if not all occasions, American Capital Properties at least timely responded to you and made an effort to try to fix the problem. I know we disagree on whether or not that things were fixed to your liking, but you would have to agree with me that they at least responded timely and made an effort to try to fix some of these issues, correct?
Well, they responded, but responding doesn't mean the problem's fixed, does it?
I didn't ask you that. My question to you was
And-
they at least made attempts and responded quickly and made attempts to fix things, correct?
Yes, they always emailed me something, but Jody, she was very nice girl. She responded back to me nicely like this. If you look at the emails, it's also CC'd with Joseph Martinez. Like I testified before, Joseph was not pleasant. He was very mean every time he walked into my office.
I understand. I'm not asking you about Ms. Martinez. Try to
Okay.
focus on what I'm asking you. In that email, you mentioned like the buzzing, right? And so that's a separate problem. But at least in terms of the temperature zones, it looks like that issue at the time was resolved and they gave you photographic evidence that it was resolved, correct? She attached a screenshot of all of the temperature readings.
Yes.
And if you go on to exhibit D15,
15.
tell me when you're
Got it.
there. All right, you're looking at D15?
Yes.
All right. So this is Wednesday, October 17, 2018, the top email, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. So you said, "Good morning, Jody. I need your attention for our continued maintenance problems. We're still having HVAC issues in our offices." You see that?
Yes.
Okay. But right after that, you said, "I know you had already sent someone to come by to take a look at one of the rooms for cold air blowing out. That issue has now been fixed." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right. So again, while issues seem to keep popping up, apparently, the landlord was at least trying to communicate promptly and fix issues as they were reported. I understand that there were still issues and there's a disagreement as to whether or not certain things were fixed, but you acknowledged on certain occasions that some of these issues were fixed.
Well, again, I'm not denying the fact that they replied on time and tried their best, but it's right under that, it says, however, another room on the other side now has the same problem.
Right. So exactly what I said. Another issue popped up while the previous issue was fixed, and you
Correct.
told the landlord it was fixed, right?
Yes,
So it's more than just communication. It's work and repairs, right?
but another problem came forward.
I understand, but I'm asking you about the problem that was fixed. That was
Okay.
fixed, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that email that you sent her was sent at 10:35 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, now if you turn to the very next page, she responded to that email 10 minutes later at 10:45 a.m., didn't she?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, that's faster than I return emails to most of my clients. And most of these emails seem the same way. And you're not saying that American Capital Properties failed to listen to your complaints or at least try to communicate with you about whatever work they were trying to do.
Correct.
You're not saying that, right?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. Now, you were talking about the noise issues. And you were talking about how, like, I think you mentioned something about IRS Circular 230.
Circular 230.
Okay.
Mhm.
And something about, you know, if you if you divulge or disclose like a social security number, some sort of private identifying information, I'm guessing you could get into some trouble with federal and state government, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't do what you do for a living, but what I do know is I've never dealt with any financial people related to my private information where they were required to say my social security number out loud. And I'm just kind of wondering in what context you would be required to say a full social security number of one of your clients out loud on the phone. I mean, isn't that something they would normally tell you on the phone?
But maybe I'm on a speakerphone. I have to be typing and talking to a client. They're on a speakerphone and the other side could hear the client talking over the phone as well. And sometimes I would have to repeat that information back to the customer.
Okay. Now, from the time that HYH Consulting first moved into this suite in 2012, from that time through when these noise complaints were being made, had any, other than when the TMS glass door was installed and those two suites were joined together, was any construction done to change the walls or ceilings or doors or windows of your suite?
Before the TMS?
Between 2012 and when these noise complaints were made, I'm not including the construction of the glass door and the joining of the two suites together, 350 and 351. The remainder of your suite, 350 North, in the time that you were in that suite, had any construction been done to change the composition of the walls, ceilings, windows, or doors of your suite outside of that glass door partition that was installed?
No.
Okay. So however thin the walls may have been, whatever the noise levels may have been, you would agree with me that those were the same that they had been since 2012?
Probably.
Okay. And after occupying and doing business in this space for 3 years, from 2012 to 2015, not only did you stay there, but in 2015, you requested an extension of that lease, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about IRS Circular 230 and dealing with your clients on the phone, talking about social security numbers and stuff like that, just from the word IRS, which makes everyone cringe, I'm assuming you're talking about tax clients, so your clients,
Yes.
right? And so those are clients of HYH Consulting 2 LLC, correct?
Yes.
Okay, which, as we now know, was not the tenant and was not, according to the lease, even allowed to be doing its business in Suite 350 North without the prior written consent of the landlord, correct?
Well, I'm not going to agree to that because our original lease signed in 2012 specifically gave us permission to do tax and insurance business.
Right, for HYH Consulting LLC, but not for your company, correct? And at this time, HYH Consulting LLC, you've already testified, didn't do any tax work, right?
HYH Consulting did do some tax work in the beginning,
In
but
when this was happening in 2018, 2017, 2016, they weren't doing any tax work, were they?
who?
HYH Consulting LLC.
No.
Okay, so when all of this was happening, you were working for your company, which technically wasn't on the lease and wasn't allowed to be working in this space without the prior written consent of the landlord, correct?
Well, the jury heard all of the testimony regarding that issue because
That's not
it
answering my
seems
question.
like
We're not here to talk about what the jury may have heard. I'm asking you a direct question. HYH Consulting 2 didn't have written permission from the landlord to operate its tax business in Suite 350 North in 2016, 2017, or 2018, correct?
Question asked and answered.
Let's get an answer and move on.
All right, yes or no?
what was the question? I'm sorry, I got lost.
In 2016, 2017, and 2018, you were complaining about potentially disclosing information to clients of HYH Consulting 2 LLC, when during that entire time, 2016, 2017, and 2018, HYH Consulting 2 had no right to even operate its business out of Suite 350 North without the prior written consent of the landlord.
Well,
It's a simple question. If you can show me HYH Consulting 2's name on the lease or the amendment to the lease,
Well, that's kind of to me, it's like a trick question because on the lease, you gave us permission to tax service. But you're just telling me that HYH Consulting 2 is not on the lease.
Well, it's
Um,
not.
All right, I think it's time to move.
Okay. Um, There was testimony earlier, I think by my client's representative, that at some point, American Capital Properties went into the suite, we're still talking about noise levels, and installed some additional like soundproofing insulation above the ceiling, installed some like soundproofing, like I guess some silicone and stuff around the window and the mullion. Do you recall like some testimony about that?
yes,
Okay. Did that in any way alleviate some of the noise?
maybe by a little bit, but I could still hear them.
Okay. Right. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Be direct on those points.
Nobody.
All right. Son, you can step down. Anyone on the jury need a break or feel free to stretch in place? Otherwise, we'll push forward and defense may call their next witness.
And I call Claude Letourneau.
Judge, actually, I'm gonna.
All right, you've got one.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just hold off and Deputy Scott. We're waiting for our court reporter to get back online. All right, we're back on the record. Deputy Scott, if you could swear in the next defense witness here.
Help you?
I do.
While speaking to the mic, would you state your name and spell it for the court?
My name is Claude Leturno, CLAUDE, LETOURNEAU.
Good afternoon, Mr. Letourneau. Can you please tell us how you first met Rick and Denise?
Wow. We met.
In a
through-
business context. I don't know whether you met him otherwise.
Yeah, we met through a mutual friend who was in real estate, as I was.
And are you familiar with the Crescent Building?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the Crescent Building?
Well, I went there several times. One of my closing attorney is in that complex as well, Mr. Kim. And I went to visit Rick and Denise several times.
And I'm sorry, what do you do for a living, Mr. Letourneau?
I'm a real estate broker licensed in the state of Georgia and Florida for 52 years.
And as part of that, do you do any property management?
That's all what I do now. Yes,
And when you say now, how long have you been doing the property management?
20 some years.
And do you remember over what time periods you would have visited Rick and Denise at the Crescent Building?
Not exactly. We used to meet often. They would come and have lunch at one of my shopping centers nearby, the McDaniel Square. I would not take a chance on the date.
Did they ever express to you any issues or concerns they were having with the Crescent Building?
Yes, they did.
And what did they tell you?
They told me they had a very serious water damage. They did not know exactly what to do. And I did stop by to take a look myself.
And did you also stop by for other reasons at their office?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
How many times can you estimate for us were you at the Crescent Building with them?
More than a dozen times, at least.
And during those times, did you ever observe, what if any issues did you ever observe with regards to water intrusion?
Well, that one time when, before I even opened the door, there was some water on the floor. And in the hallway that led to the bathroom. And of course, when I came in, a part of the ceiling was gone. The carpet was wet. And I asked them what did happen. And there was a water leak. They didn't know where. But I could smell on top of that.
What could you smell?
Well, when water comes from the roof or whatever, it's not clean water. And when it sits, when it passes the structure, it's in the carpet, it doesn't take long to create some mildew and get some very bad smell.
What, if any, mildewy smell did you smell?
Well, one that is very annoying. Any human being that has a nose would be able to feel it.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is,
Yeah.
I was trying to understand whether you just smelled a bad smell or did you smell in particularly a mildewy smell?
I would say that the bad smell had to come from some kind of mildew.
Did they express any other issues they were having to you with regards to the suite?
Well, only that they did not understand why it was taking so long. It's not healthy, and it's not very inviting for all the guests that has to come to their business.
What, if any, information do you know about Rick's injury?
Not much. He doesn't complain a lot. So I know that he slipped, but I don't have the details. I don't remember exactly what did bring that injury, other than he had slipped, how he slipped. I wasn't there.
Did you ever see any evidence of the landlord replacing the carpets, replacing the drywall, replacing the ceiling during any of your visits to the Crescent Building?
No,
Did you see any efforts to try to mitigate the water intrusion during your visits to the Crescent Building?
not when I was there. I never saw anybody.
Do you recall whether there were any fans blowing?
Yeah,
Other than the fans, if you want to call that mitigation, other than the fans, did you see any other efforts to try to ensure that there wasn't mold growing on the backside of the drywall?
no,
Have you ever had to deal with a mold or water intrusion issue in any of the properties that you were doing property management for?
yes.
How frequently?
All the shopping centers have a flat roof, so you can expect, and there's a lot of penetrations with the HVAC, so you have to keep an eye on it on a continuous basis. And the restaurants, they have their kitchen. There's a lot of things that is going on behind the scene, water running and all that stuff. So I really keep an eye, and I have a close relationship with all of my tenants, and they're not afraid to give me a call if they see a problem.
What has to happen when there's a water intrusion problem in order to mitigate the water damages?
I'm going to object for lack of foundation. I mean, he hasn't been tendered as an expert in this case, so I'm not sure this is appropriate questioning.
Your Honor, I'll move for Mr. Letourneau to be admitted as an expert, as a rebuttal expert, with regards to the issue of proper level of mitigation for the system.
All right, you can come complete your record on at a bench conference.
I just say it. Just like, we'll do this for now. Did you go over there?
All right, Mr. Bond, you can proceed. Maybe re-ask whatever your last question was.
Sure, Mr. Letourneau. So in your expert capacity, can you describe what you saw and what you viewed when you visited the Crescent Building, did you believe that that was sufficient mitigation for the level of water intrusion that you saw?
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to the fact that the question started within your expert capacity, and he is not an expert in this case. It's what we just talked about.
Is it to lack of authentication, or are you just saying,
It's lack of disclosure and discovery or the pre-trial
Okay.
order, and he's not been qualified as an expert.
all right, I thought we had just covered that at the bench conference.
I thought we
Right.
just,
So your position is no, that he should not be allowed to present expert testimony.
Correct. I'm sorry, maybe I misspoke, but I thought
Okay.
that's what I just said. I apologize if I didn't communicate that clearly.
thought we clarified that when we left.
Right. Apparently not. But no, at this point, as I indicated at the bench conference, I would say that he can proceed with any personal observations he's made, but he would not be permitted to testify in an expert capacity.
So based on what you observed, do you believe that there were sufficient efforts made in order to mitigate the water intrusions that you saw?
Not what I saw, and the length of time, I was absolutely surprised that it was taking so long.
What type of mitigation would you have done for that property based off of what you saw? When I say that property, the Crescent property, what type of mitigation would you have done based on what you saw?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It calls for speculation, lack of foundation. I mean,
Yeah, if you want to lay the foundation, Mr. DeBon, why that would be relevant in his opinion.
Mr. Letourneau, did you receive reports or information from Rick and Denise as to what level of problems they were experiencing in the Crescent Building?
Yes, I did.
And did they express to you the number of water intrusions that they had?
Not specifically.
They expressed to you that they had more than one water intrusion,
Yes,
more than two water intrusions.
I couldn't say.
Did they expressed to you how frequently they had water intrusions?
For quite some time, yes.
And did they express to you over a duration of more than, that this was ongoing for at least more than a month?
I don't recall the lapse of time, but it was certainly way too long in my capacity. It's
And when water intrusion have you experienced, strike that. Did you observe any efforts to try to remove any of the drywall that may have been damaged by water?
not me, no.
Did you observe any effort of any of the carpet to be removed in order to address any water issues?
No,
Did you observe all the ceiling tiles being taken down to look for water damage?
not all of them.
Did you observe any method to try to dry out the ceiling that was in place or being utilized during your visits there, other than just air dry?
only the blowers.
Did you see any access panels cut into the drywall in order to check for any type of mold issues?
No,
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Letourneau, I think you testified that you had visited, do you consider Mr. and Mrs. Hahn your friend?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you known them?
over 10 years.
Okay. And so more than 10 years, so you've known them even back when they had been there for a few years, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you had said that on at least a handful of occasions, I can't remember how many, you had visited them at the Crescent Building.
Mhm.
Okay. Have you ever lived in Georgia
I lived in Georgia for 20 years.
for 20 years? How long do you live in Florida now?
No, I live in Georgia.
Oh, in Georgia. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said Florida a moment ago.
That's my other license.
Gotcha. All right. So when you would go to visit with the Hans at the Crescent Building, how long would you normally be in the building?
Half an hour, depending on what we had to talk.
Okay. And so on the few occasions that you went there for half an hour to an hour or whatever, you never really observed anything other than just the fans being out to blow on the carpet?
Yes,
Okay. And as we sit here today, you don't know whether or not mold was actually present. I know you said you smelled something that was mildewy, but you don't know that like toxic mold was actually present, correct?
I'm not an expert on that, no.
Okay. And you don't know, I think you testified, you don't know how many leaks or water intrusions there were, correct?
Nope.
Okay. And based on the limited exposure that you had to being in this building, you don't really, isn't it fair to say you don't really know what efforts the landlord would have made to fix any of the Hans issues in this building, outside of what you personally observed during these short visits?
Well, the shorts and the multiple visits. So,
Right, yeah. So what, other than what you observed during these short handful of visits that you made, you wouldn't have really known what efforts the landlord was making?
No,
Okay. All right, that's all I had.
Briefly direct.
Did you pay more attention to what was happening with regards to the property because of your experience as a property manager?
well, obviously, when I walk in a building, some deficiencies or abnormalities will jump at me. That's my job.
And did any deficiencies or abnormalities jump at you when you were in Rick and Denise's suite?
Well, the fact that the soaked carpet was still there for several days. The tiles were gone, and there was only a fan. And I do recall when I went to the bathroom, there was even water in the hallway going to the bathroom. So for me, there was some kind of serious leak that was still there.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Can this witness be excused, Mr. Devon? Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
All right. I understand that defense has one more witness to call. It may be familiar to us. Mr. Devon, your next witness, sir.
Call Rick Hahn on the stand.
All right, Mr. Hahn, I'll remind you under the obligations of your oath that you took yesterday. Mr. Devon, you may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. One brief moment, please.
Rick, can you tell us why you needed to rent commercial office space?
Absolutely. I'm in the insurance business. I needed space for myself, for my employees, store files, computers. I needed space for meeting on a daily basis. That was the reason why I obtained my space at Crescent Building.
If you wouldn't mind pulling your microphone just a tiny bit closer to it, it'll help the court reporter, probably the jury, hear you better. Was there periods of time when you, strike that, what did you do during the periods of time when you were unable to use your office space?
Well, we would frequently have our meetings across the street at a bakery shop.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
We, including myself, employee, customers, all of the above.
And can you give us an idea of how frequently you had customers that came to your office?
I can. We have anywhere from 10 to 15 per day visiting our office. But again, while further to explain and be able to answer that question, this is my case, sitting there, listening to all this answer has been going on from 2015 to 2019. If you would specify perhaps the question a little more narrow, I could answer better in time frame and what has happened and the cause and what we try to
Sure.
mitigate that way.
That's fair.
Everyone could understand better, I guess. It's
So-
so broad. Yeah.
Let's take 2015. So in terms of meetings in 2015, can you give us an estimate of approximately how many people would you be meeting with on a daily basis at your office?
Yes, around 15 to 20.
And was that consistent from 2015 to 18, or did it change?
It dramatically changed once we had issue with the roof and water and everything else.
And how did it change?
Well, first of all, we can't meet at our office due to liability issue. You can't call customers to come and visit us while there's water falling, while there's noise, while there's situation that we cannot control. So
When you say water falling, can you describe a little bit more about what you mean?
yeah, 2015, we made amendment to our lease to add TMS to our location. The day that they moved in, ceiling tile collapsed, as everyone heard. But in order for a ceiling tile to collapse like that, it's not a drip. We're not talking about 1, 2 drip here and there. It's excessive amount of water for it to fall down to be where it is. That week, we had a very, very important sign up with our new clients. I still remember their name. They were called Monkey Butt. The name was so strange. He was supposed to come into our office, sign up for new property management. We had to postpone that meeting because the day they came in, and there's a lot of people, on both sides. The day we were supposed to have that meeting had to be postponed to about 2 weeks later. So,
And why did it have to be postponed?
well, first of all, there was water everywhere. And we were having that strange humming sound over our conference room. But main concern for 2015 was, I would say, 80% water issue. So to further explain that, I lost that account. We were supposed to actually sign that account. That was a big account for us. We've been working them for the last 3 to 6 months, talking to them, go visiting their locations, doing what every business person do. We had another appointment maybe 2 weeks later. They were supposed to come in. Boom, second one. He was pretty ticked off. He took off in a very unpleasant manner. And we lost that account. And this is beginning of our uncomfortable relationship with TMS because they've been working them for last 6 months to get this account.
And speaking of TMS, can you describe to us what the relationship was supposed to be between yourself and TMS?
Yes, absolutely. I'm a commercial insurance agent. I do everything else, but I focus on commercial stuff. And more I got into it, I was very interested in becoming a property management business as well. But I had some sort of knowledge because I was insuring commercial properties, but I didn't have the property management part. So when I had the opportunity to talk to TMS, Sean and Rachel, we started to talk and wanted to get into business management with them. So after long discussion, I don't know, 3 to 6 months, I don't know the time frame, I've convinced them to become a partner with me. So we invested into the suite and everything else. So they came in to our suite somewhere around September 2015.
And can you tell us whether that has any effect or how does that relate to your decision to sell your insurance business?
That was, I would say, majority. Planning to move on to property management and claim adjusting portion of my business was where I was gearing toward to. So I was trying to wrap up the HYH consulting insurance and trying to invest into TMS property. And as you know, if you're a business owner, it doesn't happen overnight. You have to spend time, efforts, investments, just all of the above, almost like raising a child. So yes, to answer your question, yes.
So the plan of selling selling your insurance book of business to Gwinnett, did that have anything to do with an intention to avoid paying your obligation a year and a half down the road to the landlord?
Absolutely not. Number one, I'm not that sophisticated or smart to plan things out like this. And why would I jeopardize my future and my family and my kids so that I could get out of the lease? HYH Consulting was profitable business. but my interest was gearing toward more property management and claim adjustment. It was never my intention from 2015 to all the way 2019, while all this was going on, that I had this grand scheme of trying to get out of my lease and not pay the rent. That was never the intention.
So why didn't you, or why weren't you able to create a property management business with TMS?
Well, as I've described, as I've mentioned, my knowledge in property management is very limited. I need to be able to connect with Sean and Rachel on a daily basis to figure out what needs to be done. We had a couple buildings that we were already managing. Now, we needed more to grow, and we needed to sit down. I've heard a lot of you are in property management or real estate. I need to know what's going on a daily basis as to he could testify all the emails, complaints, or things needs to be done, the rent, the upkeeps of the building. I do know, but I don't. So in order for me to properly operate the business, we all need to be in the same space to discuss, okay, we received another email from this tenant. What are we gonna do? How do you handle this? So I need to refer back to the on-site property manager who is Sean, who's always going in and out. As far as the accounting, the finances side, I need to talk to Rachel how it's operated.
Was there,
Water came down and we're having all these issues. They just could not come to the office to do all these meetings and to do on your daily to-do list.
when you say they, you mean Sean and Rachel?
Sean and Rachel, yes.
And can you describe to us, so what happened with the relationship between Sean and Rachel and yourself?
It was like marriage, unspoken. It just started to deteriorate because we weren't able to fully engage into our business. And we weren't able to meet to communicate how we were going to operate the business. And by end of 2017, the relationship got so bad, we weren't really talking, but we were just doing what one was supposed to do. Rachel would pay the bills, do their things. I wasn't really updated. Sean would do his thing, but they weren't coming to the office at all by this time.
And did you ultimately ever do any type of property management business with Sean and Rachel, other than those few properties you just mentioned?
No, I ended up losing so much money because of that.
Was the purpose why HYH executed the corporate guarantee for TMS based on the fact that you were going to be doing a property management business together in that space?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's the reason why we opened up the doors so that we'll be in the same space. That's the only reason why we wanted that glass door, the kind of wow factor. Wow, this, as funny as it might sound, when clients walk in and they see that big glass door, it makes some sort of a statement, or at least to me. So we needed that space. We needed the feel of it, the look of it. We needed all that to operate our business, not only for ourselves, but for our clients. But just us as the members of the LLC, we couldn't meet. We couldn't have space to communicate. And there's so limited what I can do over the phone with my partners.
Did the glass installation happen prior to ACP's involvement with the building?
Yes.
Were you surprised to hear Kent Walker's testimony or their claims for trying to recoup the money that their predecessor paid to replace these glass buildings?
Yes, definitely. More than, yes.
And do you also recall Kent Walker's testimony with regards to the response to your request for alternative space?
Absolutely, I do. And this is kind of tricky part. All the emails that's been going back and forth from the corporate to Kent and to the on-site property manager was all a little different. So whomever was sending the email was sitting at some other end of the world. She really don't know what's going on other than what she was told. I would say it would have been great. I don't know why I didn't call Mr. Martinez to witness when he could have answered most of the questions that we're discussing today. We should have subpoenaed him to come here to answer a lot of the question. But Ken and Mr. Martinez was very aware of the current, what was going on the ground versus people saying, oh, the job's done. I don't even know how they could say the job's done. They have no idea what's going on.
Did you have any interactions with Mr. Martinez?
I did.
And how would you describe your interactions with Mr. Martinez?
My first meeting with him was just very mutual, just not much going on. And we had several different occasions, follow-up meetings. As you could see, this situation was going on from 2015 to 2019. It's hard to pinpoint and say this was the moment. It was just a continuous situation. Mr. Martinez, when property managers come on site, they don't just show up. They say, well, I'll be there 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, whenever time was provided. So we try not to book any appointment just because I don't want to embarrass myself in front of my clients looking dumb of our current situation. So I try to book time when the clients are not here. So when he says, I'm going to show up 2 o'clock, I expect him to come up 2 o'clock because he's at the site. It's not like he's sitting at an email somewhere else. He didn't show up. A lot of times he doesn't show up. So when I do confront him to why, you have to show up on time. I can't just wait for you. You cannot just walk into business and want to talk to me because you're ready. Reschedule, do something. When I confronted him of my frustration of our situation, his reply was he would just walk off. And I don't even know why he would walk off. He says, I can't talk right now. I can't do this. And he would just walk off. And after a couple of those incidents, he started calling me you people. And that was very, very, very disturbing. When I confronted him, what do you mean by you people? I don't want to put words in someone else's mouth. But the feeling I got was maybe he had a bad experience with Asian American, or I don't know what experience he had, but it was not a good feeling. And oftentimes he would just, I don't want to say blow up, but he was always angry. He was not in a professional manner, to a point where it was very uncomfortable. Yes.
Did you feel open to be able to express issues and complaints with him about the building?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you ever swear at him?
It's not in my nature to swear at
Did you ever yell at him? Did you ever give him any reason to be hostile to you?
No. At a certain point, maybe. But then, the way I come across other people, I don't know if I think I'm fairly, soft-spoken. But after all this frustration, just him walking off on me and just calling me, addressing me in a different certain manner, maybe I could have gotten a little frustrated. But this is business situation. We're not here to. He should have dealt it better.
Did your clients ever express any concern coming to your building?
Absolutely, yes. Especially my senior citizen. Medicare starts somewhere around October, September, November, December. So every year the plan changes and it updates. So in order for senior citizens to sign up for Medicare, they'll look at their plan, what the companies are offering. So they will come in prior to 30 days, 60 days, trying to figure out what they want to do. I had 2 different incidents. 2018, prior to our 4th collapse, 2 of my clients came in, and I guess just like what Mr. Claude was saying, there was a puddle of water as you enter the door, trying to come into our office. And I guess I didn't really want to ask too much because I didn't want to get into detail of, are you okay? Are you hurt? Do I need to call the hospital? being an insurance agent, I didn't want her to be liable, asking question. I just, but,
So you were, would it be fair to say you were concerned
I was
for your client's
concerned.
safety, but also for the possibility of liability?
Liability lawsuit. The lady said she hit her head against the door when she stepped into a puddle of water.
Objection.
I have no response to that. I agree
Sustained.
it's subjective.
Chair will disregard.
Um,
Answer a question when asked. Mr. Devon.
but I even indicated this in email. I told everybody.
Okay,
I
we're gonna
told you guys.
We're gonna wait for questions, Mr. Hahn.
Did you ever communicate this incident that that you've described to the landlord that it happened?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
And do you remember at all approximately what that was related to the 2015 timeframe or 2018 timeframe, if you recall?
So I'm going to break down a little bit for everyone to understand, because I was getting lost when I was sitting in there listening to the same question over and over again. 2015, September to 2017, our major concern on TMS side major concern was water situation. And we had that humming noise going on in our office, the conference room.
Can you describe the humming noise a little bit more for us?
Yeah,
Like the level of noise?
I could do that. There was 3 different type of noise issue, not 2. The first one was, how I'm guessing when the judge when you guys are on the bench, I don't know what he presses, but it gets that humming noise to, I guess, for us not to listen into what they're saying. It was similar kind like in the conference room. As for my side, it was like this, but only it sounded like it was hitting metal due to, say, how the temperature difference, the metal will kind of start ticking in a way because it's hot or cold. I'm not an expert, but it sounded like something's just knocking on the metal, like you're banging on you pick up a hammer and you're banging on a metal. The noise level was loud enough where I could not carry on my conversation. Like I said, I have 10, 15, 20 people coming in. I'm on phone most of the day. People are starting to ask me, are you outside? Are you at a construction site? Well, Rick, I just can't talk to you right now. You want to talk somewhere else?
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Yeah.
All right, you can, let's get him back on track, Mr. Devon.
How else did the noise issue affect you?
Well, my duty as an insurance agent, commercial insurance agent, I have to be able to use a space for a meeting where people could come in, safely sit down, provide their personal information. I keep their data on file, paper trail and electronic. And this is due to several different reasons. Insurance company would ask me to send electronic copy of whatever it is documents they need, but I need to send them paper trail as well on certain documents. So I got to keep both. So customers would come to my office, provide their personal data. I would keep it in my file. I'll make a scan and I'll have 2 different copies for day-to-day operation. Now, if I can't use the space because of water situation and damage my water paper file, I gotta move it somewhere else. Now, if I can't sit there and talk to my customers or make a phone call or have a meeting, that also is disruptive to my to-do list as an agent. And that's the sole purpose why I was occupying the space and paying rent. And for me not being able to use the space in the manner that I was intended to use it for, I don't know what good it does.
Did you hear me ask your wife questions about the effect on the computer equipment and having to keep it covered with plastic?
Yes,
Do you agree with her testimony?
absolutely.
Can you tell us a little bit about what happened with the issue of the water intrusion in the hallway?
Yes.
I don't know if you had that, if the photo's close to the top of the pile.
No.
Oh,
Exhibit D22.
Yeah, I think looks like from the back reverse here, it looks like the hallway to me.
Yeah. Ask me the question again.
Can you tell us what happened with the issue with the water intrusion in the hallway? Can you describe it for us?
Absolutely. I don't know what caused it. I don't know actually what happened to it. I could only explain the effect or what has caused.
That would be helpful.
This is entrance of our door, right? All along here, starting 2018. So let me probably go back to a little bit so I could answer this question correctly. From 2015 to 2016 and 17, our main issue was water, HVAC, and we did struggle 2015. Well, let me just go back and try to answer this question, so I'll make a long story. Yeah, the water came down. They could not catch what was wrong with it, and there was to a point where they left the ceiling tile open like this, and it was for weeks and weeks and months at a time. Now, when I say weeks and months, it wasn't going on a whole couple months. It would be 1 month. It would be okay for another week. It will be for another 2 months. It would be okay for another 2 weeks. So it's hard for me to, I think that's where the confusion was. This was consistent situation, but not on particular 1 month, but it would happen, month here, 2 weeks, no water, another month here, 2 weeks, no water. But starting from 2018, somewhere around summer, everything is escalated. HVAC, the water, the noise, every single thing. I guess it's like a car. If you drive your car for 200,000 miles and there's an issue and you try to take it to your near body shop and try to fix it here and there and here and there, after a while, you gotta get rid of it and buy a new car. And they had the situation has got is so much in every level that we just weren't not able to occupy the space.
I put up the picture for exhibit D22 behind you, the hallway. Is that the type of blower that you're talking about was the one that was creating issues with the clients?
Yes, this, and they had some bigger ones. They made it sound like they did us a favor by bringing $100 carpet cleaning. There's so much you could do water leaks time after time after time. You cannot have your office janitorial people come in and try to clean this and leave this stuff here. It just does not work. You got to have, if you could please provide me with some sort of a documentation, you brought in someone's specialty that specializes in stuff like this to mitigate the situation.
Have you ever been provided any type of documentation?
No water testing.
To your knowledge, has anyone ever come into your space specifically to mitigate any mold or?
No, not at all. And I am not an expert, but I've been insuring commercial property for 15 years. When there's a water leak, insurance company will send out professional, by the definition, professional. I'm sure everyone understands what that means. And the only reason is why is because they can't just come out and put a Band-Aid on it and say it's fixed. Because tenant will not, or the insurer will not agree. They'll send out a third-party company who will mitigate and assess the damage so that everyone is aware what needs to be done. It's like getting a car accident. Getting a car accident, you take it to a near body shop, the adjuster comes out, they'll look at the damage, everyone agrees that this is what needs to be fixed. It's done, and everyone agrees. They're on the same term.
I believe your wife in prior testimony with this photo had pointed out a watermark on the wall. Can you point that? Do you see a watermark on the
Yeah,
wall?
absolutely.
Can you point that out for the jury?
As you could see, I'm sorry, can I get up?
Sure.
The sign's there, it means there's a door here. Right behind this is where the conference is, right? So only thing that's dividing this wall and the conference room is this drywall there. So this is 2018. There was water coming down from the wall. There's water coming down from the ceiling. There's water coming down in our office space. And as you enter, as soon as you enter the door, there's tiles open, water falling. So only way for you to get into my space, you had to walk through the puddle of water, try to navigate your way through so you won't get wet from the water and look at the tile. And that's what Mr. Claude was saying. When you walk in, you saw tiles open. And that's probably when he witnessed what was happening.
And did you hear the testimony from Mr. Walker that when they relet your space to a new tenant, they did remove all the carpet?
That's what they should have done from the beginning. After all that water, you cannot come in. I'm not an expert, but I deal with claims, all the property claim all the time. You cannot come in and do $100 carpet cleaning and say you're done. If the ceilings were open for days and weeks, you ask me, how do you know there's mold? I see green things growing on top of my ceiling, right? And because we're an insurance agent, we deal with mold claims all the time. I don't know if my employees didn't want it to work and say they were afraid of the mold, but I cannot still tell them, well, it's okay.
Did some employees not come to work because of the water?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because of the heat, they were going out every 30 minutes. I was hot. I could not tell them, hey, don't go out. If you want to go out, it's too hot, too cold. Rick, I can't stay here. I got to go out and get some air. My body's too cold. My body's too hot. There's concerns, right? I mean, my employees were complaining all the time at one point. For us, as 2015, the damage was severe, but because Sean and I and Rachel, we were members of the corporation, we put money into it. Our thought process was this: all right, we can do this. We can do this. We put all this money into it. Let's get up and going, and we're gonna make some money. But I can't tell that to my employees, right? There's nothing in it for them, and I cannot push them to continue on with the situation they're in. And it's not like 1 week. It's not like 1 month. It's not like 6 months. This is from 2015 to 2019.
Well, why didn't you guys just leave in 2015? If it was so bad, why didn't you just leave in 2015 when it all happened?
I guess it's kind of like a marriage. They're saying they came in, they did stuff here, they did stuff there. It's kind of like your wife or your spouse walking out in the morning and say, well, and they don't come back. I say, well, I can't remember. I came back January, I came back March, or I came back. It's just not going to work. But as a tenant, at the end of the day, you make a very grand, LLC this, LLC that, this corporation, that. But I'm a small business owner. I'm not a litigation of, we're a small company. And for us to move, it's a lot of, number one, it's a hassle. Number two, it's not easy. Number three, moving a business. If you are coming to see me, say you're a donut shop, I'm gonna drop by this donut shop every 6 o'clock in the morning. I go there, I pick up my donut, I get my coffee. For us to move, serving the local, I've been there for quite a while. I was established there, and we did really well. In order for us to move, it's a lot of commitment. I have to tell all my clients we no longer service you here. They're used to coming to this office, right? And we have to look for a space. We have to move all our equipment. Just thinking about moving it's a headache. It's like, you have a bad marriage. Just thinking about divorce could be I hate to put it this way, but just thinking about it could be cumbersome. I wish I had a better answer, like, a sword to dag to give you exact answer, but
All right, let's get back to a question and answer here. Mr. Devon?
Did you ever request the landlords to replace the drywall or replace the carpet or repaint your office suite?
Not in the beginning.
Did you at any point in time? Eventually?
I did. In the beginning, I was trying to work with them, try to be friendly, but keep the relationship. But after a while, I was asking them, you can't do this the way you're doing it, right?
Can you tell us a little bit about what happened on November 12th with regards to the water in the bathroom?
Yes. It was afternoon. I think I was the last person in the office. And this is continuous water problem. Yeah, this is,
Hang on, just answer the question that I was just trying to put that on in the background. Just answer the question
I'm
I'm
sorry, I'm
asking you
getting
for
a
right
little
now.
emotional. Yes, yes. I
Tell us
slipped
what
and fell in
happened.
my Crescent Building bathroom.
Okay. And what time of day was it?
Afternoon around 6 o'clock-ish.
And so what occurred?
So it was after work. It was toward end of my day. I was just trying to get wrapped up. Just walked into the bathroom. As soon as I walked in, I fell on the bathroom tile. I think I was unconscious for I don't know how long. I don't want to exaggerate and say like I got knocked out, but I was trying to recollect after I fell. Got up, realized there's just water everywhere, wall, floor, just coming from this side, coming from that side, and streaks of water, as you could see from the previous picture. I was able to see that this water was coming down from the ceiling.
And did you sustain any injuries?
Absolutely, yes.
And what injuries did you sustain?
So I know everyone said, personal injuries, 90% bogus. And I do somewhat agree with you on that. But from that point on, for next, I don't know, 2 years plus, I tried everything. Rehab, chiropractor, a steroid shot, ablation.
I'm just gonna object to this on relevance grounds.
Don't want me to respond, John? The issue.
No, I think I would sustain that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
let's ask the next question.
Can I do a brief response just to preserve the record? Our argument would be it's relevant just in terms of the severity of the injury has an effect upon their basis for why they chose to leave when they leave, especially considering that they were experiencing problems over a 3-year window. But I can move on, Your Honor. Thank you.
Look, he can answer briefly. I don't need the whole course of treatment and everything. If he wants to detail
Oh,
just
no.
in summary fashion.
Can you
the nature of
briefly
this injury.
briefly describe the treatment that you received?
I'll say one treatment. Ablation procedure is basically you have a live camera and they stick a needle into your spine.
So again, just how was he injured, not the whole course of treatment?
How were you injured? Like what
and
was
fell.
injured?
I slipped and fell due to a puddle of water, standing water in the bathroom.
Was your back injured?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And did you receive a course of treatment over a period of time?
I don't really recall. It was a terrible time for us.
More than a year?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
What was the purpose of requesting alternative space from the landlord?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What was the purpose for why you requested alternative space from the landlord rather than just leaving?
Well, we were trying to resolve the situation. I guess it's same with anybody. If you're running a proper, if you're running a business and business is going well, there's no reason why you would want to jeopardize it by in any reason. And we were doing well. And we wanted to stay there. We wanted to stay there. That was our purpose. And that could be several different reasons. I wasn't ready to move on. I wasn't ready to move everything, to go through the whole procedure of moving my office to another location. But when I didn't really receive proper response or an answer or a way to resolve the situation, I started throwing, options for them. Can you move us here maybe? Can you abate? Can you do this? I start throwing them options. What can I do? What are you willing to do so I could get this thing resolved? So we did throw an idea of perhaps maybe you could move us. I'll pay for the cost. I'll pay for the cost to move everything to a different suite if you could find me an option.
And did they offer you an alternative suite at the similar price?
Um,
Equivalent suite at equivalent price?
no, they did offer me two different options. Yes.
And did you hear Mr. Walker's testimony saying that they offered you an alternative suite and it was similar in price, and you've heard your wife's testimony that it was more expensive?
Yeah,
Where do you
either-
come in on it?
Either he's not informed or he's lying. That was the truth. That wasn't the case.
What do you recall?
So again, this communication is done through,
Briefly.
yeah, done through email, who's someone sitting on the other side of the world, through Kent, and through actually on-site property management. So the communication could have been a little bit different. But the option that we were given is either to move into a smaller suite, which was not fit for us, or divide us into two small suite, meaning I have to go one room to another to talk to my employee, or move into a bigger space. I didn't mind the bigger space, honestly. I could have taken bigger space. It would have looked better for me to my clients, but I didn't want to pay more. It was not due to it wasn't my fault that we had to move. But they didn't want to do that either. I mean, the options were, it was just either two different suites, small or a little bigger, but pay more. And I didn't want to do any of those.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anyone from the jury need a break? All right. And we'll move on to any cross-examination there.
If possible, could I just get a little more water? I'm just getting a little emotional.
Move on, if we could
Some more water.
get a refill for Mr. Hahn.
Oh.
Looking at y'all, feel free to raise your hand.
I'll raise my
There we
hand.
go.
Let's
Okay.
do it.
We'll proceed when you're ready. You can sit down, Mr. Yeah. Yeah, feel free to go back.
All right.
All right, we'll be off the record. Was it statins? It's in and rose your receiver without. You know, it's to the other side. You know, what emergency that he said, so remember, hopefully we have those concerns, still, that's right.
Yeah.
I can remember like. Where we. came down.
Wasn't it the?
Like, are you required to have an in the lawsuit as a party before you can appoint or something? Oh, yeah, or maybe we can go back to that hearing date and see if I can find some notes on it. Back in November. Is that a statute?
Example, it's case law.
Okay.
Example, possible financial improprieties, underreported sales, penalty departments. Suggested.
Service.
Oh, I haven't looked at the, what the case is.
Oh, nothing happened. So they just filed a renewed motion. He didn't respond. Hi. So you already had a proposed order drafted on that one. If you go back to the 11/24 calendar day. Oh, there they are. We're back on the record. All parties in council are present, and it looks like the jury is ready to proceed. Yeah, and then you had already drafted one, I think. Maybe weaken it a little bit.
What's in our draft?
I'm looking at a 13-pager. Does it say who's paying for it?
I don't think it's too much. I think it's.
Yeah. It doesn't say who pays cost, does it? At defendant's sole cost and expense. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Merritt, you may proceed with your cross-examination. If you find out.
John, you said that because of everything that was going on with these maintenance issues, that you were, I guess, basically forced to do your client meetings across the street at a bakery or something like that?
Yes, oftentimes.
Okay. You're aware that the Crescent Building has a large conference room that is available to use at no charge for all of the tenants on the second floor, right?
Yes, supposedly, yes.
Okay. Why the air quotes?
Well, you gotta reach out to the management, have them come on time, open the door. Again, like I said, on-site property management, he doesn't even show up for his own appointment.
Okay, so, but you're not
You know
denying
how
that there-
hard it is to get that door open to have a meeting? Were
I-
you ever there?
All right, there's no need for a back and forth.
Yeah,
Ask
I'm-
questions. You can
Why don't you
answer.
let me ask the questions and you focus on
I'm sorry,
answering?
I'm sorry, I'm just.
Keep doing it this way, if that's
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right.
yeah.
So you did the air quotes because you have to ask, I guess, and have someone unlock the door before you use it?
Yes,
That's the
yes,
air
yes,
quote? Okay.
yes.
And did you ever ask and have someone come and unlock the door?
On many different occasions, yes. I was trying to hold a couple different meetings, not because of that, prior to, for some other meetings that I was trying to hold. I do a lot of volunteer work, and a lot of this volunteer work that I do, they don't often have space to have meetings or volunteers to come in to figure out what we want to do. So when I first moved in, or while they're occupying this space, I thought, wow, that's great. I could use this space for free. Like right now, I'm a board member of a nonprofit organization who helps the poor kids out in South America.
I don't think that's relevant at all.
Yeah, I'm just
Sorry
trying to explain the situation to your question. So when I try to make appointments to use that space, it's there, but it's almost like it's a ghost. It's hard for me to use it. They don't open the door for you. They don't come on time. The guy who's supposed to come to open the door is not there. The office is closed. I don't know how you can use the space if I can't get it to open.
Had you ever used it at any point in time?
I think I've used it once.
Okay, so
but
it is
it's-
possible.
But then I'm not gonna answer that. I don't really know. I'm just guessing, so.
All right. This is going to sound like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. I'm honestly asking because I know that there were, I don't remember if it was you or your wife, but at some point somebody said that at one point people were asked to like leave the building because of something that was going on. Do you remember that?
Yeah. It was some sort of emergency evacuation. I don't really recall what it was for, but we were told to evacuate, yes.
Do you remember like approximately when that happened?
Oh, gosh. 2000s, I'm just gonna shoot in the dark, 2017, but
Okay.
if this is gonna be an issue, I'm just gonna say I don't remember.
I got you. But you don't remember like what was going on that caused
No.
that?
No.
And was that, how long was everyone expected to stay out of the building?
I don't really know.
Okay. You're not talking about like just a fire drill or something?
No.
Okay.
No.
At any point in time, were you ever prevented by the landlord from entering the building or entering your office suite?
To my suite?
Yes.
Yes.
Like the landlord prevented you from going into your office?
Well, they told us at a certain point because of this issue that we needed to be out of certain space. So for them to come and assess the situation. Yes.
Okay, yeah, so I appreciate that. I probably should have asked a different question because
Okay.
I know there's some emails that where the landlord's trying to arrange for times to have like certain contractors and vendors come in a way that like it's not gonna maybe disrupt your business as much as it could. My question was, and I'm not talking about, for example, if the landlord said, hey, the HVAC guy's coming, so you need to be out by 5 today or something like that.
Yeah.
But was there ever a day, for example, that you went into work in the morning on a weekday or something like that and were prevented from coming into the building or from walking into your office suite?
I would answer it this way. My work hours fluctuate from day to day. I could go directly to my appointment, or I could come into the office. So for me to answer that, it's so vague. I don't even know how to
Well,
answer that.
Respectfully, I don't think it's vague at all.
Yeah.
Did the landlord ever tell you you're not allowed to
Not
come in?
aware of it.
Okay.
I'm not aware of it.
And
yeah.
were you ever locked out of your office? The locks changed.
By
something
the
like that.
management?
Sure.
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall ever asking, I know when your attorneys, when you hired those attorneys and they sent those demand letters in September and later on in 2018, that one of the, or at least in the second letter, that was the only proposal, was you were asking that the landlord allow you to terminate your lease without penalty, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I know that there were maintenance complaints, but you and HYH Consulting never actually asked to terminate your lease before May of 2018. Is that fair?
May of 2018? Fair, but I could go back, look at my notes when the letters or any request was sent out, but.
Okay. I think I heard both you and your wife say that I think the two of you, and I'm paraphrasing, didn't really like the way that Mr. Martinez spoke to you guys, or maybe he had an attitude or something like that, or you thought he was disrespectful. Do you recall that?
Yeah, he was very disrespectful.
Okay. Did you or your wife ever like make any complaints to American Capital Properties about his behavior or the way that he dealt with you guys?
I'm not sure, but his attitude was not, I could care less. I'm not there to have fun time with this guy. I'm there to work.
Right.
So that was my last, I had so much more things going on at our office. His attitude was my last concern.
Okay. So there's been some discussion about what the situation was when it came to like being offered an alternative office space in
Yeah.
the building, right? Isn't it true that at some point in time, one of the suites that was offered to you, maybe the only suite, was Suite 108 North in the North Building? Is that right?
It's not true.
It's not true. You were never offered Suite 108?
No, your question was, that was the only option.
Oh, no, I mean, I don't know if it was the only option or not. I didn't mean to ask my question that way. Why don't I ask the question a different way? Is at any point in time, did the landlord offer HYH Consulting LLC the opportunity to move to Suite 108 North so that you could get out of Suite 350 North?
First floor, so it's one, yes. I'm not sure if it could be 108, but it was on the first floor.
Okay. If the landlord's representative testified that it was 108, do you have any reason today to dispute that?
Well, yeah, after all this years of nonsense, how could I believe what they say? But to your question, without being sarcastic, yes.
Yeah, what do you mean, yes?
Yes, I would agree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever go down and look at Suite 108 North?
No, I was
Or
just
a
told it
first
was-
floor suite?
No, what I've heard versus it could be a little different. Again, like I said, the email was someone that's sending the email from the corporate office, Mr. Kent and Mr. Joseph. It was a little different for everybody. So what I've heard was only verbal, which was, we have option for you, which is bigger suite, pay more, smaller suite, or 2 divided space. So I didn't really go down to look at the space, no.
So you never went to look at it?
No.
Do you recall how much more it would have been?
I don't want to put dollar figure on it, but to a point where I don't want to pay.
Okay. If the landlord testified that the suite that you guys were offered was only a difference of 19 square feet in size, would you have any reason to dispute that?
Yes, I don't know. I'm just answering stuff that I don't know.
Okay, so you say yes, but it sounds like you actually don't have a reason to dispute that. You don't know either way. Is that fair?
Not fair, because I'm just trying to reply to a question that I cannot answer. I don't know if it's 19 square feet or 90 square feet, or I just don't know.
You don't know, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Do you recall whether or not that the alternative suite that was offered to you was offered maybe for a slightly different price, but at least for the same price per square foot?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah, the conversation was basically either I wanted to move into a space where we could occupy all of us, but whether it's a little smaller, a little bigger, I want to keep the price same. And the conversation was delivered in a way where, well, it's bigger, so you got to pay more. I don't recall. I wish I had a little better answer for you, but I'm not going to try to force myself to answer something like that.
You heard your wife, when she was testifying a moment ago, she, to her credit, admitted that although there's disagreement about whether or not things were being fixed properly, she did admit that the landlord was at least responsive and would respond to her complaints. Would you agree with that from your
Absolutely
perspective?
not.
No. And
Absolutely not.
why would you say that? I mean, we've seen multiple emails where the landlord was responding within minutes. So why would you say that they never responded when the emails show otherwise?
If the email was resolution to our problem, we would not be sitting here.
So
If the email was resolution to our
Mr. Hahn, that's not what I
situation,
asked.
we would not be continuing for the last 3 to 4 years.
That's not what I asked. I'm not asking about resolution. I'm asking about responsiveness. Okay, so try to pay attention to my question.
I still disagree.
You still disagree,
Yeah.
despite the fact that we've looked at multiple emails where the landlord responded within minutes.
We found that 1 or 2 email where someone responded within 10 minutes. But remember, this situation has been going on for the last 3 to 4 or 5 years, right? So I could vice versa come back to my email and tell you numerous times they did not respond to any of our requests. You found me that one email saying that, oh, 10 minutes. Wow, we did everything we could. No, it's not. It is not, Mr. Kent. You guys have not done all you need to do as a property management to respond to our request.
I don't work for them, and I'm Mr. Merritt.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah,
I don't want you to confuse me with my clients.
After all this, I'm just a little frustrated.
I get it. So, and you said this has been going on 3, 4, or 5 years.
Yeah.
All right. So the last complaints were like in January of 2019, December of 2018, right? I haven't seen any issues popping up in the evidence, at least from 2013 and 2014. That would have been 4 and 5 years.
I'm sorry. Say
Earlier.
the time frame again. I'm sorry that.
Well, you said the time frame was like 3, 4, or 5 years.
Yeah,
At the end of 2018.
2015 to all the way up to 2019 when we moved out. So how many years is that? You do the math.
And would you, your wife had also said that while some things did get fixed, other issues would pop up. You remember that?
Yes. I do
Okay.
recall.
And would you agree with that? Like some things got fixed, but it seems like other issues would be there. But at least with a few things, it looked like the landlord made some repairs. Would you agree with that?
Attempt was there.
I'm sorry?
Attempt was there. Attempt to address or try to fix the situation was there. But do I agree the fact that it was fixed? No.
You don't think,
Same thing like, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You can
Yeah,
continue.
I disagree completely. I mean, you get into car accident, your car is damaged. Well, we fixed the bumper for you, but other side of the car, we're still not done. So take the car. I don't consider that to be fixed.
Okay.
You,
Yeah,
you made an attempt, but it's still not drivable. It's still not occupiable.
I appreciate that. I'm not sure that analogy tracks here, but
Maybe perhaps you could readdress that question. And I'll
yeah, so
ask
you
one.
saw, you saw a couple of emails. I mean, we just looked at email, and I can have you look at it if you want, where your wife said like, hey, this issue was fixed, but now there's this issue.
Yeah.
You recall that?
I do.
Okay. So, and we looked at the email where a picture, a screen printout of each and every zone was measured with the temperature gun, and they were all within normal ranges. You recall that?
I do recall the question, yes.
Do you recall that piece of evidence?
I do recall that piece of evidence.
Okay. Is it your testimony today that not one issue that you and your wife complained about to the landlord was ever fixed? Is that your testimony?
To my view, everyone sees things a little differently, but being an insurance person, right? When we pay our premium to make ourselves whole, if there's a claim or there's an issue.
Okay.
I do not agree that anything was fixed. If it was, it should have been resolved months and months and months and years before where we are now.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's your testimony that with all of the work and everything that the landlord did, not one complaint that you and your wife made was ever fixed.
I'm sure it was fixed to a certain degree. Maybe the question you're trying to get to me and the answer that I'm providing, we're just seeing two different things. But yes, things were fixed here and there.
Okay.
Yeah, if that's what you're asking, yes.
Yeah, that's all I was asking.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. That's all I had.
Redirect on those points.
Mr. Hahn, I hand you what's been marked as Exhibit D27.
Thank you.
Do you identify what that's a copy of for the court?
Maintenance announcement for Crescent.
Don't read it,
The
just
Crescent.
tell us what it is first.
Oh,
Let's start there.
it's an email.
And who's it from?
American Capital,
Who's it to?
Denise Han,
And what's the date?
February 22nd, 2019.
And you can read the email.
Tenants of the Crescent, we have scheduled to replace the Penument compressor in North Building on Wednesday, February 27, 2019. Our contractors will be using a crane to lift the new compressor up and lower the old compressor down from the roof. Please be advised, we will need to block off new parking spots near the building to facilitate the replacement. Thank you for your cooperation, patience.
So I move for the admission of D27.
No objection.
Admitted.
So you were asked with regards to, are there any ongoing complaints or concerns at the Crescent Building later on, after 2018, after 2019? Do you recall that from Mr. Merritt?
Yes.
Is this an issue of the landlord addressing a concern, but clearly there was some type of a HVAC problem that they're fixing as late as February of 2019?
Yes. And could I further explain? Well, I won't.
Sure. Well,
Again, there's north and south building, right? So when they send out this general email, sometimes we get confused. I'm sure they could, maybe I misunderstood, but some of these emails are so general. I don't know which one, which suite or which location they're referring to.
I'm handing you what's marked as Exhibit D28.
All right.
Can you identify what that is for the court, please?
Same thing, maintenance announcement for Crescent Building, April 18th, 2019.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of D28.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
Go ahead, Mr. Hahn, you can read what that announcement
We
is.
are actively working on correct the temperature through the building of the Crescent, 3473, 3483 Satellite Boulevard, Duluth, Georgia, 30096. Our HVAC vendor, C2H Heating and Air, is currently on site making modifications. We apologize for any inconvenience and thank you for your patience and understanding as we work to resolve this issue. If you have any questions regarding this notice, concern, please contact corporate office.
So based off of this information, do you believe they were still having, again, HVAC issues and temperature issues as late as April of 2019?
Absolutely, just like indicated from corporate office.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, can this witness step down?
And
Mr. Merritt, you got more?
To recross.
How about it?
So looking at D28 from April 18th, 2019. At this point in time, this had been 2-3 months since you guys had stopped paying rent and you guys had already moved out of the Crescent Building, right?
Correct.
Yeah, like by April 18th,
Yeah.
you're moving into the building that you and your wife bought through Hank Investments, right?
We already moved out.
Yeah, so, when it says we apologize for any inconvenience, it wasn't any inconvenience to you at all because you guys had already left, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
All right, Mr. Hahn, you can step down. Defense may call their next witness.
Defense calls. Denise Hansen stand.
Denise has been excused as a witness.
Rebuttal.
So we're still in your case, though. I mean, if you want to come and approach and proffer, you can, but I would wonder what we're getting into here.
Call Denise Hansen stand.
Hannah is returning. Brief follow-up during the defendant's case in chief, and plaintiff has noted an objection. Preserved for the record, the court is overruled. You can proceed, Mr. Devon. Ms. Hahn, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Han, you were asked questions with regards to the funds used to start up Hank Corporation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And there was, do you recall whether or not there was a deposit made when Hank Corporation was started?
Probably an opening deposit at the bank.
Mark is exhibit D30. Can you identify what that is for the court?
Yes, it's a deposit receipt.
D30?
D30? Is it two D30s? Mark, it says D30A, Your Honor. And Madam Court Reporter. Ms. Han, can you describe what D30A is for the court?
Sure, it's a deposit receipt provided by Wells Fargo Bank.
And what is the purpose of this information?
Well, it's dated September 22nd, 2018, which is the time that we opened Hank Corporation's checking account. And this is showing the deposit to establish the account.
And are you aware as to what's the total amount of the deposit?
The total amount is $1,229.08.
And do you know where that money came from?
Yes, if I recall correctly, the $1,000 is an opening deposit. Probably most likely, well, I know that it came from my personal account because I remember writing a check for $1,000 to Hand Corporation. And the 22908 was a small check from somewhere, probably from one of the insurance carriers.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross on this point.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Hahn, you can step down. Defendant may call their next witness. Any rebuttal evidence on the part of the plaintiff?
No, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, at this time, the evidence is closed in this case. And to give you a roadmap of what's ahead, I would, at this point in the trial, I'd need to confer with counsel about the law that applies and that I'm going to instruct you on right before you go deliberate. That process usually takes about 30 minutes to an hour. And just based on where we are today, I think that's going to conclude the time we need of you today. But that means we'd be starting closings. Each side's, they're actually entitled to 4 total hours, but they've graciously agreed to limit themselves to 1 hour apiece. So I think we would start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with closing arguments. Again, from there, then I charge you on the law, and then we're on your time. And whether you're deliberating for 5 minutes or 5 days, it's up to you. And I will say that as a small token of our appreciation, I think we've got an order coming from Mellow Mushroom that should arrive around 11:30-ish. So feel free to take advantage of that if you want for lunch. You can choose to work through lunch if you want. You can break for lunch. Again, it's completely up to you as a jury, but that should be here by around 11:30. So we'll see you back at 9 a.m. As we approach the tail end of this case. Again, I'll instruct you, please don't do any research about this case or discuss anything about it with anyone. And we'll see you tomorrow. If you have any concerns or things you need to raise with me, feel free to hang back. But otherwise, see you tomorrow. Thank you for your time today.
30.
All right, counsel, you should have received an email from Ms. Sue with our consolidated requests to charge. This is going to include both parties and charges that I thought were appropriate, ones we've used in other cases, the pattern charges we thought might apply, all kind of squished together for joint consideration here. So I've marked a copy as Court's Exhibit 4, which I'll tender for the record for anyone following along. And so first I'd ask that counsel get a copy of this. It is 14 pages long. And does anyone need a minute before we dive in? All right.
I don't want to interrupt the order of things, Your Honor, but now that the evidence is closed. And
Oh, excuse me. I skipped a step. Absolutely. You have some motions, or if anyone has motions,
Okay.
I'll start with the plaintiff.
Yeah, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for directed verdict as to specifically the defendant's constructive eviction claim. There is, that I'm aware of, zero evidence that whatever maintenance issues occurred, that they were permanent and that they were incapable of being repaired, or that there was any intent shown on the landlord to deprive the defendants of the premises, Your Honor. If anything, they may have had a claim for diminution of rental value that they could have brought, but that's not what they did. The standard, as the court knows, for constructive eviction in commercial cases in this state is impossibly high. I mean, it has got to be almost absolutely permanent to deprive the tenant of the premises. And a lot of the law, Your Honor, going towards this argument was actually set forth in the motion for summary judgment that was untimely and not heard. But, you know, the George versus Hercules Real Estate Services case said there has to either be an actual expulsion of the tenant or some act of a grave and permanent character done by the landlord with the intention of depriving the tenant of the use of the demised premises. An act may be considered grave in character if it renders the premises untenable or unfit for the use and benefit of the tenant in accomplishing one or more of the substantial purposes of the lease. Importantly, Your Honor, there are a line of cases in Georgia that saying merely inconveniencing the tenant or even making the premises uncomfortable, even very uncomfortable, will not meet that burden. And Your Honor, specifically, when it comes to the types of complaints in this case, I addressed each and every one of those in that brief. And I'll try to be brief, but with water leaks. Your Honor, I cited to a few cases that were very similar with multiple water leaks that made the tenant's premises very uncomfortable, and in some cases even dangerous. And for example, Your Honor, in the Jenkins case, 231 Georgia App at 844 is the page I'm talking about. This was a residential tenant that would come home and find puddles of water around the front door all the time. The roof was leaking and the landlord didn't finish it. And the court actually said, and I'm quoting, "The fact that the roof of the house may have leaked standing alone is not evidence that the house was uninhabitable." The Court of Appeals affirmed the trial court and said, and I'm quoting, "There was no evidence from which a jury could find constructive eviction." And no evidence, Your Honor, as you know, is the standard for directed verdict. Additionally, the Hightower versus Daniel case. Water leaking into a house on 2 different occasions in a single month didn't constitute a constructive eviction. And the Hightower court held, again, that there was no evidence that the leaks could not have been repaired. And that's important because it goes to the permanence. And I understand that the defendants have both said that they didn't think that these issues were addressed to their liking or to their satisfaction, but that does not mean that they could not have been repaired. And in fact, the fact that there is another tenant occupying this exact same premises and even recently renewed their lease shows that these issues could have been repaired. There's no evidence that these issues were permanent at all or that the landlord had any intent to deprive these tenants of the premises. Moving on to temperatures, Your Honor, there are several cases that basically affirm this standard when it comes to those cases.
And I think you did lay all those out in the motion for summary judgment. I think that
I can just incorporate those arguments.
and I think I have, and you would, and I would be very curious to hear Mr. DeBond's response to some of these cases, because I know we've skirted around the edges on this issue of permanence, but let's hear what the defense has to say on that issue.
So there are several claims that the defense have made for constructive eviction. One is obviously the roof leak, which I think is strong on the issue of a grave character. And the question I have for my position for the court is also the case law has talked about when it's recited the standard for constructive eviction, it's also kind of rephrased it as put another way. So they have the 2-part elements that they first state, and they say put another way. And the put another way section is where they talk about the permanent and the grave. But they have also considered the interference with the operation of the business and the prevention in terms of the issue of permanent. So I think what the court's been looking for is not necessarily forever, but obviously not also for a short duration where it's going to render it kind of like the equivalent of being uncomfortable. There's the case I'm trying to remember. There's a case specifically that's discussing the issue of asbestos remediation, and I will tell you in 1 second. I'll move on. There's a Georgia case law that talks about the issue of asbestos litigation, which obviously can be remediated, like a roof can be entirely replaced. But that was the Sun America case. That it's a red flag case, but it's been red flagged for another reason with regards to stranger to the contract doctrine. But in terms of its discussion on constructive eviction, it hasn't been overruled in that sense. But they were talking about a tenant that was renting a space specifically for the purpose of being able to sublease. And during that process, they discovered asbestos. And there was a battle in terms of between the landlord and the tenant as to who should be responsible for the payment of what it would cost to remedy the asbestos and whether or not that was a breach by the landlord refusing to do so. In that case, the court felt that the issue of the asbestos was definitely a permanent issue. Is the asbestos the equivalent of a roof leak? No. The I would say that asbestos is obviously more severe, but the roof leak, if it's happening on a repeated basis, does have an issue of toxicity. Obviously has an issue of smell. There's the issue with mold.
What was the evidence, if there was any, that after the roof was replaced, that the leaks
Actually,
continued?
this strong and pungent odor after repeated issues from a roof that is leaking water that obviously is, well, it's a contaminated water, but it's certainly dirty water at a minimum. Can a reasonable inference be made by someone saying that there's a strong odor and there's repeated water intrusions? Is there a reasonable opinion that can be arrived at from that evidence that there's mold? I believe it's yes, and I believe the directed standards verdict allows for reasonable deductions. So although there
What I was
was,
getting at was a timeline question. So
oh,
there's repeated leaks. The roof ends up getting replaced. After that point in time, what was the evidence presented of the leaks continuing or there being more water intrusion?
there was a period of roof leaks that happened in 2015. There was leaks that happened, they testified between 2015 and 2018, but severity increased. And there was an increase in obviously 18 that happened. And all the way up till November, there was testimony of the defendant slipping and falling as late as 2012. And there was actual photographs showing the dripping from the wall or the ceiling. Now, there was a dispute in the evidence as to whether there was a hatch and a valve up there or whether it was a roof leak. But certainly one could deduct based off of, there was a photo of a ceiling damage in the bathroom separate from the hatch area, that there was still roof leaks happening as late as November 12th of 2019.
And what was the testimony from the plaintiff on when that roof was replaced?
The testimony actually,
They're just establishing a
You said
timeline.
there was evidence from November of 2019?
I'm sorry, I must have November 12th of 2018, that's the date of the slip and fall.
Okay.
If I said 19, I misspoke.
That's all right.
But the roof was replaced when?
Roof was replaced December of 2018. It's been alleged it's been replaced on December 3rd. We've received an estimate for the cost of replacing it. It's been proposed and proffered that they had done that. We don't have it.
After December 2018, the approximate timeframe the roof is replaced. Is there any evidence in the record that there was still water intrusion and leaks and that sort of thing?
No, at that point in time, my client had already made the decision and already come to conclusion by November 12th. They've already made commitments saying, remember, they wrote in September of 2018 saying, hey, look, we need to vacate, we need to do something about this. They've been languid. If they would have moved too soon, we would have been critiqued for it and would have said, hey, it wasn't long enough if they would have said it was a construction eviction in 2015. So at what point does a roof leak, at some point it must become a roof leak. And at what point is the permits that the court's looking for? Well, I will tell you this, in terms of the Jenkins case, they were talking about, those are Jenkins case. And the other one that you just mentioned was, the George Hercules. The Jenkins case was a residential case, and they talked about a puddle and only 2 leaks. So that, they said, didn't meet the test. It wasn't permanent enough. So I think we know kind of a floor. What we don't know is necessarily the ceiling.
So there aren't many of these cases.
I would direct-
But is there one that you would point to that is one where they
Yes.
actually found constructive eviction?
Yes, Piano Central, I think it's Piano Oregon
And
Central.
anything more recent than 1976?
Unfortunately, Sun America is 1992.
And they affirmed a constructive eviction on that one?
They did affirm the constructive eviction on that one. There was issues with the case on, like I said, the issue of the stranger doctrine, but on the constructive eviction, they didn't challenge that provision. There's also Frisk v. Coldwell Bankers. That's a 1984 case. And that one, it survived a motion for summary judgment. So it didn't go all the way as far as we're going, but I guess we're on kind of a similar standard with a motion for summary judgment and a directed verdict. And it was enough to survive the issue of the motion for summary judgment.
So, I mean, let me give you my initial reaction, having reviewed some of these cases. First of all, it doesn't look like we have much to work with. We've got a couple from the 70s and before that kind of lay the groundwork. and then just a small handful, 3 or 4 cases that come in over the last 30 years. And a lot of those just articulate the same standard, the same kind of black letter law and kind of a copy and paste fashion. But those ones that are more recent, as recently as 2021 and 2020, that would be data forensics and AGARD, are very much explicitly highlighting that word permanent. And they don't really go into a lot of nuance on that. And in fact, they just say, and it was not permanent. And that's why this particular claim fails, for example, this is Delta Cleaner Supply, a 2007 case. So, but I would share the kind of bewilderment of defense counsel here that it can be a question of when something becomes permanent. What is the runway of how long you're supposed to wait and find out whether something's permanent or not? And that just hasn't really been explored in our case law, and the Court of Appeals hasn't really enlightened us on that point. And so y'all may be breaking new ground here to provide that clarity. And point being is that for now, I think it's going to be left to be a jury question of whether this meets the elements, of whether it's permanent. And if they were to find in favor of the defense, though, on this claim, I could very well see myself or the Court of Appeals coming back after the fact and looking at the transcript and saying, I know that's what the jury thought, but as a matter of law, here's what the case law has said, and it's not permanent. I just think it's a total toss-up. But for now, I would plan on reserving judgment on it. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, when you say you plan on reserving judgment on it, at this point, and now that's in terms of the roof leak. There are other problems and other issues that I believe have been interfered with that are of a permanent nature.
Okay, let's talk about those.
So one that we have is the issue of, this lease says that it was to be used for purposes of insurance and for tax consulting business. I know they made the argument it didn't have their name on it, but it was for that purpose. My client needs to have a substantial part of her business or an essential element of her business, both clients actually, need to have the ability to communicate in a fashion that is confidential and it's not going to be overheard by other parties. And there has been testimony and there has been evidence presented in the form of testimony that conversations could be heard through the walls with other parties.
What's the evidence that it was not in that condition at the moment they signed the lease? Well, let's let your attorney run with this one.
Obviously, nobody was present and that space wasn't occupied. They hadn't moved over to that full space at that point in time when it was first rented. They expanded the space, so it was a little different. But I think that means the permanency issue. I get the question on whether or not that is a deterioration in the building by the maintenance of the landlord. Understood. But I've raised the issue, that's the sound question. And the other issue is the purpose for one of the major one of the major purposes for why my client amended the lease, as he's testified, as Mr. Hahn has testified to, was to be able to go and pursue this joint venture to do property management with JMS. And what ended up happening is because,
TMS.
I'm sorry?
TMS.
TMS, thank you. Went to pursue this joint venture with TMS to pursue property management. And that's why they had amended their lease. That was why they had brought that party in. That's why those leases are on the same date. That's why they guaranteed the rental payment for TMS. And because of these roof leaks, that completely destroyed the relationship between TMS and Mr. Hahn. And to the point where they moved out, they ceased any operation, they had no further joint business moving forward. So that was directly from the deterioration of the business. It was a substantial reason as to why, especially the amended lease, and it's permanent. That relationship is still destroyed, and I don't know that it can be resolved. And Mr. Hahn testified that he needed them in order to, he did not have the full basis of knowledge in order to run a property management. He knew certain aspects, but he was relying on their expertise to complete it. So from that purpose of why he rented and why he signed the amendment, signed the guarantee and expanded the space, that was basically destroyed by the plaintiff's leaking roof.
All right.
Aaron, since I moved, could I just have one final
Sure.
brief? So I just want to point out a couple of things. Your Honor hit the nail on the head. I have exhausted my Westlaw skills trying to find cases dealing with constructive eviction. I cannot find one case dealing with roof leaks that can be repaired ever where the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court of this state held that there was a constructive eviction. Your Honor is right. The permanence
I mean,
is the
there is
standard.
one, at least.
Yeah, case.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
But
I mean, from
there's
back.
not many.
But in terms of what the current case law says, if it is capable of being repaired, there's no constructive eviction. Now, again, in a case like this, where there's multiple leaks, where there's discomfort,
But again, would you agree that that effectively implies that as long as the landlord's going to get around to it eventually, you just have to suck it up? And is that really the standard that you think applies to all
Well,
of our landlord cases?
when it comes to a commercial tenant, especially a tenant's right to leave and stop paying rent, yeah, that's what the Court of Appeals and Supreme Court have said. If Your Honor has an issue with that, it's not an issue with me. It's an issue with the cases interpreting that standard.
And then the defendant's remedy would be,
To sue the landlord for diminution of rental value. So it's not like the defendant's without but there's no counterclaim in this case. They could have done it, but they didn't.
Right.
And just when it comes to the nature of the confidential information discussed, I would point out, Your Honor, and this is in evidence, that the replacement tenant, which has recently just re-upped for this exact same suite, 354, is Gwinnett Accounting and Tax Services PC. It's a financial firm. So, and Your Honor's right. According to the evidence and the testimony, after the entire roof was replaced at a cost of about a couple $100,000, there's zero evidence in this case of water leaks. So, I think the law is pretty clear. Despite the fact that there might not be a wealth of cases, the cases that are there are black and white, respectfully, Your Honor. And I think that directed verdict is appropriate because there is zero evidence of permanence in this case.
I do have
why not have filed the counterclaim here, Mr. Devon? Why no counterclaim here? It would have covered all these issues.
Or for set off or.
The Sun America case had a diminution counterclaim. It had a constructive eviction claim also. They did not get rid of the constructive eviction claim and say you should have pursued the diminution in value claim. They had both options there, and that case survived and did not lose on the issue of the constructive eviction. So I just can't fathom that you're supposed to, in essence, wait 100 years potentially for the landlord to replace something, or 50 years, whatever. The Sun America case is a great example because they could have said, "Hey, I'm going to replace the asbestos eventually, someday." It doesn't seem to be a logical standard that, yeah, of course, I understand in a commercial setting, you're dealing with more sophisticated parties in theory, that you'd have less protection for the parties because they're supposed to do it themselves contractually. However, I don't think it means you have no protection because otherwise their provision in the lease, they have a provision in the lease that says constructive eviction, you can't raise. Obviously, you still can raise it. I just don't think the Court of Appeals would use the word permanent meant forever. There has to be a problem that is forever. In theory, you could rebuild a building. I guess you have the diminution in value case, but I think.
I mean, maybe there's again, not having dug way into the depths here, but I'm sure this is probably originating from common law, and there's some policy considerations behind it. One of which may be, the expectation of sticking to the contract, which is you continue to pay the rent through the full term, and if you have a claim and you need to sue the landlord because it didn't live up to some term of it, then make that suit.
And in fact, I would.
Well, let's not interrupt each other, Mr. Devon.
Corollary to that is that, lost my train of thought for a second there, Your Honor. I apologize. We'll let Mr. Merrick go. If I could have a moment to come back, I lost my train of thought. Or you can
Sure.
give me a second if you want and see whether it comes back to me. We can move on to
All right, Mr. Merritt, just last word here. Again, as I mentioned, I'm going to reserve ruling on this, but may come back
And just,
before a final judgment is
just
made.
factually, Your Honor, I would point out that this shouldn't even need to be said, but there's a clear factual distinction to be made from forcing a tenant to do business when the roof is made of a material that's going to kill you with mesothelioma than it is from a roof that needs to be patched up repeatedly before it's replaced and it's causing your carpet to get wet.
Not under the case law. As long as I can fix it and it's not permanent, then
Well,
who cares?
That's true too. I'm just saying factually it's different, but yes, you're right.
The issue that I was trying to remember, Your Honor, is the corollary so it talks about permanency, then it also, the cases talk about right after, usually it discusses the
the grave nature of it and the permanency, it talks about it must be more than uncomfortable. That seems to be a pretty far span that they're waging. I don't necessarily think it means it can't mean that it's got to go forever. I think it means that it can't be a problem that's easily resolved. It has to be of a substantial nature. And what that substantial nature, how much it is, it's almost kind of like a reasonableness test where it's got to be for a jury to decide, well, how permanent is permanent? Is it something that's going to put them out of just like the interference for the business side of this? How long does their business need to be interfered with? Is it going to be a week? Is it going to be a month? Does it depend on the type of the business? I think it depends on all those things, probably the kind of business it is. And also, the duration is going to matter. I just don't see how you've got a major structural component. We're not talking about, they've tried the patch method. So we're not talking about just patches. And clearly the point here is that our position is the landlord could have been and should have been responsible possibly to replace their roof sooner. And is the case law not designed in public policy to try to have responsible maintenance of buildings? If we have this provision that permanent means the landlord doesn't have to do anything, and then the tenant just has to go out and file a diminution of value case. We were content.
Or perhaps there's just an expectation that the parties are sophisticated, they're commercial, and they need to work this out amongst themselves.
Right. And the fact that the standard is harsh doesn't mean that the court's not constrained by the law either way.
Hey, I think we need to move on. We've got a lot of other ground to cover. But the bottom line is, although that kind of a more flexible standard may make sense, may have a lot of merit to it, I don't see that standard in our law yet. I'd be curious what other jurisdictions do, if you've done any research on that, or the origin of this particular phrase. But for the purposes of this trial, we have the guidance that we have, and the motion is preserved and I'll reserve ruling. Did you have other motions, Mr. Mayor?
No, Your Honor, that's all.
Okay. Were there any other motions on behalf of the
I
defense?
just want to renew my motion in regards to Hank. In particular, I don't believe that any evidence has been presented as to what amount was allegedly transferred from.
And why do you need an amount? Other than to prove damages?
Also to prove that it occurred. They testified they started with money, but money is commingled. If I have $200 in my pocket and $1 is one of what they're alleging they have entitlement to, and I pull out $1 from my 200, how do we have any correlation that that's the same money of the dollar? And it's not even close in terms of the amount. It's insignificant. It's kind of a trivial amount to start with. There should be some sort of a basis to support that this transfer allegedly happened with the funds from. And the part that's difficult, Your Honor, is that there already are the defendants. They're the ones that actually, I don't know why Hank was named, other than I think it was inadvertent. They didn't know what Hank was. They thought Hank might have the assets. Thanks.
Is there any evidence that was produced here? I don't recall any offhand of HYH's current financial status, or whether they're actually solvent, or I know they dissolved, but is that still an entity with any assets whatsoever?
HYH does not have any assets. I don't believe it has any assets. If anything, it may have an account that still would be open with $100, but I believe Denise Hahn testified that account's been closed. So the answer, I believe, is no.
All right.
But my point being is that there's been no evidence of what has been transferred from HYH to Hank.
Other than, I guess you put it into evidence about $1,000.
But that wasn't transferred from HYH to Hank. Denise Hahn testified that $1,000 specifically was her personal money, and there was $229 that was a check that was payable directly to Hank. So there is still there's zero evidence of any amount being transferred from HYH to Hank. I just wanted to fill it in for the court. Well, how did Hank get formed? Or from the jury too, how did it function at all? Well, $1,000 came from Denise Hahn, but it was testified personally.
And I would just, number one, I would incorporate all of my arguments in opposition to this motion that we addressed at the end of my case in chief. But additionally, Your Honor, I would like to point out, I believe that there is evidence from which a jury could conclude. And specifically, I would refer back to when Ms. Hahn was testifying, when we were going through the monotonous bank records. There was a deposit made in branch of like 32 or something $1,000 that she said she didn't know what it was, but it was probably a check. And what we do know is of the $450,000 that was received from the sale of the assets of HYH, were, before they went anywhere, were put into their personal accounts. So the fact that she may have deposited her own check for $32,000, I would believe is evidence by which a jury could conclude probably came from the sale proceeds. So.
Your Honor, may I respond to that?
Sure.
So the $32,000 was testified in two components, once on direct and then on cross. On cross, Denise Hahn was asked again about the $32,000, and she recalled that there was two transactions, but the plaintiff's focus was only on the deposit. They didn't see then the withdrawal coming immediately out, and it was a notation on the withdrawal as to where that check came from. And it was specifically testified to that it came from a claim. There was like $1 million fire claim that came in, and that was the commission from it, and that's what the payment was. But it was money that was due Hank for Hank's own work. It didn't come from HYH.
And it was paid from,
We were looking at Hank's bank statement, I believe.
right, so the 32,000 went to Hank from,
A third-party insurance carrier on the part of a property management claim that Hank was administering.
okay.
That was that point of the testimony where we were kind of arguing about whether Hank only sold insurance or did it do other things like property management and casualty. And that check was an example of one of the things that they did other than insurance sales. It was a property management.
Okay, actually, Judge, I'm looking at that statement right now. So there was a deposit.
Just for the record, the exhibit is
This is exhibit 27. which was submitted
P27.
without objection. So there was a deposit in a branch on November the 5th, 2018 of $32,158, which Ms. Hahn testified likely could have been a check, a personal check. A few days later, there was a withdrawal from Hank's account to pay, a $31,158 charge that Hank Corporation paid for Mark Tech flood premium. So what happened was she deposited a personal check into Hank Corporation's account, and then Hank Corporation withdrew that money to go towards this premium, is what it looks like from the bank records.
Okay, and what makes you think it was a personal check? Because he said it came from a third-party insurer. Like, what's on the check?
Well, there's no evidence where it came from. When I asked Ms. Hahn about it.
It didn't
she-
come in the bank statements, the image of the check or anything like that?
No, we don't have that. It just says e-deposit in branch or store. And when I was asking her about it at her deposition and at trial, she said it was likely a check, but she couldn't remember. The point is, without evidence to the contrary, a jury could reasonably believe that she knew Hank Corporation had a big premium expense coming up, and she took some of the money that was from the sale to put it in the account so that Hank Corporation could cover that expense.
Okay, so you have no documentary proof of where this check originated either of you, like,
No, I don't know either.
it's all coming from the testimony of Ms.
Correct, Judge.
Okay,
But again, the standard is some evidence.
Ah.
My response. That's a speculation. And I would say if, the question is whether it falls under a reasonable deduction from the evidence. It's not evidence, we don't have what it is. He's claiming it's a personal check, but he doesn't know that. And the question to me is that speculation that's a reasonable check, or is it a reasonable deduction? I would say since they're, because it could be any of the options, it's like literally a flip of a coin, it's a speculation. He has no basis to know whether it was a personal check or a third-party check or what actually, other than that's kind of that's what he needs to fit his equation. But I think that's where it comes to speculation versus a reasonable deduction. There's really nothing to tip the scale.
okay, let's leave it there. And any other motions on behalf of the defense?
Renew my motions for the dismissal of the alter ego theory.
And that would be as to all claims against the individual defendants. All right.
And I would just incorporate my opposition that I raised previously. by reference.
All right, all noted, all preserved. So we moved to the charge conference. And actually, let me go backwards and start with the verdict form because that might guide us
I
a
have
bit.
been having some issues with logging on the internet. I have not been able to look at your verdict.
I think I had some.
Let's see if we can print off a copy for everybody. And we'll get started with the charges that we have since the first couple are pretty straightforward and we can transition over once you have that copy. Just in the interest of efficiency here, I'm just going to start describing it from the top to bottom. And instead of just, objection, no objection for each individual charge, you just speak up whenever you want to be heard or provide input. Otherwise, I'm going to assume there's no objection and we'll go from there. So I start off with our pattern charge in the intro of laying out the claims. Just double check, where we landed and how I have it listed there that there are 3 main claims here for them to consider and that which defendants are applicable to which claim. Then I go on to the burden of proof, which is all the pattern charge. I added in at the very end just because it seemed appropriate in this section, a note about how the burden of proof works for affirmative defenses. So that's not a part of the pattern, but it seemed like that would be the spot to put that. On the next page, I've got the pattern on evidence generally. We've got 2 different versions of direct and circumstantial evidence. I really don't have a strong preference between either one. So if anyone else wants to jump in there, I would say I'd probably give the second one just because it adds a little more meat to what circumstantial evidence means.
I'm fine with that.
All right. Do you want to wait for so that you can be editing these? Sorry, I was going to type it. Considering oh wait, what did I do? Oh yeah, sorry, I skipped ahead. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I just realized direct and circumstantial are above as well. And
I did too. And so I'm looking back at that to see if this is
I don't know why I didn't see that.
duplicative. It's actually the one that's the alternative is actually the following one, not the very first one on evidence generally. Yeah. So actually, now reading back through this again, knowing I'm giving all of evidence generally, I would say that I would be inclined to use the very first part of evidence directed or circumstantial, since we've already kind of talked about the chain of inferences and that sort of thing. And the next part is pretty wordy. I'm not wild about the phrasing, so when I've read that, I've seen jurors kind of start to get a little glassy eyed. So essentially on evidence direct or circumstantial, I would read the first part and then cut everything after that says alternative charges.
Okay.
I move on to stipulations. And instead of reading them all, because I know there were a number of them, I would propose, if the parties want this, you can print out a copy of your stipulations, mark it as an exhibit, and then I'll just refer to that as an exhibit number, and that can be something that goes back to them.
Okay.
So I'll just, whether that way you want to make that a P exhibit or a D exhibit or a courts exhibit.
I have no objection. We can make it the court's exhibit, I think.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
All right, so this will be courts exhibit 5.
Okay.
And I'll direct, unless anyone wants to volunteer, I would direct the parties to email Ms. Sue a version of all the stipulations to print. I mean, I can copy and paste them out of the pretrial order. I'd rather y'all provide it though, just to make sure we don't mess anything up. And then I did give some limiting instructions today on hearsay. And so I would give the limiting instruction charge saying sometimes evidence is admitted for a limiting purpose. I'd strike that part about or against some parties and not others. And such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. There was no conditional admissibility issues here, so I have that pattern charge struck. I move on to credibility of witnesses. That's the pattern charge, which I would give. They have that specific old impeach charge on witness attacked, which I don't think is applicable here based on the evidence presented, so I wouldn't be inclined to give that. I think that was a defense request. And we have related to that the more modern impeachment instruction, which is just the one sentence. We have that alternative. I would usually give the second sentence there unless anyone feels more strongly about it. And so I move on to page 4. We've got our pattern charge on prior statements, which it does not appear to need tailoring. We've then got we've got one joint request on failure to produce evidence. And it appears to be an accurate statement of the law, and it's a joint request, so I would include that. We've got a defense request talking about failure to produce witnesses.
Your Honor, I would just object to that just to the extent, because I know there was some questioning about a former employee of my client's, but there's no evidence that he's even alive, much less available. I mean, the only evidence was no one's seen him or talked to him, and the last we heard, he moved back to Savannah. And we don't have no idea where he is. So I would object to the extent that this might be misleading.
Well, I mean, isn't that right there in the charge that it's an available witness? And so, I mean, is that an inaccurate statement of law?
No, it's not.
You just don't think there's slight evidence?
I don't think there's slight evidence that there was a witness, that there's any evidence was available that wasn't called.
Mr. DeBon?
I do think that there is evidence that we have asserted. Why wouldn't the person that had direct contact with the reports and repairs as the primary person be present and available? So I wouldn't say it's a major contention in our case, but it's definitely a contention because.
And wouldn't that apply equally against you if the claim was made, where are all the other tenants that were complaining, or these employees that you talked about? And I mean, I think it's an accurate statement of law. It's supported by some evidence that could be argued one way or another, and those distinctions can come out at closing. So I would plan to give that as written here over plaintiff's objection. So from there, we move into all the instructions related to contracts, and I'm trying to plug in as many of the pattern charges as I can. And I might just start off with a preamble here regarding count 1. And I'll organize the other sections as well. So right before a contract is an agreement, I would just say, regarding count 1, a contract is an agreement. We've got a non-pattern request talking about what is a breach. Like, just sworn that would have been covered by a pattern. Apparently not. Any objection to defendant's non-pattern request 2?
No objection.
Okay, well, I'll include it as written. Okay, we move on to an objected to pattern here on duty to lessen. And we've included the objection here. And Mr. DeBon, would you have a response to that objection?
The purpose for why I included it had to deal with the issue of the reletting it. But I don't believe we had slight testimony on it in terms of really the plaintiff asserting that they did the best job that they could. I don't have an issue.
All right, so I'd remove it.
They talked about it more than I did, but I raised any evidence on it.
Well, and I think it's whether the charge is in or out. I mean, it's already factored into their damages, I suppose, that they relet it, and so that's subtracted from the amount they're asking for. So it's in some sense taken into account already. Okay, so I'm removing defense request at the bottom of page 4. All right, veil piercing on page 5. This is a version we've used in other trials. That's a non-pattern request. There's no pattern request on veil piercing, surprisingly. And I think lays it out in terms of the factors that have to be considered. I think it uses the same language that was brought up by counsel in their requests as well, but it's a little more concise. So I'd be inclined to use this version rather than some of these other joint requests from both sides, unless there's a certain aspect of those that you think does not cover. So feel free to take a moment and see if you think that this one does not include something that you raised in your requests.
I don't have any objection. I'm going to actually borrow this next time I have a case like this. I like this better than the ones I found.
And also, I know there's been some reference to it by defense. I'll just flag. I mean, this term alter ego, I haven't seen that as like a separate doctrine that's considered apart. I mean, I've just always referred to it as veil piercing, and that's it. So alter ego just seems to be a synonym, and I didn't see a need to throw in some new terms for the jury to learn here.
I don't have any objection to the veil piercing.
Okay. All right. Then we'll include it as written. And we'll move on to the middle of page 6, where we start talking about waiver. And we've got some non-pattern requests from the plaintiff here. And I'll just wait for your input on these, Mr. DeBon.
Is waiver still an issue?
That's what I was debating, because when we talked, there was some testimony about the time period from the last like late notice in February 2019 to when they sent the demand in 2022, but I don't think we've ever presented evidence, at least in the jury, that allegation was related to waiver.
I mean, I read these requests as it relating to the subletting, but if that's not an element of claim damages, then I know I wouldn't see how waiver is coming in.
I wouldn't think so.
Your theory of breach does not include the lack of subletting in writing.
Correct.
Okay, so is plaintiff withdrawn 22, 23, 24?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about, are we going to argue whether or not one of the ways they breached is by having an unauthorized subtenant?
That's right.
Yes, so we are going to argue that one of the ways they breached was, yes, not really subletting, but allowing other entities that were not named in the lease to operate their business out of the premises.
And their argument was that that was a requirement that y'all waived.
Yeah, that's
as
fair.
as I remember it.
Sorry, I was earlier thinking about a different form of waiver, different waiver issues, but
I was too, actually.
our position absolutely is that the landlord agreed and acknowledged. Plus, you have to recall that at the time that the lease was executed, HYH and HYH2 were not there. It was only HYH, so they didn't kind of separate out the tax issue. And clearly, the purpose for which it's used is that they conduct tax services or tax consulting.
I don't disagree with him. I
The
think,
issue of waiver, I think, is
Yes.
for us. What the jury's gonna think with it, I don't know, but I think they should be told that you get some instruction on how to deal with it. Especially if he's gonna present that we've breached the lease by having another party. It should be the issue of the question legitimately of whether or not they waived it is there.
Okay, so we need some kind of waiver instruction. All right, so of these 3 that are proposed, do you have a position on these?
I mean, if you don't choose one, I'd go with the non-pattern charge number 23 that my client submitted. Or number 24. Actually, probably number 24 would be my first choice.
Three is I think to allows more flexibility for whatever facts are being argued during this particular case.
I think they're saying the same thing, just worded a little,
It's very similar.
yeah.
It's the then known particular right that I'm kind of, that's what I'm interested in for 23, just to put all the cards on the table. The benefits of this, what I'm saying is that the then known particular right is the right to operate a tax state. That's what's being waived. For the benefit, no other reasonable explanation for the conduct is possible. I think that piece is missing from either of the other two.
Number 24 says so as to exclude any other reasonable explanation. Again, I think they're just worded differently, but they say roughly the same thing.
All right. Well, first of all, I think we need more of kind of an introductory sentence here, because we just dive right in of like, where you shouldn't be finding waiver. And so I'm just drawing on Larkin's Georgia Contracts book, where we've got, just as way of introduction, a waiver is the voluntary relinquishment of a contractual right, benefit or advantage which the party otherwise would have enjoyed, or something to that effect. We can, or well, there's might be easier just to say a party to a contract may waive contractual provisions for his benefit. I think that's cleaner. All right, let's go with this one. So we've got a first sentence being a party to a contract may waive contractual provisions for its benefit.
Fine with us.
But a waiver cannot be unilateral. I don't know if we want to avoid the word unilateral, but a waiver must be agreed by all parties to the contract. And then we can get into some of these more nuances here. Okay. And I think I'm going to start with 24 as the substance, but I'm going to tailor that significantly. So I think I'd actually just start with perhaps right here, all the attendant facts. So all the attendant facts taken together must amount to an intentional relinquishment of a known right to find that a waiver exists. The burden of proof lies with the party asserting a waiver occurred. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do everything that we've got all here together. I think we'll just have Sue make an appearance for the record here. If you just want to read that total.
Party to a contract may waive contractual provisions for its benefit. A waiver must be agreed to by all parties to a contract. All the attendant facts taken together must amount to an intentional relinquishment of a known right to find that a waiver exists. The burden of proof lies with the party asserting
That a waiver occurred.
That a waiver occurred.
Yeah. And then on the very first sentence, it would be the contract instead of a contract. Maybe it was the first or second sentence.
The waiver must be agreed to by all parties to
The contract. All right. So with that, any input or objections on behalf of the plaintiff?
No, that's fine with us, Judge.
Defense?
Acceptable to us, Your Honor.
Okay, we move on to page 7. We've got some things here about equitable estoppel. Do we still think those are applicable here, Mr. Merritt?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll deem 25 and 26 withdrawn. We've got a pattern charge here on duties of a landlord. And I think this is a pattern charge. I'm not sure if it was actually requested by either party. And this may only apply to residential landlords. I'm not sure if it would apply to commercial. I'll rely on your all's expertise here. But I guess first would be thoughts about the pattern charge.
I actually think that applies to residential and commercial, and I have no problem with it.
That one pattern charge?
Mm-hmm. Duty of landlord during rental.
One problem is that there's never been any issue of, and wouldn't have been any issue raised with the inspection. It's all the testimony has been, they've been notified, but it's been a failure to make a repair. This seems to focus on, if there's not a duty for inspection.
Well, with the exception of Mr. DeBon, when Mr. Walker testified, Mr. DeBon made it a point to explain to the jury that when ACP first bought this property, they didn't do any inspections. Tried to do things the cheap way, didn't really know what was going on. And so I don't want any confusion there. And this is an accurate statement of the law.
I mean, I'll just note that this pattern instruction is coming from a section that, reading them in context, is for premises liability, for tort claims, not breach of contract.
Well, obviously the jury charges need to be of a certain length that they explain everything thoroughly, but we still want to do it in a way that's going to be as digestible as possible for the jury. So,
I mean, is there any other general statement of law that is the landlord's duty to keep premises in tenable condition? Is there just that blanket statement, which then gets followed by, and here's how constructive eviction works?
you're just saying to basically clarify this point regarding a duty to landlord for the constructive eviction charge.
Essentially, yeah.
I don't think that sounds like we did.
Just unless anyone has their hands on that. All right, I'm going to put a pin in that one. We'll come back to it. It might just tweak that to be just a general one sentence, kind of setting up the constructive pattern charge to follow. And that's here in plaintiff's non-pattern request 38. It has the two elements as well as the additional language that we discussed during the directed verdict stage. It talks about whether it's grave and permanent character, which has been repeated and cited continually throughout the most recent cases. And so that being the most recent statement of law given by our Court of Appeals, I would be inclined to give that as written here in the non-pattern request. Anything to add, Mr. DeBon, or any cite from case law that you think should be included to provide appropriate context, or is this just a general all-encompassing objection to the charge as written here?
I'm not on the right page for wherever you're reading.
Page 7, plaintiff's non-request 38. This is the only one we have about constructive eviction.
Starts off in like the middle of the page.
Oh, it was a joint request, so.
Yeah,
That's right.
I just wanted to make sure it had the language, it must be shown that the tenant's use and enjoyment of the premises is not merely rendered uncomfortable. I understand that that in some ways could be viewed as negative for the defendant's case, but I think it also sets a perimeter of what we're not talking about. And I think that that's
Mhm.
kind of the court's intention has been. Going on first.
Okay. Well, this is the joint request. This is the language. I'd remove all the quotations. Just don't want to highlight anything in particular, but I'll give that as requested. We move on to contract damages. These are all our pattern charges, including at the top of page 8. I don't think we have liquidated damages here, or that at least we're not talking about them. So I think I would strike the pattern charge on contract damages agreement. There's been no agreement on the amount of damages. So
I would actually think that in terms of the rent, late fees and unpaid interest, those damages are liquidated because they're easily calculable to the extent that
only once you've determined how long they haven't been paying the rent, which makes them unliquidated.
Right, which we can calculate that.
Right.
I mean, I absolutely think the damages are liquidated.
You agree? Okay.
Damages are liquidated.
Do we even need this? I mean, I don't even know what this charge brings to the table, though.
I actually agree.
I just, why does the jury care about what liquidated
I
versus
think
unliquidated
the
means?
jury's going to be confused by
Okay.
what liquidated means.
So then I would strike that, but I would include nominal damages. That's our new pattern charge. And that distinction will be made clear on the verdict form. And then coming up, we've got all the attorney's fees charges. I put those at the end, so we'll come back to them because instead of putting them here, since they apply to all of the claims, I had that at the end to track the verdict form. All right, I've got pattern charge on remote and consequential damages. I'll keep it in unless the parties want to have an objection.
I would object to that, Your Honor, only because there are no remote or consequential damages being sought, so I don't think
All
it's applicable to the evidence.
Then I'll strike it. Same with interest. I wouldn't think that that's coming in here because you have a contractual rate of interest.
Right.
We don't need a legal interest, so I'd strike the pattern charge on interest. Are you asking for any necessary expenses incurred in complying?
No, not outside
Okay.
of the cost of roulette, which is the provision.
All right, so then I'll remove that one. All right, top of page 9, economic loss rule. We haven't talked much about that. And it's requested by defense. And my first reaction to it, the reason I've got it struck through in the consolidated packet was because I think that's a principle of law that you'd argue is like a directed verdict or a motion for summary judgment. I didn't see a single case where that was something the jury gets in there and decides what's an economic loss and what isn't.
I agree.
The reason why I included it found it was because it was a doctrine of law that the jury could consider in terms of reviewing and considering what damages were available for to award. And that basically it's also used as a measure of damages in terms of primarily it's used in flawed tort cases, but in this case, it's kind of been admitted as we've gone through that the damages, some of the theories of how they get to their award of damages, their theories, really, they're alleging a breach. The damages never change. It's just to get to new defendants, they have tort theories. So it's really not a measure of damages. And quite frankly, this is exactly what this is designed to prevent, where I mean, their action is their damages, their recovery is under a contract theory. So it's not under a theory where this is.
I mean, look, I don't disagree with you that it's applicable. The principle is applicable to this case when you've got a contract and you've got some other claims. The point